So there I was, lying face up on a flat rock the size of a parking space. Everyone got an island. I got 10 square meters of gray rock and a dead bush. Looking out to the horizon, I saw nothing but sky. I was floating on the smallest pebble I could possibly imagine. A system window appeared in my view, scaring me so badly I nearly rolled off the very close edge. Almost dying to a pop-up notification felt like exactly the amount of luck I should expect going forward. The system called it the sovereign selection. 200 million people, myself included, summoned out of our old lives with no warning and no vote, dropped into a sky full of floating islands. Some got beaches. Some got waterfalls. Some got their own floating paradise. One guy near me got an actual mountain. I got the bush. The panel above my head confirmed it in case I had doubts. Territory, 10 square meters, fixed, non-negotiable. Fixed. That was the word it used. Everyone's territory, mine included, was locked at whatever size it landed at. Forever. I looked at my bush. The bush did not look back. I didn't cry about it. Didn't have the energy. I sat down on the one patch of rock the bush wasn't already occupying and stared out across the vast sky, doing the math on how long 10 square meters keeps a person alive, which is not long. And that's when the second panel showed up, uninvited, like it had been waiting for me to forget about the first scare. I did not jump this time. Progress. Cheat unlocked. Heart-zone territory. Rule: bond growth with a companion converts directly to land. Rate: 1 bond level equals 100 square meters. A wave of relief hit me, which was new. Turns out I'm not the unluckiest man alive after all, just the least prepared. Make a friend, the friend becomes real estate. I read it twice, decided it was either the best thing that had ever happened to me or an elaborate way to die slower, and went back to sitting, because sitting was still the only skill I'd fully leveled. The system had a chat feature. 200 million people, split into global, regional, and language rooms. Global scrolled like a minigun, impossible to read, easy to ignore. Regional was calmer and ran a strange mix of languages, which told me the regions were drawn along this world's borders, not the one I used to live in. Interesting. Maybe I could recruit a local. Language chat was the quiet one, slow enough to actually follow, and one message caught my eye. Had anyone checked their inventory yet? I had not. I hadn't even clocked that I had one until I saw the little chest icon sitting in the corner of my vision like it had been coughing politely the whole time. I tapped it. A box landed in my lap, which is a sentence I never expected to mean literally. Newbie start pack. 1 times water bottle, 1 times beef jerky, 1 times mystery box. My eyes went wide for the second time in 10 minutes, which was already a personal record. Before I could open the mystery box, a third panel muscled in ahead of it. Cheat unlocked, Midas touch. Rule: 3 times per day, upgrade 1 item by touching it. Today was, apparently, my luckiest unlucky day. I touched the mystery box first, because if I was going to break the universe, I wanted to do it on something I hadn't earned yet. Cannot be upgraded. No grade to upgrade. Right. It's a box of stuff, not a thing with a rating. Nothing in there for the touch to grab onto. I opened it the normal way instead. Fishing rod, a 500 milliliters bottle of water, and a box of dry crackers. Not the beach vacation I'd been quietly hoping for, but I took the rod, because at least a rod implied there was something out there worth catching. Newbie fishing rod, 10 uses. First cast guaranteed a chest. A guaranteed hit with only 9 more casts after that felt like the system's version of a free sample before the upsell. I cast anyway before it occurred to me to touch the rod first and see what it thought of itself. Something took the line immediately, hard enough that my office worker arms filed a complaint. I heaved. It heaved back. We settled things the way these disputes usually get settled, which is badly, and with a lot of grunting, and eventually a chest the size of a filing cabinet landed on what used to be a third of my usable floor space. Only once the rod was done earning its keep did I notice the little Midas touch, upgrade, prompt that had been hovering patiently beside it the entire time, ignored, unclicked, uncached. I had no idea what a newbie fishing rod became when you touched it. That window closed itself the moment I decided fishing was more interesting than reading, and no use got spent finding out. Filed under, tomorrow's problem. I cracked the chest open. Wood, stone, and something that looked suspiciously like a trading card booster. Sovereign Soul, TCG, F-grade single card booster. Summon the soul of a previous champion from an earlier Sovereign selection. A lore dump followed about the history of the game, how many thousands of prior worlds had run this exact meat grinder before mine. I did not absorb a word of it. All my attention had already moved to a second little prompt hovering beside the booster, the same one, I realized, that I'd let walk right past me on the rod. Midas Touch, upgrade. 2 uses left, one of them already wasted, proving a sealed box has no aspirations, and I was not about to let a second one slip past me for the same reason. I held the booster up and hit yes. Light. A lot of it, the kind that makes you regret not closing your eyes in time, and when it cleared, 3 enormous wheels hung in the air in front of me. Sovereign slots, spin and win big. Cancel to upgrade to E-rank booster, guaranteed. Cancel was the responsible option. Guaranteed E-rank, no drama, keep some floor space intact. I have never once in my life been the responsible move guy, and today didn't seem like the day to start, so I spun. 3 wheels, cycling through the same letters my death sentence had already used on me. F, E, D, C, B, A, S, and then, apparently, past S. Because Will 1 stopped on something wearing 2 extra letters like a crown, and Will 2 matched it, and Will 3 matched that. Triple S, triple S, triple S. Booster upgraded, F grade to triple S grade. I stared at the wheels for a while, waiting for the catch. There's always a catch. My whole life has been catches. The panel just sat there, smug and unbothered, informing me I'd rolled the best possible outcome on my very first spin, on a booster I'd caught by accident, with a skill I'd already burned once, proving a cardboard box has no aspirations. Today was, objectively, the luckiest day of my life. I decided not to trust it, and opened the booster anyway. More light, brighter, worse, the kind that leaves spots. When it cleared, a woman was kneeling on what used to be the last dry patch of my rock. Full plate armor, a pair of folded wings taking up the rest of the available real estate, and the kind of face that made beautiful winged warrior feel like an understatement. Summon complete, a Valkyrie, champion of a prior Sovereign selection. Loyalty, 100%. A Valkyrie, not the horn helmet cartoon kind, the real kind. A mythical Norse warrior my system had apparently decided came standard with the starter pack. She said her name was Freya, and that she would serve me until the world ended or I did, whichever came first. I told her that was a low bar, and she was welcome to it. She looked up at that. First thing on her face that wasn't devotion, something that might, on a less disciplined person, have been the start of a smile. Then, more carefully than anything she'd said so far, you understand what in triple S grade summon means. A good roll. It means most sovereigns across most worlds never see one. Many never see a booster at all. The packs are not common loot, and the ones that surface rarely survive being fought over. You found one, upgraded it on your first attempt with it, and rolled the ceiling of the entire ladder within your first hour awake. Beginner's luck. There is no such category on record. Good to know. I filed it under things to worry about later, possibly never. Then the panel came back, one more time, uninvited as always. Companion bond established. Freya, triple S grade. Bond resonance. Stat inheritance active. 50% of bonded companion stats now shared with Sovereign. Strength, 4 to 261. Vitality, 6 to 340. Perception, 5 to 198. I looked at the numbers, then at the woman kneeling in front of me, still glowing faintly at the edges. Then at the bush, which owned none of my stats and never would. So I said, friendship really does make you stronger. Freya tilted her head, like she wasn't sure the sentence needed a response. I decided it didn't. The morning after summoning a winged champion onto a 10-meter rock, I discovered my first problem. There was nowhere to stand. Freya occupied one side of the pebble. The dead bush occupied the other. The chest from yesterday was sitting in the middle like it had paid rent. I had a fishing rod, a water bottle, some crackers, and a body that had apparently stopped being normal while I was busy blinking at system panels. Good for the body. I sat up. The rock did not crack. The sky did not change. There was still nothing around us but white cloud and open blue distance. No islands close enough to wave at. No bridges. No convenient tutorial village. Just the pebble, floating by itself, doing its best impression of a bad joke. Freya stood at the edge, wings folded, armor polished by light that had no business being that dramatic this early. She had stayed awake the whole night. I knew because every time I opened one eye, she was still there, watching the horizon like the horizon owed me money. I asked if anything had happened. Freya reported the full strategic situation. No, the area remained secure. Productive night. It's 10 meters. That covered the whole night watch. Hard to argue with. I looked at the chest again. Yesterday, dragging it out of the clouds had taken effort. Not heroic effort. More like convenience store clerk trying to move a broken freezer effort. Enough that my arms had complained and my back had submitted a formal resignation. Now the chest was in the way, so I picked it up. One hand on the side. Lift. It came off the ground so fast I almost threw it into the sky. I stopped with my arm halfway up, chest balanced above my shoulder like an empty cardboard box. It was not empty. I could hear tools, scrap wood, and loose stone knocking around inside. The whole thing was the size of a filing cabinet and probably weighed more than I used to. I lowered it carefully. Then I lifted it again with 2 fingers. That worked too. Huh, I said. Freya turned her head, asking if something was wrong. I blamed the chest for getting lighter. It did not. That was my second guess. I moved it to the edge of the pebble and set it down beside the bush. The rock under it scraped. The chest itself groaned. My arm did not. My shoulder did not. My spine, traitor that it was, seemed completely willing to keep its job now. I pulled up my stat panel. Sovereign, Kaito. Rank F. Strength, 261. Vitality, 340. Perception, 198. Still there. Not a dream. Not a temporary buff. Not the kind of thing that expires after the tutorial and leaves you holding a stick while a wolf judges your life choices. Permanent numbers. I looked at my hands. Same hands. Pale. Thin. One black rubber band around my left wrist. No glowing veins. No giant muscles. No heroic aura. I still looked like a guy who had slept through 3 alarms and called that a schedule. The system had simply stuffed a champion's math into me and left the packaging on the floor. Explain this, I said. Freya stepped away from the edge. Her armor made almost no sound. That felt unfair to metal. She called it stat inheritance, a resonance effect between a sovereign and a bonded summoned companion. My body had permanently received a percentage of her base strength, vitality, and perception. Half. Correct. 50%. I opened yesterday's last panel from the log. Bond resonance. Stat inheritance active. 50% of bonded companion stats now shared with Sovereign. I did the math because the system had made it insultingly easy. I read the numbers back because apparently my morning now included champion accounting. Her strength was 514, Her vitality was 668, and her perception was 386. Freya confirmed all of it without making the situation less ridiculous. That seems inconvenient for anyone standing in front of you. Usually. She said it like she was discussing weather. I appreciated that. The numbers were large enough that I should probably have felt something. Oh, fear. Responsibility. One of those heavy emotions people with better posture are always having. Mostly I wondered if I could move the bush without splinters. I grabbed the dead trunk near the base and pulled. Yesterday I had avoided touching it because it looked brittle, ugly, and like the only thing between me and calling this island completely furniture-free. Today it came out of the stone with a dry pop. Roots, pebbles, and a thin plug of gray dust followed. No strain. No dramatic cracking sound. No system achievement for landscaping. Disappointing, but fair. I held the bush in one hand. This was load-bearing emotionally, I said. Freya studied the empty hole and reported that the territory appeared unchanged. Then we move on. I set the bush beside the chest. Now one side of the pebble had storage. The other side had floor. Civilization had begun. Barely. Freya watched me for a moment, then continued the explanation because apparently champions come with customer support. The inheritance percentage is determined at the moment of summoning. It is set by the grade of the Sovereign Soul Booster. An F-grade soul grants none. E grants 5%. D grants 11. C grants 18. B grants 25. A grants 32. S grants 39. Double S grants 45. Triple S grants 50. I called the latter convenient. Freya corrected that it was deliberately uneven, because of course it was. The grade that resolved her summon was triple S, so I had received the ceiling value. It would not rise. That got my attention slightly. I checked the obvious loophole, which was whether a better bond made the inheritance percentage better. It did not. Bond level and stat inheritance were separate systems. Bond growth fed the territory expansion cheat, while booster grade decided how much of a companion's stats got stapled onto me forever. So friendship makes land. In my case, yes. The booster grade made me personally harder to kill. Clean system. Freya called it brutal. Most clean systems are. She gave me the smallest look. Not disapproval. Not agreement. Something dry and old behind the eyes. Right. Prior champion. Earlier sovereign selection. She had seen some version of this before. Probably from the inside. Probably with more screaming. I was not going to ask yet. The pebble did not have enough space for heavy backstory. A panel slid open where we stood. Companion bond. Freya. Bond level. Stranger to acquainted. Heart zone territory. Land growth queued. Estimated growth cycle. 1 hour per 100 square meters. I looked at it, then at Freya. I pointed out that we had become acquaintances because she explained math. Freya framed it as shared system comprehension, increasing operational trust. That's one way to say it. The rock gave a faint pulse under my feet. Not an earthquake, not even a proper tremor. More like the pebble had remembered it was supposed to be doing something and was embarrassed to start late. Hairline cracks of pale light crawled from the hole where the bush used to be. They spread a handspan, then stopped. The territory did not visibly become a meadow. No instant farm, no house, no golden staircase into the heavens. Just a glow under the stone, slow and patient. Land growth queued. 1 hour per 100 square meters. Fine. The island could take its time. I had recently become furniture moving strong. My schedule was open. By the time I'd finished testing exactly how furniture moving strong, the hour was up. Heart zone territory growth complete. Territory, 10 square meters to 110 square meters. 110 square meters. Not a continent. Not even a proper yard. But more than double what I'd started with, and I'd earned it by being talked at about mechanics I only half understood. Good trade. I picked up the chest again and shifted it another few centimeters to make sure it would not fall off when the rock eventually decided to grow. The movement was easy enough that I overcorrected and cracked one corner against the stone. The chest lost. Salvage integrity reduced, 94%. That was new, I said. Freya explained that I had applied excessive force. I argued for normal force. She did not need much room to win that one. Your normal force has changed. Annoying. Accurate. I crouched and pinched a loose chunk of volcanic rock between thumb and forefinger. It powdered instantly. I stared at the dust. I said I might need new habits. Freya agreed immediately. How many? Most of them. Reasonable. I rinsed my hands with a mouthful of water from the starter bottle, which was a bad use of limited water and a good use of not eating rock dust. Freya watched the bottle with the expression of someone who could survive 3 months on sunlight and discipline. I asked through the survival checklist: water, food, sleep. Freya did not need the first two. Sleep was apparently a future problem. Great. Low maintenance. I am in triple S grade summon champion. That's what I said. She accepted that with the dignity of a person choosing not to answer. I checked the inventory again. Crackers. Jerky. Water. Fishing rod. Chest contents. Already opened and mostly basic materials. No second booster hiding under the lid. No secret meal kit. No blanket. No tent. The fishing rod sat across the stone where I had left it. Plain handle. Thin line. 10 total uses, according to yesterday. First cast spent. First cast had been guaranteed. It had pulled a chest, a booster, and a fully armored woman out of the sky by accident. That was a strong first impression. Bad precedent. I picked it up. Newbie fishing rod. Uses remaining, 9 out of 10. Guaranteed chest. Consumed. There it was. No more guaranteed hit. No more polite tutorial hand-holding. Then I remembered something I'd been too distracted to catch yesterday. This exact rod had thrown up its own Midas touch prompt once, and I'd let it close itself unread while I was busy ignoring TCG lore. Missed opportunity. Untested potential. The kind of oversight a smarter person fixes the next morning instead of never. I touched the rod. Midas touch. Upgrade? Yes, I said, before I could talk myself into saving the charge for something that might never show up. 3 wheels spun up over the rod. Same ones as yesterday. Sovereign slots. Spin and win big. Cancel to upgrade to starter plus tier, guaranteed. Cancel was the safe move. 1 clean step up, no drama, still a rod that worked. Spin could do better. Spin could also, presumably, do worse. The same wheels that handed me a champion yesterday had no contractual obligation to be nice about a fishing rod. Freya watched my thumb hover over the panel. You are considering the guaranteed option, she said. For about a second. I spun. The wheels blurred through the whole ladder. Starter, novice, journeyman, adept, master, legendary, mythic, secret, too fast to read. Slowing only once the system decided I'd earned a proper cardiac event. Well, 1 stopped first. Infinite. Well, 2 matched it. Well, 3 matched that. Infinite. 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 Newbie fishing rod to infinite fishing rod. Gathering _tool tier, starter to infinite. Use limit removed. New passive, 1 guaranteed catch per day. I stared at the wheels the way I'd stared at yesterday's, except yesterday I hadn't fully understood what I was looking at. Today I did. There wasn't a tier after infinite. The system had just told me, 2 days running, that it did not know how to say no to me. Freya looked at the rod like it had personally offended her sense of proportion. That, she said, is no longer a fishing rod. It's still shaped like one. Barely relevant. 1 guaranteed catch a day, forever, from a stick that would never run out of tries. That solved a problem I hadn't finished being annoyed about, and several I hadn't gotten around to having yet. I glanced at Freya. Do fish live in clouds? Freya said that in Etheria several things did, which was almost an answer. The rod was a system tool, so it did not require conventional water. It also was not reliable. Useful. Also useful. She stepped aside to give me room. Room was generous. It meant 1 meter between her wing and the chest. I rolled my shoulder. It felt loose. Too loose. Like the bones had been replaced with better ones while I was distracted. The smart thing would have been to wait. Let the cued land growth finish. Watch the cracks. Understand the inheritance properly. Test how not to crush all my belongings with casual finger pressure. Instead, my hand moved on reflex. Cast. The line cut through the air, silver against blue. It dropped past the edge and vanished into the cloud sea below. New rod, new manners, I said. Let's see if it actually keeps its promise. It will, Freya said. The system does not lie about mechanics. Only about tone. 1 second passed. Then the rod bent hard enough to make the handle creak. Something bit. Right on schedule. Whatever had taken the hook pulled harder than yesterday's guaranteed catch ever had. Yesterday, that first cast had pulled like a bad decision with handles. This one pulled like the bad decision had started doing squats. I planted 1 foot against the stone. The stone held. That was also new, technically. Before Freya, I would have worried about slipping, falling, and becoming a brief weather report. Now my strength stat had borrowed half of a legendary champion and refused to give it back. Good for me. The line vanished into the white clouds under the pebble. No water. No shore. No sensible physics. Just a fishing rod with opinions and a sky full of loot. I asked Freya if I should reel. She said yes, because apparently we were trusting the sky fishing tutorial again. Great. Strategy confirmed. I reeled. The rod creaked. My arms did not. The handle flexed in my grip, but my fingers barely felt the strain. That was going to become a problem if I ever needed to touch an egg. For now, it was convenient. Something below twisted once. The line cut through a cloud bank and flashed silver. A small object broke through the mist and shot upward, spinning hard enough to scatter droplets of blue-white light. I caught it before it hit my face. That was reflex. Also new. The object slapped into my palm. Foil. Sealed. Rectangular. Holographic front. Familiar enough. Sovereign Soul TCG F-grade single card booster. I looked at it, then at the rod, then at the booster again. Same starting letter as yesterday's. Freya leaned in slightly, her wings shifting behind her and making the pebble feel smaller again, and confirmed the rod was just doing its job. A standard pull, nothing skipped. Consistent, at least, I said. The system had apparently decided consistency counted as a personality trait. I checked the rod. Infinite fishing rod. Uses remaining, unlimited. Daily guaranteed catch, consumed. No hidden jackpot tag. No beginner's pity line. No explanation. Fine. Explanations were nice. Loot was better. I turned the booster over. The foil was silver blue, with a stamped letter F on the front seal. It was warm, not hot. More like it had been sitting in sunlight, except it had been sitting under the island in a cloud ocean that made no sense. 2 prompts appeared side by side. Open booster. Midas touch, upgrade. I did not press either yet. Freya watched my thumb hover over the panel. Freya noticed I was delaying. I called it restraint. She wanted to know when that had started. Just now. Very experimental. The real answer was simple. Yesterday, I had opened 1 booster and got a winged champion who could probably win an argument with gravity. Then my own stat panel turned into a clerical error. Opening another booster 5 minutes after breakfast felt like shaking a box because the first explosion had improved the room. Probably fine. Still. I had 8 casts left and 1 square of growing rock under my feet. The pebble was in the middle of becoming slightly less embarrassing. It seemed polite to let it finish one thought. The stone pulsed. Not hard. Just enough that dust jumped near the hole where the dead bush used to be. I looked down. Pale seams of light ran under the gray volcanic surface. They had started yesterday when Freya and I moved from strangers to acquainted through the sacred art of explaining numbers. Since then, the glow had crawled outward at the speed of an elderly snail with a schedule. Now it brightened. The edge of the pebble gave a soft crack. I stepped back. So did Freya, though she did it with more dignity and less do not trip over the chest energy. The rock extended. Not dramatically. No thunder. No grand announcement. A small shelf of dark stone pushed out from the side, about the size of a bedroom floor. New surface unfolded in layers, gray over gray, with tiny ridges like cooled lava. It locked into place with a low click. The whole process took maybe 20 seconds. Then the system decided to label the obvious. Hearthstone territory, incremental growth complete. Companion bond, Freya. Bond level, acquainted. Territory expansion, partial resource tick generated. Territory, 110 square meters to 125 square meters. Partial, I said. Freya read the panel and explained that the bond had not reached the next threshold yet. The system was releasing a minor output from rising resonance. So the island is giving me a preview. She accepted the worst term because she was generous like that. I did prefer. Shorter words take less storage. The new shelf looked plain at first. More stone, more breathing room. Enough space that I could stand without sharing personal history with the chest. Then the center of the new shelf sank inward. I watched the stone curve down into a neat circle. Not a pit, not a crack. A bowl, smooth as if something had pressed a thumb into soft clay. White pebbles pushed up around the rim one by one, clean and glossy. Quartz. Probably. I had never studied rocks. I had sold canned coffee at 2 a.m. My mineral expertise began and ended at do not eat. The bowl filled with light. Then water. Neon blue water. It welled up from nowhere, bright enough to paint Freya's armor in electric reflections. The surface settled into a perfect circle, small and still, surrounded by white quartz pebbles like the world had taken a moment to arrange the decoration. A panel appeared over it. Resource spawned, Ether Spring. Grade, F Territory Resource. Effect, generates drinkable ether-rich water over time. I stared at the pool. Then I looked at the starter water bottle in my inventory. Your career was short, I told it. Freya stepped closer to the spring. The blue glow caught in her gold eyes. Very dramatic. Completely wasted on a man who had spent yesterday negotiating with a dead bush. Freya named it anyway, probably for ceremonial reasons, and pointed out that an ether spring was not common for a territory this small. I suggested size was becoming more of a suggestion. She corrected me with the actual rule. The original size was still fixed by normal law, and my cheat was simply walking around it. Law with a loophole. My favorite kind. I crouched at the edge of the new pool. The quartz pebbles were cool under my fingers. Clean. White. Actual white, not gray pretending. The water glowed neon blue all the way down, though the spring was only maybe as deep as my forearm. No mud. No algae. No suspicious smell. That put it ahead of several sinks I had known. I dipped one finger in. The water rippled outward and sent thin blue sparks across the surface. My stat panel flickered at the corner of my vision, then stayed the same. No instant rank breakthrough. No new bond title. No heavenly choir. Just water. Good. I tasted a drop. Cold. Sweet. Clean enough to make the starter bottle feel like a plastic apology. Ether hydration, minor recovery effect applied. I said it healed too. Freya corrected the scale down to minor recovery, because champions apparently came with precision settings. Water with benefits. Efficient. She knelt across from me and studied the spring like it was a tactical asset. Technically, it was. Yesterday, dehydration had been the first obvious way to die. Today, the island had generated an infinite-looking neon blue resource because Freya and I had achieved basic workplace familiarity. Good system. Horrifying foundation. Still good system. I filled the starter bottle from the spring. The plastic changed in my hand. Not shape, just status. Container filled, ether spring water. Quality, clean. There, I said. We have infrastructure. Freya looked around the expanded stone shelf. Chest. Rod. Crackers. One spring. One removed bush. She allowed that it was a minimal form of infrastructure, which was still a form, so I counted it. I stood and rolled my shoulders. The new space made the island feel almost luxurious, which was sad and also true. I could take 6 steps without turning. 7 if I used the spring edge irresponsibly. Progress. The system had not updated my sovereign rank. Still F. That was fine. Being F rank with borrowed champion stats, a neon blue spring, and an F-grade booster in hand felt almost modest by yesterday's standards. I pulled up my status panel just to check whether reality had changed while I was drinking. Sovereign, Kaito. Rank F. Strength, 261. Vitality, 340. Perception, 198. Companion bond, Freya, acquainted. Still F. Still acquainted. Still built wrong. I closed the panel. The F-grade booster rested in my other hand. Quiet. Sealed. Waiting for me to stop being polite about it. I asked whether touching it with Midas offered the same upgrade path as yesterday's. Freya nodded once and confirmed the important part. It had a grade, so Midas touch could act on it. Grade was the only thing it ever checked for. I still had 2 uses left today. The rod had already eaten 1 this morning, and eaten well. No reason to save the rest for a Rainier day that would also, statistically, be my fault. I touched the booster. Midas touch, upgrade? Yes, I said, before Freya could assess anything. Light. Less than yesterday's, but enough that Freya took half a step back out of professional courtesy. When it cleared, 3 wheels hung spinning over the chest. Sovereign slots, spin and win big. Cancel to upgrade to E-grade booster, guaranteed. Cancel was the responsible option. I had already tried responsible once today, on the mystery box, and it hadn't taken. I let it spin. The wheels blurred through the same ladder as before. F, E, D, C, B, A, S. Too fast to read, slowing only once the system decided I had suffered enough anticipation. Wheel 1 landed first, then wheel 2, then wheel 3. I did not look yet. Freya was already looking, and her expression had stopped being polite about it too. I looked. Sovereign slots result, F, S, S. Double match, S-grade. Booster upgraded, F-grade to S-grade. Sovereign Soul, TCG, S-grade single card booster. Not a triple, not yesterday's ridiculous 3 of a kind. 2 out of 3, and the system apparently rounded up. Second pull, I said. Pretty decent. Freya looked at me. She had the face of someone deciding whether pretty decent was a crime. An S-grade, she said, was a career for most surviving sovereigns, something people spent years in small armies chasing. I had spent 2 days in a fishing rod. The foil split. Not neatly. It tore apart like something inside had gotten tired of waiting. Red gold light punched upward from the pack and rolled across the pebble. The air got heavy. My shirt pressed against my shoulders. The ether spring flattened into a bright blue mirror. A shadow formed in the light. Large. Then larger. Then comfortably within the 125 square meters Freya's bond had already bought us. Yesterday's rock would have had a problem. Today's did not. No new growth. No convenient last-second expansion. Just territory that had already been paid for, finally getting used for something. Practical. The light collapsed. An orc woman stood where the booster had been. Towering. Muscular in the way cliffs are muscular. Deep jade green skin. Heavy banded iron armor over a firm mantle. Braided moss green hair hanging thick over one shoulder. Warm amber eyes. tusks framing a broad grin that looked like it had won several arguments without needing words. She held a broad iron cleaver axe over one shoulder. The axe was taller than me. That was becoming a theme. Summon complete. Grudna, the Warbreaker. Soul_booster_grade consumed. S-grade. Role: heavy melee tank, brawler. Bond: stranger. Sovereign rank: F. The last line was about me. Still F good. Consistency matters. Grudna drew in a breath through her nose, tasting the air. Her eyes moved over the ether spring, the bush, the fresh crack in the stone, me, then Freya. They stopped there. The grin widened. Huh. Her voice hit the rock like a drum. Freya did not move. Grudna took one step toward her. The pebble complained under the weight. I understood. Same. Grudna wanted to know who the real front line was. Freya answered with the calm of someone polishing a title until it became a shield. She was Lord Kaito's first companion. Not what I asked, Grudna said. Nice. Freya's wings lifted another handspan. The air between them tightened. I sat down beside the spring because standing felt unnecessary and the view was excellent. Grudna noticed. Her amber eyes flicked down to me. She identified me as the sovereign, then gave me the same look people give furniture that arrives in a smaller box than expected. Space efficient. She barked a laugh. The sound made the ether spring ripple. Grudna turned, planted the butt of her axe against the raw edge of the new stone shelf, and struck it once, testing the give. The rock did not so much as chip. She grunted, satisfied. Good ground, she said. Freya's hand rested near her sword hilt. Freya objected to Grudna testing the ground before anyone asked. Grudna treated that like a cultural misunderstanding. In her old warband, if ground could hold her weight, she tested it. This was not her warband, Freya pointed out, but Grudna only nodded at me. He summoned me. That means I stand where the hits land. That was clean enough. The system agreed, apparently. Companion specialty registered, Warbreaker Bulwark. Combat profile, frontline interception, impact absorption, close-range suppression. Impact absorption. Good phrase. It meant enemies would hit her and feel like they had made a poor career choice. Grudna rolled one shoulder. The banded iron plates along her arm clanked in a tidy sequence. Grudna stared at Freya again and asked where the winged champion stood if the new orc took the hits. Freya gave the kind of answer carved onto memorial statues, where she was needed. Pretty answer, Grudna said. Grudna's tusks lifted with her grin. The two of them were standing 3 paces apart. The pebble was no longer built for paces. It was built for careful foot placement and liability waivers. The new strip of stone helped, but not enough. Freya was tall. Grudna was taller. Freya looked like a silver spear. Grudna looked like the wall the spear had been thrown at. This was funny. Not laugh out loud funny. That would take effort. But funny. Grudna planted the butt of her axe on the stone again. The impact sent a neat crack toward the edge. It stopped before becoming expensive. Grudna claimed she knew Freya's kind. High sky, bright armor, fast charges, pretty victories. Freya did not take the bait. Speed and precision were not defects, and Grudna admitted they were useful right up until something too stubborn to fall stood in the way. Freya's expression stayed composed, though her feathers shifted once in the wind. She had faced stubborn enemies before. I assume you have not faced me. Good line. I took a drink from the ether spring. Still mint. Still rain. Still electricity. This island was improving. The system opened a new panel beside Grudna's shoulder. Roster update. Freya, bond acquainted. Grudna, bond stranger. Territory status, rank F. 2 companions. 1 spring. 1 bush. 1 crack in the rock that hadn't been there an hour ago. Pretty solid afternoon. Freya finally shifted her stance. Not aggressive. Not defensive. Just enough for the silver plates at her hips to settle and the sword at her side to hang clear. Grudna saw the adjustment and grinned brighter. She had been waiting for that, the line where courtesy stopped being soft. Freya said nothing. Grudna tapped her own chest with one armored thumb. She introduced herself properly after that, not as a name, but as a job, taking the charge, breaking the shield, holding the gate after the gate was gone. Freya noted the practical issue. There is no gate. There will be. Also good. She pointed the cleaver axe at Freya, not quite touching the silver breastplate. And when it comes, I want to know if the winged one is standing beside me, behind me, or in my way. Freya's hand closed around her sword hilt. Slowly. Quietly. The air changed again. I looked between them. Silver wings. Banded iron. Gold eyes. Amber eyes. The whole thing had the shape of a problem. Not my problem. Their problem. Maybe the rock's problem. Grudna lowered her axe from Freya's chest and rested it across both shoulders. Champion, she said. Before I call you first line, prove it. Freya's wings opened fully. Not for flight. For space. Choose your terms. Grudna laughed, broad and pleased, tusks flashing around the grin. Then she took one heavy step forward. Strength, she said. No tricks. No sky. You and me. Grudna's terms hung in the air for exactly 1 second before Freya answered them. Freya looked at her, then at the island, then at me. I was still sitting beside the ether spring with a bottle in one hand. Do not look at me, I said. I am furniture. Grudna laughed. Freya stopped looking at me. Good. Mediation avoided. The pebble had grown enough to hold 2 overpowered women, 1 spring, 1 bush, 1 chest, 1 fishing rod, and 1 spectator with no marketable skills. Barely. It had not grown enough for a serious duel. That was probably why Grudna liked it. She planted her axe in the stone. The blade sank half a finger deep and stayed upright. No weapons, she said. Freya unfastened her sword and set it down. Carefully. The sword touched the ground like it was being polite. Grudna flexed both hands. Her knuckles cracked in sequence, loud enough to send a ring of tiny waves across the spring. Freya asked for rules. Grudna's version of rules involved dragging 1 armored boot through the dust, making 2 lines 3 paces apart, and declaring that whoever got pushed past a line lost. I looked at the distance. That is a very ambitious arena. Grudna called small arenas honest. I called them a formal apology waiting to happen. Grudna showed her tusks. Freya stepped to the center. No wings. No sword. No bright champion aura, unless you counted being 6 feet of silver armor and insulted gravity. Grudna rolled her shoulders and took position opposite her. They clasped forearms. Freya's gauntlet locked around Grudna's wrist. Grudna's hand closed around Freya's arm. The rock under them made a small sound, like a shelf realizing it had accepted too many books. Begin, Grudna asked. Freya nodded. They pushed. Nothing moved. That was the first funny part. Grudna's grin widened. Freya's expression did not change. Their boots pressed down hard enough to make pale cracks spider out under the dust. The pebble had been insulted by weather, summoning light, and basic survival math. Now it was being asked to host 2 siege engines having a handshake. It complained. Loudly. Grudna leaned in. Her fur mantle shifted across her shoulders. Banded iron plates groaned. The muscles in her arms rose like the island was trying to grow hills on a budget. Freya gave 1 quiet step. Forward. Grudna stopped her. The dust line under Grudna's heel disappeared in a smear of crushed stone. Good, Grudna said. Freya pushed back. Grudna's boots dragged 1 inch. Just 1. She looked delighted. Better. The second funny part was that both of them were clearly holding back. Not much. Enough to avoid deleting my entire local economy. I appreciated that. Is this the warm-up? I asked. Grudna said yes at the exact same time Freya said no. They did not stop pushing. The pebble cracked again. A long seam ran between them, bright under the gray stone. Heart's own light. The same pale glow that had made the ether spring and the extra ledge. It crawled outward. I moved my bottle before the seam touched it. Experience. Grudna shoved. Freya slid half an inch. Her wings twitched once. Grudna's eyes sharpened. No sky. The wings went still. I know, Freya said. Then she lowered her stance and shoved Grudna back the full half inch. Grudna laughed, loud and delighted. She was happy to discover the champion had legs under all that silver armor. Freya informed her, with the patience of a memorial statue, that she had always had legs. Grudna's answer was basically that armor hid lies and weak axes found excuses. They pushed harder. The light under the stone brightened. A system panel appeared beside my shoulder. Bond activity detected. Freya, acquainted to trusted. Grudna, stranger to acquainted. Stat inheritance, unchanged. Freya contribution, fixed at 50%. Grudna contribution, fixed at 39%. Good, I said. Both of them ignored me. Correct. The third funny part was the status panel choosing the exact moment two women were trying to fold each other through geology to remind everyone that friendship and power scaling were different spreadsheets. Bond grew land. Stat inheritance stayed locked. Very mature system. Suspiciously literate. The island answered the bond change. The seam flared. Stone unfolded from the far side of the pebble, not as jagged gray shelf this time, but as a dark square panel sunk into the ground. Then another. Then another. Tiles. Actual tiles. 1 meter by 1 meter, maybe. Dark brown soil filled each square like someone had poured night-colored flour into a mold. The surface was soft, damp, rich. It smelled like rain and crushed leaves, which was impressive because we had almost none of either. The dead bush stood very still beside it, probably jealous. Heart-sown territory growth complete. New land feature generated, farmable soil tiles. Cultivation capacity, minimal. Settlement_tier interaction unlocked. Farming structures available at camp tier. Territory, 125 square meters to 325 square meters. 2 full bond levels, back to back, paid out at once. 200 square meters for the price of 1 grudge match that technically ended in a tie. I stared at the soil. We have dirt. Grudna and Freya were still locked together. Freya's heel slid. Grudna's heel slid. Neither crossed a line. The pebble kept growing the soil tiles behind them like it was trying to distract from the property damage. Useful dirt, I added. Grudna glanced sideways. That cost her half an inch. Freya took it. Grudna grinned wider and took it back. Freya warned her not to stare at the crops before winning. Grudna immediately took issue with the word crops, then accepted it once Freya pointed out that Lord Kaito's territory had produced them. Apparently, that made the tiny dirt square ours to defend. That was the first normal thing they had said to each other. Naturally, they said it while trying to move each other's skeleton. The system gave a soft chime. Roster cohesion improved. The panel is enjoying this, I said. The contest did not end with a scream. No one confessed a tragic past. No armor shattered. No one discovered the true meaning of strength. Both of them pushed one last time. The stone between their boots split. The arena line cracked in half. Then the entire center plate dropped down 3 inches with a blunt thunk. Freya and Grudna both lost footing at the same time. They did not fall. They were too proud and too strong for that. Instead, they both sank to one knee, still gripping each other's forearms, with the broken arena line sitting neatly between them. The system hesitated. I could feel it. Even the glowing blue water seemed to wait. Then a panel appeared. Contest result, invalid. Reason, field failure. I drank from my bottle. Ground wins. Grudna stared at the panel. Then she threw her head back and laughed so hard the new soil trembled. Freya closed her eyes for 1 second. That was her version of sighing. Acceptable, she said. Grudna looked at her from one knee. Acceptable. They released each other. Grudna stood first and offered a hand. Freya took it. Grudna pulled her up. For a second, Silver armor and banded iron stood side by side in the middle of a cracked practice area, and neither of them had technically survived because the floor had resigned. Grudna thumped her fist against her own chest and gave Freya the kind of respect orcs probably used instead of paperwork. "You hold ground well, winged one." Freya returned the compliment by calling her Warbreaker and then tried to clarify that it had not been praise. Grudna liked it anyway. The rest of the truce was blunt and practical. Both were strong, neither had won, and the next round would happen later on ground with better survival instincts. "Agreed," Freya said. The system chimed again. Bond state updated. Freya, trusted. Grudna, acquainted. Heartzone territory output stabilized. I looked at the new soil tiles. There were 16 of them. 4x4. Tiny farm. Ridiculous farm. Farm. I opened my inventory. Starter crackers. Bottle. Fishing rod. Some minor junk from the first chest. No seeds. Of course. We have soil before seeds, I said. Grudna walked over and crouched beside the tiles. Her armor creaked. She scooped a handful of dirt and rubbed it between her fingers. Freya joined her. Between them it became good soil, ether-rich soil, and apparently the base of something sustainable. That word did not belong near my 10-meter rock and its growing list of accounting crimes. Eventually, I checked the prompt again. Cultivation capacity, minimal. Available action, plant compatible seed. No compatible seed detected. Very helpful. I walked to the dead bush. The bush had been here from the start. Dry, thorny, useless in a committed way. I snapped one brittle pod off a branch. The system considered it. Item acquired, PEBBLE thorn seed pod. Compatibility low? Low is not no. Low was, however, a property. Properties were what Midas Touch actually checked for. I touched the pod before I could talk myself out of it. Midas Touch, upgrade? Yes. Compatibility, low to stable. Small upgrade. No light show, no wheels, just one word replaced by a better word. I'd take it. Freya questioned whether a miserable thorn pod counted as a valid crop. I told her it had survived me, and now it had paperwork saying so. She did not accept that as a cultivation standard. It is now. Grudna laughed again. I broke the pod open over the first soil tile. 3 black seeds fell out. They looked like peppercorns with grudges. I poked them into the dirt with one finger. The tile absorbed the seeds. No dramatic light. No harvest timer. Then a tiny green point broke the surface. One sprout. Very small. Very smug. Crop registered, PEBBLE thorn sprout. Status, viable. Agriculture, I said. Freya studied the sprout with battlefield intensity. Grudna looked pleased enough to punch weather. First crop, she said. First weed with paperwork, I said. The void mist below the island stirred. Not wind. Not cloud drift. A dirty yellow smear moved inside the white. Then another. Then several. The smell reached us first. Rotten leaves. Wet cloth. Something that had died, gotten up, and made poor lifestyle choices. Freya's hand went to her sword. Grudna picked up her axe. Small shapes climbed over the island's lower edge. They were not people. Good. People were scheduled much later. These were crooked little pestilence things, all scabbed hide and thorn legs, with bulbous backs leaking yellow mist. Their heads were too narrow. Their mouths were too wide. Each one had sickle claws crusted in green-black slime. The first one dragged itself onto the fresh stone and hissed at the soil tiles. Then it saw Grudna. Then Freya. Then me, standing behind both of them with a water bottle and no useful expression. Its hiss became smaller. Several more crawled up behind it, eager for the new crop. The first monster tried to back up. Grudna's shadow fell over it. Freya's sword left its sheath with a clean silver sound. The pestilence thing looked at the single sprout. Then at the 2 women guarding it. It regretted farming. Its tactical review came back negative. It tried to reverse. Too late. Grudna's shadow covered it. The monster made a wet clicking sound. Grudna looked down at it. Then at the sickle claws. Then at the yellow mist leaking from its back. No, she said. Good argument. Freya's sword was already out. Silver edge. Clean line. No wasted motion. She did not step forward. Grudna had. The orc's axe rested on one shoulder, lazy as a broom. The pestilence thing hissed again. It sounded less committed this time. Behind it, more of the swarm dragged themselves over the edge. A dozen, then 2 dozen. Crooked legs. Scab backs. Green-black slime. They smelled like a compost pile with ambition. They came for the soil tiles. The 16 squares of actual dirt. Our first farm. Our first sprout. Apparently one stubborn plant counted as an ecosystem now. The world had low standards. Lord Kaito, Freya said, remain behind us. I was planning to remain everywhere I already am. I sat on the edge of the cracked practice ground and picked up the fishing rod. The line was already over the side. I had dropped it there before the monsters arrived, because watching one sprout grow was not an activity that required both hands. The bobber drifted somewhere under the cloud line. Probably doing more than me. Grudna rolled her neck. Armor plates clicked down her shoulders. Mine, she said. Freya looked at the swarm, then at her. As you wish. That was the whole command structure. Clean. The lead monster lunged. Grudna yawned. Then she hit it. Not with the blade. With the flat of the axe. That felt charitable for 1/2 second. Then the shockwave arrived. The lead monster stopped being a lead monster. It became a stain with legs moving in separate policy directions. The stone under it cratered. The air in front of Grudna folded outward. Every pestilence thing behind the first one got picked up at once, as if the island had sneezed them away. They flew backward. Some fell off the edge. Some slammed into the new stone hard enough to burst into yellow vapor. Some bounced off each other and corrected the issue by also bursting. The single pebble thorn sprout bent in the wind. It did not break. Good weed. Grudna blinked at the flattened approach. She judged the whole species soft. I suggested they may have been built for vegetables. She gave that all the thought it deserved. Poor build. Hard to argue. The system opened a panel in front of me. Threat detected. Pestilence larval swarm. Threat grade F. Recommended action. Defend cultivation tiles. The panel had arrived after the first wave became paste. Very official. Bit late, I said. The panel ignored feedback. More monsters climbed up. They had watched the first group vanish, then decided they wanted a turn. Nature was impressive. Freya took one step to the side of the soil tiles. Her wings opened halfway, not for flight, just wide enough to make a white feather wall between the slime mist and the sprout. One pestilence thing skittered around the edge, trying to circle Grudna. Freya's sword moved once. The monster separated into 2 neat halves. They slid in opposite directions and stopped. She flicked the blade clean. That was her entire contribution. Efficient. Grudna glanced over. She meant mine as a military jurisdiction, apparently. Freya pointed out the thing had been leaving Grudna's angle. Grudna considered being on the island close enough. Then be faster. Grudna grinned. The swarm did not enjoy that. The next group came in a clump, bodies stacked over bodies, trying to bury her under weight and poison. That could have been alarming, if they were heavier than furniture. Grudna let them come. She did not brace. She did not lift a shield. She did not declare anything about protecting our home. She just looked bored. The first monster hit her breastplate. It crumpled. The second hit her shoulder. It bounced off and landed upside down. The third got its claws around her forearm and tried to bite through banded iron. Grudna lifted that arm and inspected it. The monster chewed. Metal squeaked. No damage. Grudna looked at me. She wanted to know if they always made that much noise. I told her it was the first batch. She rated the batch accordingly. She swung her arm down. The monster attached to it became part of the floor. Then she stepped forward. One step. The whole island seemed to answer. The cracked arena line from her contest with Freya flared dull red under her boot. Not fire. Impact. The force sank into the stone and came back up through the farm tiles. The soil rippled. The sprout shivered. Dark roots pushed deeper. A second green point broke the surface beside it. Then a third. Then something else. A thick black-green stalk punched up from the corner of the first tile. It was not a thorn sprout. It was broader, armored in overlapping ridges, with dull metallic veins running through the stem. The system chimed. Combat specialty resonance detected. Companion source, Grudna, the Warbreaker. Heart-sown territory, evolution unlocked. Biotic synthesis active. Land now spawns resources based on companion specialty. Oh, I said. Grudna smashed another monster into mist. The panel kept going. New resource generated. Iron Root, Bulwark Reed. Specialty alignment. Tank, Brawler. Properties. Impact-resistant fiber, armor-binding resin, cultivation reinforcement. Sovereign rank, F. Still F. Very humble. The Iron Root Bulwark Reed grew another handspan, while Grudna used a pestilence monster to hit 2 other pestilence monsters. That was probably not the intended farming method. It worked. More reeds broke through the soil. They formed along the edges of the tiles first, like a little wall. Thick stems, iron dark leaves, resin beads shining on the ridges like black glass. The pestilence mist touched one. The bead absorbed it, then hardened. A clean gray scale formed on the reed. The crop had become more defensive than most people. Overachieving dirt, I said. Freya watched the reeds grow. She read the change immediately. The land was adapting to Grudna. Grudna planted one boot on a monster's back and drove it into the stone without looking down. That was enough to interest Grudna. I described the new crop as a plant that wanted armor. Good plant. She approved. The swarm did not. The remaining pestilence things started climbing over each other to get away from the soil they had come to raid. One slipped. Grudna punted it off the island. It disappeared into the cloud sea with a fading hiss. Freya reminded Grudna that she had claimed the fight. Grudna said that one had been leaving, which Freya treated as no longer being a threat. It was untidy. Fair. The fishing rod twitched in my hand. Small tug. Then a larger one. I glanced down at the line. The bobber had vanished under the cloud line. I turned the reel. Slowly. There was no rush. Grudna was currently holding a pestilence monster by one leg and using it like a mop. Freya stood beside the farm with her sword lowered, mostly protecting the sprout from splash damage. That was the correct division of labor. The line came up with weight on it. Not a chest. Too light. Not a fish. I had not seen a fish in this world. Could still happen. This place was making armored vegetables. The hook broke through the mist. A foil-wrapped Sovereign Soul TCG booster dangled from it. Single pack. Holographic seal. The letter on the front was clear. F. Item acquired. Sovereign Soul TCG F-grade single card booster. Infinite fishing rod. Daily guaranteed catch consumed. Caught something, I said. Freya looked over. Grudna did not. She was busy placing a monster into the crater where its friend had been, like filing paperwork. A booster? Freya asked. F-grade. Standard issue. I still had a Midas use in me today, and nothing better to spend it on while Grudna finished tidying up. I touched the booster. Midas touch. Upgrade? Yes, I said, mostly to myself. Light flickered around the foil, faint against the daylight, and 3 small wheels spun up over my palm. Sovereign slots. Spin and win big. Cancel to upgrade to E-grade booster, guaranteed. I let it spin. Watching wheels beat watching a fight I wasn't part of. The line dripped cloud water onto my sandal. The booster swung gently from the hook. Behind it, the fight continued. That was a generous word. 5 pestilence monsters remained, for we're trying to hide behind one another. The 5th tried a desperate charge at Grudna's ankle. She lifted her foot. The monster passed underneath. She set her foot down behind it. It stopped, then realized it had failed to accomplish anything except reposition itself. Grudna looked down. No. She tapped it with the butt of the axe. The tap made a crater. The monster was no longer in a condition to object. The ironroot bulwark reeds rustled. No wind. They leaned toward Grudna. The beads along their stems darkened, taking in the yellow pestilence haze and sealing it inside layered gray scales. The system produced another panel. Biotic synthesis yield increased. Ironroot bulwark reed patch stabilized. Passive effect. Cultivation tiles resist minor corruption. Resource cycle established. I said the crops had learned violence. Freya preferred discipline. Same family. Grudna finally looked back. Her axe rested on her shoulder again. There was yellow slime on the blade. It slid off by itself. Maybe it was afraid. More, she asked. The last 4 pestilence monsters stared at her. Then at the farm. Then at the edge. They chose the edge. Too late again. Grudna moved. Not fast like Freya. Fast like a wall, suddenly deciding distance was rude. Her axe swept low. 1 hit. All 4 monsters vanished over the rim in the same arc. No scream. Just 4 small trails of yellow mist, falling. The island went quiet. Mostly. The 3 wheels on my hook were still spinning. I had almost forgotten about them. Freya's sword angled toward the light. Grudna turned from the ruined swarm, bored expression finally sharpening by 1 notch. The wheels slowed. Sovereign slots resolving. That seems early, I said. I looked. Sovereign slots result. C, C, F. Double match, C grade. Booster upgraded, F grade to C grade. Sovereign Soul, TCG, C grade single card booster. No triple this time either. Budget booster, budget luck. 2 double matches out of 2 spins felt like it should mean something statistically alarming, but I had a fight to half-watch. It hung from the fishing hook, dripping cloud water onto my sandal, and glowed harder anyway. The holographic C on the seal pulsed like it had a tiny heartbeat and a poor sense of timing. Behind me, Grudna rested her axe on one shoulder. Freya stood beside the cultivation tiles, sword still out, wings half open to keep the last of the yellow mist away from the sprout. The pestilence swarm was over. Mostly. Something clicked under the island's rim. Then 3 scabbed claws hooked over the edge. Another pestilence thing dragged itself up, saw the stains where its friends had stopped being a problem, and froze. Then more came after it. Apparently the void mist still had inventory. Grudna noticed the extras almost cheerfully. Freya gave the polite version. They were persistent. Bad trait, I said. The booster twisted on the hook. The foil split. Not from my hand. From inside. The pack opened with a clean flash, like someone had cut daylight into strips and thrown them across the island. The system panel appeared in front of my face. Sovereign Soul TCG booster opened. Soul _ booster _ grade, C grade. Companion Soul acquired. Summon resolving. During pest control, I said. Efficient. The light struck the stone between the farm tiles and the broken practice ground. It did not form slowly. It arrived. 1 second there was empty air. The next, a woman landed barefoot on the cracked gray rock with 1 knee bent and 1 hand against the ground. Fox ears twitched through short, spiky silver hair. A matching silver tail snapped once behind her for balance. She had bright amber eyes, warm dark brown skin, a wiry athletic build, and the general expression of someone who had already decided where all the exits were. Sleeveless ochre yellow tunic. Dark brown leather leggings. No shoes. That last part seemed risky on volcanic rock. She looked unbothered. Good. That was becoming a hiring standard. The system finished its paperwork. Companion summoned. Sora, the Windwalker. Species, Fox Beastkin. Role, Scout and Fast Travel Specialist. Bond level established, Stranger. Stat inheritance unlocked. C-grade contribution fixed, 18%. Sovereign rank, F. Still F. Rank at standards. Apparently, they were very relaxed standards for giving me women who could break local physics, but strict about letters. Sora's ears angled toward the crawling monsters. She rose. No wobble. No confusion. No long speech about fate. She measured Freya, Grudna, and me in that order, then checked my name like she was confirming the owner of an unusual smell. Kaito, she asked. Unfortunately. Her mouth curved, mischievous, and she accepted that as enough. The system said she belonged here. She looked like she had already decided that first. Another pestilence thing pulled itself fully onto the stone and lunged at the closest living target. That target was Sora. It chose poorly. The air under her foot shimmered. Not wings. Not a jump. A step. She stepped sideways onto nothing, and nothing held her. Wind curled under her bare sole like a transparent stare. The monster passed through the space where she had been and hit the ground face first. Sora was already above it. One heel dropped. The impact snapped through the monster's spine and cracked the rock beneath it. Fast, not delicate. Important distinction. Grudna watched the crater form and judged Sora by the standards of a woman who used an axe as punctuation. Good scout, she said. Apparently not breaking on the first impact counted. High bar. Sora kicked off the air. The wind caught her again. She crossed the whole island in 2 steps, each one landing on an invisible current. Her tail cut balance lines behind her. Her ears tracked movement before her eyes turned. 3 pestilence things came over the far edge at once. Sora blurred. There was a soft crack of pressure. Then she was behind them. All 3 monsters folded at the knees, then at the ribs, then off the island. They vanished into the cloud sea in a neat row. Freya identified the movement as wind walking. Sora confirmed it with a backward glance, and Freya rated it useful in the same tone she used for clean sword edges and properly stacked supplies. Usually, Sora said. Another monster tried to spit yellow mist at the farm. Freya's wing blocked it. The mist hissed against white feathers and burned away. Grudna's axe solved the monster. Sora solved the ones that were still deciding. She did not run. Running needed ground. She used ground as a suggestion. Step on stone. Step on air. Step on the side of a rising wind ribbon. Turn midair. Drop with enough force to make the cracked practice arena file another complaint. The last pestilence thing climbed halfway up, saw Sora standing on empty sky, 3 paces above it, and stopped. She crouched on the air. That looked rude. Leaving? She asked. The monster clicked. Sora flicked 1 foot. A narrow blade of compressed wind snapped down. The monster disappeared from the rim. No drama. Just gravity finishing the receipt. The island went quiet again. This time it meant it. The ironroot bulwark reeds rustled around the soil tiles. The pebble thorn sprout had survived the second pestilence inspection. It now had 2 leaves and the smug look of a plant that had watched other creatures die for its benefit. The system chimed. Threat neutralized. Pestilence larval swarm. Combat contribution logged. Sora. Ability identified. Windwalking. Mobility profile. Extreme. Durability assessment. Stable. Stable, I said. Sora dropped from the air and landed beside me. The landing did not make a sound. Then the stone cracked half an inch under 1 heel. So much for delicate. She looked down at the crack. This ground is small. It used to be smaller. Her amber eyes moved across the territory. Ether spring. Farm tiles. Ironroot reeds. Broken arena. Grudna, covered in monster slime that had already given up sticking to her armor. Freya. Perfectly clean because Freya seemed to have a personal treaty with mess. Me, sitting with a fishing rod and the remains of a booster pack. Sora's ears twitched once. She wanted to know how far it went. Not the island. Everything. I looked at the horizon. White clouds. Open sky. Void mist under the edges, thick and pale, hiding anything lower than a bad idea. No clue. Freya sheathed her sword and summarized her patrols. No visible land mass nearby, at least from above. Sora looked pleased by the gap in the information. Then I will check below the sight line. Grudna warned her the mist bites. Sora's answer had exactly the right amount of bad judgment. Mist can try. That was a good answer. I stood and detached the empty booster foil from the hook. I told her to try not to fall. Sora grinned and explained that falling was only a matter of choosing the direction. Elegant nonsense, I said. Accurate nonsense. She stepped backward off the island. Freya's wing twitched. Grudna's hand tightened on her axe. I watched Sora drop. For maybe 1 second. Then wind snapped under her feet. She stopped in open air below the island's rim, standing sideways against a current no one else could see. Her tail streamed behind her in the mist. Her silver ears cut a sharp line against the white. The void mist curled toward her. It did not touch. Each step she took pushed it aside, carving a narrow tunnel through the cloud. Then she moved. Minutes became rude. Sora crossed the visible horizon faster than Freya could have taken wing from a standing start. She did not fly in a straight line. She ran the air. Across. Down. Up. Around the underside of the island. Out beyond the reach of normal sight. The pressure trails of her steps stayed behind for a breath. Thin silver-white arcs through the mist, then faded. The system tracked her like it was also impressed, and trying not to say so. Windwalking range test in progress. Scout unit, Sora. Bond level, stranger. Sovereign rank, F. It keeps saying F, I said. Freya reminded me that was my rank. I know. It feels committed. Grudna wiped her axe on a pestilence-stained patch of stone. The patch looked cleaner afterward. Unclear who won. She approved of Sora's speed and hitting power in the fewest possible words. Good. She walked back to the farm and inspected the ironroot reeds like she had personally trained them. Maybe she had. Biotic synthesis did not seem picky about metaphor. Freya stood at the edge, eyes following the fading trails. She explained that Sora's movement ignored conventional aerial limits, which sounded expensive. I pointed out that we had received her from a C-grade booster, making her technically a budget scout. Freya looked at me. An 18% inheritance from a specialist with that speed is not budget. I considered that. My body already felt different. Not dramatic. No flaming aura. No revelation. Just the quiet sense that distance had become less meaningful. That my eyes caught smaller movements in the mist. That my balance had improved enough to make the island edge look slightly less like immediate administrative failure. The panel agreed. Stat inheritance applied. Sora contribution, fixed at 18%. Kaito strength / vitality / perception adjusted. Inheritance percentage will not change with bond level. Convenient, I said. My sandals did not leave the ground. I was comfortable with that. 5 minutes passed. Maybe 6. Hard to measure time when the clock was a sky full of identical white nothing. Sora returned from below first, not from the direction she had left. She came up behind us, stepping out of the void mist with one foot on a curl of wind and the other landing on the island's edge. No panting, no trembling, no dramatic injury. Her tunic was dry. Her tail shook once, scattering mist like dust. Freya asked for the report. Sora's grin had thinned. Not worried. Focused. She had found open sky east and west until her wind-walking range thinned. North and south were deep void mist with no land shadow, no heat wake, and no stone scent. Grudna was disappointed by the lack of anything worth hitting, so Sora clarified the bad news. No enemies big enough to threaten us, no organized nest below, only wandering mist traces. Freya's expression stayed composed. No islands. Sora shook her head. Silver ears flicked with the motion. No islands. The word sat on the little grown territory. Beside the glowing ether spring. Beside 16 soil tiles. Beside the armored reeds. Beside one dead swarm and one living sprout. No silhouettes. No distant lanterns. No voices. No convenient neighboring paradise. No visitor making the mistake of arriving early. Just us. The pebble. The open sky. The void mist in every direction Sora could reach. I looked at the horizon. It looked back with absolutely nothing. So, confirmed. Sora tilted her head, waiting for the official diagnosis. Bad neighborhood, I said. Grudna laughed once. Freya did not. Sora's grin returned by 1 degree. The system panel opened, calm and bright. Scout report logged. Nearby sovereign territories detected, 0. Nearby settlements detected, 0. Nearby external contacts detected, 0. Environmental condition, open sky, void mist. Conclusion, isolated territory. I read it twice. Same result. No hidden island. No rescue. No rival. No audience. As far as Sora's wind walking could carry her, we were completely alone up here. That was fine. More room for the pebble. The island expanded while I slept. That was rude of it. Not dangerous. Just rude. I woke up with my heel on grass instead of stone. Actual grass. Thin. Dark green. Still damp from the ether spring mist. The pebble had added another strip of land during the night and failed to announce it before placing it under my foot. Poor manners. I sat up. The sky was still empty. Sora's report had not changed while I was unconscious. No islands. No settlements. No external contacts. No convenient neighbor with a loud opinion. Just open sky, void mist, and our increasingly less embarrassing rock. Freya stood near the edge, wings folded, watching the horizon like it owed her money. Grudna was by the ironroot bulwark reeds, arms crossed, inspecting their growth with the expression of a commander reviewing troops. Sora was upside down on a current of wind above the ether spring. She had 1 foot hooked under nothing. Her tail hung toward the water. The physics looked tired. Morning, I said. Sora twisted in the air and landed on the grass without a sound. Then the new ground flexed half an inch under her heel. Still not delicate. Sora informed me the land had grown. I told her it had ambushed my sandal. Freya turned and supplied the practical version. The last expansion from yesterday's bond activity had completed before dawn. Final for yesterday, I said. Freya confirmed it. Good. The island was no longer 10 meters. It had not become a continent. It had become a place where 4 people could stand without accidentally joining the cloud layer. Progress. There was the original gray volcanic slab in the center, still jagged enough to remind everyone where this started. Around it, fresh soil made a rough crescent. 16 farm tiles sat in clean rows. Pebble thorn sprouts leaned toward the ether spring. Ironroot reeds grew along the outer edge like small armored spears. The practice ground remained cracked. Grudna had improved it by making more cracks. That was her design language. A fresh panel appeared. Heart-sown territory update complete. Land growth source. Bond level milestones achieved. Active companions. Freya, Grudna, Sora. Territory. 325 square meters confirmed. Hued growth fully manifested. Territory stability. Rising. Sovereign rank. F. 325 square meters. From a 10-meter rock in 3 days. I did the division so I wouldn't have to feel anything about it. 32.5 times the size I woke up on. Still F. Very loyal letter. I stood and stretched. My body felt ordinary for about 1 second. Then I bent down to pick up a loose stone and crushed it between 2 fingers by accident. Gray powder fell onto the grass. I looked at it. Stone quality is poor, I said. Freya walked over. She pointed out that the stone had been part of the original core. Then original quality is poor. Sora grinned. Grudna snorted a laugh through her nose. The system did not. It opened another panel. Stat inheritance audit initiated. Audit, I said. Sora's ears twitched. She wanted to know if that was bad. Usually boring. It was boring. Then it became less boring. The panel widened until it blocked half the farm. Very dramatic for arithmetic. Bond resonance, active. Stat inheritance is fixed at companion summon resolution. Inheritance values do not change with bond level. Freya, the champion. Soul _ booster _ grade at resolution, triple S grade. Fixed stat inheritance, 50%. Grudna, the warbreaker. Soul _ booster _ grade at resolution, S grade. Fixed stat inheritance, 39%. Sora, the windwalker. Soul _ booster _ grade at resolution, C grade. Fixed stat inheritance, 18%. Combined fixed stat inheritance total, 107%. I stared at the number. 107%. That seemed impolite. Not wrong. Just impolite. Sora asked if that was high. Freya looked at the panel, then at me, and gave the obvious answer. Grudna leaned closer and translated it into something more useful, higher than one whole warrior. Apparently, I am carrying one whole warrior and 7% of a complaint. Sora's grin sharpened. She made it clear the complaint came from the three of them. That explains the complaint. The panel ignored us again. Rank threshold evaluation in progress. Sovereign rank ladder. F to E to D to C to B to A to S to transcendent. Current rank, F. Territory mass, expanded beyond initial seed state. Resource diversity, ether spring, cultivation tiles, biotic synthesis yield. Bond profile, multiple companion bonds established. Fixed stat inheritance total, 107%. The air became still, not in a threatening way. More like the world had stopped to count on its fingers. The farm leaves stopped moving. The ether spring glow brightened. The ironroot reeds clicked softly as their armor scales locked together. Sora looked toward the horizon. Nothing came from it. Good. If the world wanted to be impressed, it could do that privately. Evaluation result. Threshold exceeded. Note. Fixed stat inheritance total alone exceeds minimum promotion requirement. Territory development confirms promotion. Bond level progression confirms promotion. So the land was extra credit, I said. Freya confirmed it. Efficient. The panel flashed. Clean white. No thunder. No choir. No pillar of divine light. Just a sound like glass tapping glass. Sovereign rank breakthrough confirmed. Rank F to rank E. Current sovereign rank, E. Rank breakthrough territory bonus, plus 50 square meters. Territory, 325 square meters to 375 square meters. Apparently the letter came with a housewarming gift. My bones warmed. That was the whole sensation. One breath, then done. The grass bent away from me in a small ring and straightened again. The ether spring sent up one blue ripple. The ironroot reeds grew another row of gray scales. The pebble thorn sprouts produced tiny black buds at their tips. Sora's ears flattened for half a second. Grudna's grin widened. Freya bowed her head. I checked my hands. Same hands. Still attached. More durable, probably. The system opened a smaller panel. Rank E benefits applied. Territory command tolerance increased. Passive stat capacity increased. Settlement _ tier upgrade pathways expanded. Current settlement _ tier, camp. Camp, Grudna said. She said it like an insult aimed at wood. There was no wood yet. It still sounded accurate. Freya lifted her gaze from the panel and observed that rank E had arrived already. I observed that the letter had changed. She took that letter more seriously than I did. To the letter, maybe. Sora walked a slow circle around me. She sniffed once. She decided I smelled different. Not better. More like pressure. Unfortunate. Grudna stepped up and held out her fist. I looked at it. large fist, tusks, broad grin. This was probably a congratulations ritual or an attempted structural test. With Grudna, those were close relatives. I tapped her knuckles with mine. The impact made a low crack through the ground. The new grass shook. My hand did not break. Neither did hers. Grudna looked delighted. Grudna approved of the result and admitted it had been a small test. Next time label it. No. Fair. Freya inspected the ground fracture. She reported that my baseline durability had increased significantly. Good. Saves bandages. She reminded me that we did not have bandages. Even better. Sora hopped backward onto a wind current and sat cross-legged in the air. Sora wanted to know if the place was ranky now. Freya corrected the category error. I was rank E, while the territory remained separate from sovereign rank even though it contributed to assessment. Sora nodded. Letters had rules. Too many, I said. The system produced a quiet chime, offended but polite. Reminder, sovereign rank is distinct from settlement _ tier, soul _ booster _ grade, gathering _ tier, bond level, and stat inheritance. Sora noted that it had heard me. Good. Saves us a seminar. The morning continued. No celebration happened. That would have required planning. Freya resumed Horizon Watch. Sora ran another short loop below the island and came back with the same report. Nothing. Still isolated. Still quiet. Still ours. Grudna harvested the first hardened resin bead from an iron root reed by pinching it between 2 fingers and pulling. The reed bent. It did not break. Grudna approved of that more than most people. I checked the fishing rod. The line had been hanging over the side since dawn. The bobber was gone. That meant either a catch or a dramatic misunderstanding. I reeled. The line came up heavy. Not alive. No tugging. Just weight. Sora landed beside me and peered over the edge. She identified a chest, then checked it the way only Sora could. Fresh, undamaged, and carrying no scent of anyone else. Good. No one attached. No story attached. Just loot. The chest broke through the void mist and swung under the hook. It was small enough to lift with one hand now. That was new. Iron banded. Plain. Stamped with the system mark on top. Not debris. Not somebody's lost inheritance. Just a system chest, because this world enjoyed putting choices on hooks. I set it on the grass. The panel opened at once. Ether chest acquired. Rod tier, infinite. Contents reflect maximum available quality for this catch type. No choice to make this time. No panel asking me to pick a side. I opened it. The lid lifted. Inside, no foil, no holographic seal, nobody waiting to introduce herself. Just materials, more of them than the chest looked big enough to hold, stacked in clean, matched blocks like the system took some pride in presentation. Contents, premium crafting materials. Quality tier, maximum, infinite rod guarantee. Sovereign Soul TCG booster, not this catch. Sora asked if that meant no new companion this time. It did. She looked personally offended on my behalf. There'll be another one, I said. There's always another one. I wrapped both hands around the empty chest and pulled. The whole thing folded inward, boards and bands dissolving into clean blocks of pale timber, dark stone, iron bolts, resin cord, and packed fiber. Chest shell broken down. Bonus crafting materials acquired. Crafting materials, 0 to 850. 2 hauls from 1 catch. Contents, then container. The system apparently didn't believe in wasted packaging. 850. I had no intuition yet for what that number meant. Grudna's face suggested it meant something. Freya looked from the materials to me. No pressure. Grudna looked at the number. Lots of pressure. Her eyes narrowed. 850, she said, like she was tasting it. She had opinions. She pointed at the current camp. The current camp was a flat area beside a spring, a farm, and some armored weeds. That was not a camp. That was a location with confidence. Grudna said we needed beams, then began listing what the beams were for before anyone made the mistake of asking twice. Walls, storage, a forge base, a weapon rack, a reinforced sleeping hall, a raised watch platform, gate posts. Freya sighed quietly. Gate to where? I asked. She pointed at the open sky. Away. Strong concept. Sora laughed. Freya looked like she was considering correcting the entire list, then did not. Probably because part of it was useful. The camped here, nothing around us was still the actual bottleneck. Rank E, still sleeping next to a glowing puddle with no roof, no storage, and now 850 units of materials sitting in a pile with nowhere organized to go. Grudna's grin spread slowly. That was usually the warning before architecture became violence. She picked up an iron bolt, surveyed the empty grass, and started rattling off everything she wanted built. Walls, a forge, axe clearance for the sleeping hall, with the enthusiasm of someone who had been waiting all week for actual lumber. First real settlement _ tier upgrade hall confirmed. Eligible building improvements detected. Root cellar, 120 materials. Storage rack expansion, 90 materials. Defensive palisade ring, 340 materials. Storage was its own line item. Apparently, even the system agreed that a pile in the grass didn't count as infrastructure. Grudna pointed at all of them. We discuss, she said. It did not sound like a discussion. Grudna's discussion lasted 9 minutes and ended exactly where Sora's one good idea landed, a root cellar. Cool ground, chest space now, root vegetables later, and nothing for Grudna to argue underground. It is a hole with ambition, Grudna said. Fine. I approve the hole. The system accepted this as governance. Construction path selected. Camp tier auxiliary structure, root cellar. Crafting materials allocated, 120. Crafting materials, 850 to 730. Settlement _ tier, remains, camp. Sovereign rank, E. The land humped. Not much. Just enough to be smug. The fresh soil beside the ether spring compacted into a square patch. Stone slabs slid up from underneath the grass. Timber beams arranged themselves in a frame that would have taken us several hours and one argument about axe clearance. The system did it in 30 seconds. Grudna looked offended by the clean workmanship. I told her she could damage it later. She called that improving it. Same verb. The new root cellar had a slanted door for steps and cold air breathing out of it. No ornament. No magic glow. Just wood, stone, and a smell like damp earth. For something built on a floating island, it was very committed to being underground. Sora dropped off her wind current and landed at the entrance. Her ears angled down. There was something inside. Vegetables? I asked. No. Good. Too early for vegetables with secrets. Freya drew her sword. Grudna picked up her axe with the expression of a woman who had wanted the cellar to contain a problem. I walked down first because I was the sovereign and because the stairs were narrow. Also because I was closest. At the bottom sat a chest. Small. Iron-banded. Half sunk into the packed dirt floor like the root cellar had been built around it by accident. There were no footprints. No old bones. No owner. Just a system mark on the lid and a thin line of pale light around the lock. I looked at it. Fresh chest. Freya lowered her sword by 1 inch. Generated with the structure. Sora leaned over my shoulder from the stairs and wondered if this one held a booster or another pile. No way to know until it opened. There hadn't been a choice about that part in a while. The panel opened above the lid. Ether chest acquired. Origin, root cellar cache. Rod tier, infinite. Grudna eyed it anyway, out of habit. We had just bought the hole. Grudna argued that it needed shelves. Later, I touched the lid. The chest clicked. The lock vanished. The lid lifted on its own. Inside was one foil-wrapped booster pack. Holographic seal. Large letter F. Sovereign Soul TCG Booster acquired. Soul_Booster_grade, F grade. Open Booster. Midas Touch, upgrade. Today's uses were still untouched. I touched the booster. Sovereign Slots result, C, F, C. Double Match, C grade. Booster upgraded, F grade to C grade. Another C, I said. Sora called that budget companion territory. Freya objected on principle. I am affordable excellence, Sora said. Grudna snorted. I opened the booster. The foil split cleanly. Green gold light spilled out, soft at first, then sharp enough to paint leaves across the cellar walls where no leaves existed. The air filled with the smell of old paper. Ink. Rain on bark. Then something the size of my palm shot out of the pack, bounced off my forehead, and hovered in front of my face. She had gossamer dragonfly wings moving too fast to count. Long straight auburn hair. Emerald green eyes. Pale skin. A deep forest green scholar's robe cinched with a silver belt. Small build. Very small. Currently irritated. Ow, she said. Same. She blinked at me. Then at the cellar. Then at Freya, Grudna, and Sora packed onto the stairs behind me. Her wings hummed harder. The system finished announcing her like it had not just fired her at my skull. Companion summoned. Alara, the archivist. Species, fairy. Role, resource management and lore expert. Bond level established, stranger. Stat inheritance, unlocked. C-grade contribution fixed, 18%. Sovereign rank, E. My body adjusted again. Quietly. No light show inside my bones. Just a small sharpening behind the eyes and the sudden ability to remember the exact number of stone slabs in the cellar wall. 48. Annoying. Alara floated backward and demanded the standard audit immediately. Territory size, resource profile, rank, companion count, and initial island grade. Hello to you too. She did not move past the greeting. She wanted numbers. I gave her the exact version. Rank E, for companions including her, started as 10 square meters of bad volcanic rock, currently standing at 375. She went still. Her wings did not stop. They just became a clear blur. She repeated the important parts twice, as if the words might improve under pressure. Impossible. The empty chest sat by my feet, forgotten in the excitement. I wrapped both hands around it and pulled anyway. The shelf folded inward, what was left of the wood and banding breaking down into a smaller, tidier pile than yesterday's. Chest shell broken down. Bonus crafting materials acquired, 65. Crafting materials, 730 to 795. Habit paid off, 795, and I hadn't even finished processing the fairy yet. Freya stepped aside to let her fly up the stairs. Alara did not take the stairs. She shot up through the opening and into daylight. We followed. By the time I reached the grass, she was full human height. Still winged. Still in the same green scholar's robe. The silver belt sat at her waist now instead of looking like thread. Her expression had become serious enough to justify the extra height. She turned slowly. She saw the ether spring. The cultivation tiles. The ironroot bulwark reeds. The cracked practice ground. The root cellar. The expanded land curling around the original gray slab. Then she saw the system panels I had left open because closing them required effort. Her eyes moved across the audit lines. Freya, triple S grade. Fixed stat inheritance, 50%. Grudna, S grade. Fixed stat inheritance, 39%. Sora, C grade. Fixed stat inheritance, 18%. Alara, C grade. Fixed stat inheritance, 18%. Combined total now, 125%. Alara read it twice. Then a third time. 4, she said, very quietly. 4 Sovereign Soul TCG boosters, resolved, in 9 days. Most surviving sovereigns fight entire campaigns for a single confirmed pull. Some die without ever touching one. We've been lucky. That word does not cover this. No, she said again, differently. Sora claimed that had also been her first reaction. Freya corrected the record. Sora kept the record flexible. It could have been. Alara pointed at the land with one shaking finger. Island size is fixed at summoning. It is the first law of sovereign territory. Not a guideline. Not a folk rule. Fixed. Birth mass determines capacity, resource profile, and survival ceiling. Ours missed the seminar, I said. She stared at me, then at Grudna. Grudna shrugged and explained the situation with the full legal precision of someone standing on the evidence. Alara said it could not grow. Grudna indicated that it had. It is ground. Alara opened her mouth, closed it, opened it again. Sora leaned toward me. She is doing better than expected. Low bar. Alara heard that. Her emerald eyes narrowed, and she wanted to know why nobody here seemed alarmed. Freya admitted the roster had been, earlier. Sora shortened the duration. Grudna gestured at the crops and reached the practical conclusion. Then we used it. Alara put both hands to her temples as the full crime organized itself in her head. You used an impossible land expansion anomaly as a farming solution. Yes. Also defensive reeds. Also walking space. Freya considered adding something. She chose mercy. Alara lowered her hands and tried academy economics on me. Apparently, Etheria's scholars would pay vaults of ether shards to observe the impossible island, enough to buy survey rights, contract labor, tool licenses, seed stock, defensive arrays, and perhaps a minor archive charter. We had no academy nearby. Alara called that fortunate. For the academy. Good. She was learning. Alara walked the island after that. Full height at first. Then palm-sized when she wanted to inspect routes. Then full height again when Grudna suggested widening the cellar with an axe. Every size came with wings. No exceptions. She took inventory faster than the system. Spring output. Soil density. Reed durability. Stone stress. Food stock. Crafting materials. Potential ether shard value, if any of it could be traded without attracting idiots. There were no idiots nearby. Sora had checked. Alara found that part disturbing too. No neighboring sovereigns within scout range was statistically uncommon. We are collecting those. She gave me a flat look. Not bad. For a stranger. The system panel chimed. Resource management assessment updated. Alara contribution registered. Bond level, stranger. Sovereign rank remains, E. Settlement _ tier, remains, camp. Remains, I said. Grudna looked personally betrayed. Shelves, she said. Later, Alara had returned to the root cellar. Palm-sized again. Her wings cast faint glass shadows on the dirt floor as she hovered over the open chest. It should have been empty. Mostly it was. Then she stopped above one inner corner. There was a false seam. I pointed out that the chest had already paid out. This is not payout. She slipped both hands into a crack between the inner band and the wood. For something small, she pulled hard. A thin scrap came free. Not paper. Not bark. Something gray and fibrous that looked older than both. The letters on it were faded. Not system script. Alara grew to full height without looking away from the scrap. Her wings brushed the cellar beams. She did not apologize to the beams. For a scholar, that seemed serious. This predates the sovereign selection, she said. Freya descended one step. Sora's ears flattened. Grudna stopped complaining about shelves. I looked at the scrap. Old receipt. Alara did not smile. Her thumb hovered over one damaged phrase. She read it silently. Then read it again. Her face changed by a very small amount. Enough. I do not like what this phrase implies, she said. The cellar went quiet. The system did not open a panel. That was new. The cellar stayed quiet for 12 seconds, which was unusual all by itself. Usually the system liked explaining things. It explained ranks. It explained tool tiers. It explained loot ethics with the confidence of a clerk who had never been punched. Now it had nothing to say about Alera's old scrap. That was either important or inconvenient. Possibly both. Alera stood in the root cellar with the gray fibrous fragment between both hands. Full height. Wings tucked close. Her emerald eyes moved over the damaged phrase again. Freya watched the stairwell. Sora listened to the air. Grudna looked at the chest as if it had hidden the scrap specifically to annoy her. I waited. Nothing attacked us. Nothing whispered. No ancient scholar rose from the dirt floor to begin a lecture. Good. I had not scheduled one. Alera still did not like it. I told her that had been recorded. By whom? Me. She looked up. Very serious. Very tiny dust mark on her cheek. She explained that the phrase was not system terminology. It pointed toward pre-selection territorial preparation, maybe ritual, maybe administrative, which sounded exciting until she made it clear that it was not. Better, I said. Alera folded the scrap carefully and slid it into the silver belt pouch at her waist. The pouch had not been visible before. Fairy clothing had useful secrets. The system still did not comment. Sora leaned over the stair rail and asked if we were investigating. Alera shut that down immediately. The fragment was incomplete, the context was missing, and guessing loudly would be irresponsible. I nodded. I support quiet irresponsibility only. Freya sheathed her sword. Then we continue today's work. Grudna's head turned. Slowly, like a siege engine remembering it had wheels. Walls, she said. There it was. The real emergency. Not the old scrap. Not the silent system. Not the fixed-size law sitting in a corner and failing at its job. Walls. We climbed out of the root cellar. The island above was still calm. The ether spring glowed blue. The farm tiles were damp. Ironroot bulwark reeds clicked in the breeze along the edge. The sky was empty in every direction. No islands. No visitors. No monsters. No dramatic speck on the horizon. Just white clouds and void mist under a growing patch of land that had started as a bad rock. Sora jogged to the edge, crouched, and sniffed the wind. Then she hopped onto a current and vanished around the underside for a short scout loop. She came back 2 minutes later and reported nothing. Grudna pointed at her like the scouting report had proved every argument she had not bothered making. You want walls because nothing is there? Sora asked. Best time. Hard to argue. Also easy to argue. Freya chose not to. She walked to the material piles beside the root cellar. We still had timber, stone, iron bolts, resin cord, packed fiber, system-stamped ingots. Less than yesterday. Enough to make Grudna's eyes bright. That was usually how supplies died. Alera opened a small green ledger. I did not see where it came from. Another fairy storage crime. Settlement_tier remains camp, she said. Available construction paths should be limited. Palisades, reinforcement posts, watch markers, basic storage racks, low retaining walls, irrigation frames, and possibly a gate if the system accepts symbolic access control. Grudna wanted a gate. Sora tried to make that make sense with directions and destinations. Out, Grudna said. Sora gave up on parsing that and just looked at me instead. I had nothing. The logic was ugly but complete. Freya studied the edge and pointed out that a full defensive wall could restrict movement and visibility if placed poorly. Grudna's shoulders rose. Happy. She heard an objection. She lived there. Then place it well. Freya reminded her that we had no incoming threat. Grudna treated that as a benefit. It meant they could measure without screaming. Freya paused, then nodded once. Reasonable. Grudna looked disappointed that the argument ended so quickly. The day had barely started, and she had already lost a battle by winning it. Alera glanced between them and noticed that everyone was treating this as normal. Sora summarized the new normal as Grudna wanting to build a fort around an empty sky. That is not normal, Alera said. It is now fair. The system opened a construction panel. Settlement construction interface. Current settlement _ tier, camp. Current sovereign rank, E. Crafting materials available, 795. Eligible project detected. Defensive palisade ring. Cost 340. Classification, precautionary fortification. Threat response requirement, none. I pointed out that the panel said none. Grudna leaned toward it and decided the system understood readiness. Freya and Alara checked the classification between them. Defensive palisade ring. Camp tier. Infrastructure within the current tier, not an upgrade to outpost. Grudna made a low sound. Camp with walls is better than camp without walls. A deep truth, I said. The panel expanded. Project details. Outer ring, stone footings, timber palisade, iron brace nodes. Gate, single reinforced entry span. Watch points, for low platforms. Integration, iron root, bulwark reed line. Construction time, 3 hours. Land expansion required, none. Crafting materials, 795 to 455 after allocation. Confirm allocation? Sora got stuck on the 3-hour estimate for a whole wall. Alara corrected the scale before anyone got impressed. It was a camp tier palisade, and the system compressed labor once materials were allocated. Grudna folded her arms and called it too fast. You want it slower? I asked. She did not. She wanted to hit things into place. Freya looked at the empty horizon. Then at Grudna. You can run drills while it builds. That was mercy. Also bait. Grudna accepted both. I touched the panel. Confirm. The material piles lifted off the grass. No hands. No ropes. Just system authority and poor respect for gravity. Timber beams sorted themselves by length. Stone blocks slid toward the island's outer edge. Iron bolts spun in neat little formations. Resin cord uncoiled like obedient snakes. Cord remained cord. The grass around the perimeter flattened into a clean construction line. The original gray volcanic slab stayed exposed in the center. The farm tiles remained untouched. The ether spring kept glowing, unconcerned by urban planning. The first stone footing rose near the edge. Then another. Then another. They formed a rough ring around the usable land. Not too close to the drop. Not too close to the crops. Freya had clearly adjusted the placement before I confirmed. Good. I liked when decisions were made without requiring me to stand up twice. Grudna walked beside the forming ring with her axe on one shoulder and tried to negotiate it higher, thicker, and less polite. Murder holes. The panel flickered. Camp tier project does not support murder holes. Grudna squinted. Coward. Alara made a note in her ledger. The interface rejects advanced fortification elements. It rejects good sense, Grudna said. Sora perched on one of the half-formed stone footings and rode it upward like an elevator until Freya looked at her. She hopped off and claimed stability testing. You were enjoying yourself, Freya said. Both can be true. The first timber stakes dropped into place. They were simple. Dark wood. Flat tops cut at a forward angle. Iron braces cinched them to the stone base. The iron root reeds along the edge bent toward the wall. Their armored leaves threaded through gaps in the lower frame. The system accepted the integration with a satisfied chime. Biotic synthesis material integration successful. Iron root bulwark reed line assigned as living reinforcement. Maintenance burden reduced. Defensive value increased. Grudna grinned. Good plants. The reeds clicked. Probably wind. Probably. Alara shrank to palm size and zipped along the footings, inspecting every seam. She called out the lack of mortar. Freya identified it as system-fit stone. Alara decided it was still worth noting, because she noted everything. That is why I am useful. Accurate. I sat on a remaining stone block that had not yet been consumed. It lifted 2 inches under me, then stopped. The system panel flashed. Construction material obstructed. Occupied, I said. The block lowered. Another block took its place in the wall. Good. Flexible contractor. For the first hour, nothing happened except construction. That was the point. No shriek from the mist. No shadow passing over the sun. No rival sovereign arriving to ask why the pebble had teeth now. Just walls going up because Grudna had looked at empty sky and decided it needed boundaries. Freya humored her properly. Not with words. With a measuring line for corrected post angles and one quiet suggestion about the gate facing the flattest interior path. Grudna pretended not to appreciate it. Badly. The gate posts rose thicker than the rest. Stone base. Timber frame. Iron crossbrace. No ornament. No glowing sigils. No dramatic crest. Just a practical doorway in a wall around a place nobody was trying to enter. Freya wanted the gate to open inward so an exterior force could not block it closed. Grudna wanted it outward because outward hit people. Freya pointed out the missing people. Future people, Grudna said. Freya looked at the empty sky, then closed her eyes for half a second. Dual hinge. Alara snapped her fingers. The panel updated. Gate configuration adjusted. Bidirectional reinforced hinge. Additional iron brace cost. Minor. Accept? I accepted. Grudna looked satisfied. Freya looked satisfied. That was suspicious. Sora looked bored and began racing the wall as it formed. The wall lost. It was a wall. By the second hour, the ring had become obvious. It did not make the island look like a fortress. Camp Tier had limits. It made the island look like someone had drawn a thick, practical line around the important parts and told gravity to mind itself. That was enough. The watch platforms rose next. 4 of them. Low. Simple ladders. Wide enough for Freya to stand with folded wings. Strong enough for Grudna, according to the panel. Grudna climbed the first one before it finished. The platform settled an inch, then reinforced itself with 2 extra braces. Load recalibrated. Grudna laughed and called it a smart wall. Sora called it a scared wall. Also useful. Freya took the opposite platform and scanned the horizon. Professional. Unnecessary. Still professional. Alara remained near the root cellar, cross-checking material costs against the panel. Alara calculated that the build should still leave enough for root cellar shelves. Grudna turned sharply at that, then pointed at her with deep respect. Good scholar. Alara blinked, then wrote that down too. At the start of the 3rd hour, the system added the last ring section behind the farm. The crops were now inside the wall. The ether spring was inside the wall. The root cellar was inside the wall. The crack practice ground was inside the wall. The original pebble sat in the middle like an old bone nobody had thrown away because it was funny. I walked the inside path once. No gaps. No sharp edges facing inward. No gate to nowhere jokes except the obvious one. The bidirectional gate opened when I pushed it. Then opened the other way when Grudna pushed it harder. It survived. Good gate. Sora darted over the top without touching it and announced that she could ignore the whole thing. Alara called it flight. Sora corrected it to wind walking. Either way, she could ignore many things. It's a gift. Freya landed beside the gate. Her armor made no sound on the grass. She noted that the palisade would not stop a serious assault. Grudna tapped one tusk with a thumb and pointed out that nothing serious was here. So it stops everything currently attacking. Freya considered that. Technically, yes. Grudna looked very pleased by technical victory. The final brace locked into place with a clean metal click. The wall gave one low hum. The iron root reeds along its base shivered and settled into the gaps like living armor. The system opened a last panel. Camp Tier perimeter project complete. Defensive palisade ring established. Settlement _tier remains, camp. Sovereign rank remains, E. Crafting materials, 455 remaining. Territory enclosed, 375 square meters. Threat response events during construction, 0. External visitors during construction, 0. Damage taken, 0. Repairs required, 0. Efficient, I said. The wall stood. The gate stood. The 4 platforms stood. The sky stayed empty. The clouds drifted under us with no opinion. No monster crawled out to test the palisade. No stranger arrived to be impressed. No warning panel opened. The old scrap in Alara's pouch remained old and quiet. The system did not explain it. The wall did not need to do anything. That made it the most successful defense possible. Probably. Grudna stood on the forward platform with her axe on her shoulder, staring over the completed wall at absolutely nothing. She waited. The nothing continued. Her grin faded by 1%. Humph, she said. Freya stood beside the gate, calm as ever. Sora sat on top of the palisade, tail flicking. Alara made a final note. I looked at the perfect empty horizon, then over at Grudna. She looked almost disappointed. Morning found us with rank E, 375 square meters of territory, and 455 crafting materials banked. That was the useful version. The poetic version was that my pebble now had a wall, a root cellar, a spring, crops, defensive reeds, for summoned companions, and enough empty sky around it to stay pleasant. I preferred the useful version. Numbers did not try to make a point. Sovereign rank, E. Territory, 375 square meters. Crafting materials available, 455. Settlement_tier, camp. The palisade had survived the night. This was not impressive because nothing had attacked it. Still counted. Grudna walked the inner ring at sunrise and inspected every brace as if the wall had committed a small crime while nobody watched. She found nothing wrong, which seemed to disappoint her. Freya checked the gate, the 4 platforms, and the sight lines with the same calm precision she brought to everything. Sora ran the top rail once, just because it was there. Alara told her not to call that a structural test. Sora called it a morale audit. I let the audit pass. The island had become large enough that walking from one side to the other took more than a few seconds. Not long. Still not a kingdom. But the original gray slab in the center looked less like a death sentence now and more like an ugly courtyard someone had forgotten to replace. That felt accurate. After breakfast, Alara opened her green ledger and began listing every recurring task the camp had grown without noticing. Spring draw, crop check, reed trimming, cellar inventory, wall inspection, fishing catch sorting, tool placement, companion watch rotations, material count, old fragment preservation. She did not like that the last item existed. Neither did the system, apparently. It had stayed quiet about the scrap all night. Good. If Ancient Mysteries wanted attention, they could file a request after chores. The conversation that followed was less a meeting and more Alara discovering we had been running a settlement by vibes and overwhelming numbers. Freya had kept us alive. Grudna had kept anything breakable intimidated. Sora had mapped the empty air. I had approved things when a blue panel appeared. This had worked. Alara hated that. This is not administration, she said. Correct. She looked at the wall, the cellar, the spring, the fields, and the original pebble. Then she made a note with enough force to threaten the page. The system agreed with her before I had to. Settlement construction interface. Current settlement_tier, camp. City center structure eligible. Project detected, town hall. Classification, camp tier civic core. Function, task registry, material ledger, settlement planning, roster coordination. Land expansion required, none. Projected territory after construction, 375 square meters. Crafting materials cost, 100. Grudna stared at the panel. Hall, she said. She liked the word. It sounded like a place where someone could put a bigger table than necessary. Sora asked if a town hall required a town. Alara explained that the system used settlement functions, not census dignity. Freya summarized it more cleanly. A center made the rest easier to manage. Good. I liked buildings that reduced future sentences. The panel showed a simple diagram. Stone base. Timber frame. One central room. Two side alcoves. A raised roof with vents. No tower. No crest. No glowing sigil. No throne. Camp Tier had manners. I checked the numbers again because we were pretending to be responsible. 455 materials in. 100 out. 355 left. No land growth. No rank movement. No surprise. That made it worth trying. Midas Touch inquiry. Target, Town Hall project. Property detected, settlement _ tier. Current project tier, camp. Upgrade blocked. Reason, settlement _ tier, cap, not advanced. Result, no Midas charge consumed. Rude, I said. Alara looked relieved. Grudna looked offended on my behalf and demanded to know why the hall could not become a fortress hall immediately. Alara gave her a tidy answer about infrastructure caps, settlement foundations, and the difference between a civic core and a defensive keep. Grudna accepted none of it. Freya accepted enough for both of them. I confirmed the build. Construction path selected. Camp Tier's city center structure, Town Hall. Crafting materials allocated, 100. Crafting materials, 455 to 355. Territory, 375 square meters to 375 square meters. Settlement _ tier, remains, camp. Sovereign rank remains, E. The material piles beside the cellar lifted again. Less dramatically this time. 100 materials was not palisade money. It was table money. Important difference. Stone slabs slid to the center, stopping just outside the original gray rock. The system refused to cover the pebble completely, which was either symbolism or poor flooring taste. Timber beams rose from the new foundation. Iron braces folded into corners. The roof assembled in flat practical sheets, with just enough overhang to keep rain off the door if rain ever learned how to reach us properly. The building formed in 24 minutes. Alara said the time compression was still absurd. I pointed at the 4 summoned women, the impossible territory, and the spring that glowed like bottled sky. She closed her ledger. Fair. The town hall finished with a final wooden click. It was not grand. It was not trying. One wide door faced the central path. 2 narrow windows looked toward the spring and the gate. Inside, the floor was smooth stone, the walls were plain timber, and the ceiling beams had enough height for Freya's wings if she stood carefully. Grudna checked if the main table could hold her weight. It could. The system had learned. Sora claimed the rafters as a possible nap route until Freya looked up. Then she claimed them as an emergency observation lane. Alara accepted that wording because it sounded like administration if one squinted. The rear alcove became storage for ledgers, maps, the old scrap sealed case, and any small item Alara considered too important to leave near Grudna's axe. The left alcove became material accounting. The right became roster planning. My contribution was sitting in the chair at the head of the table and confirming that it did not wobble. Critical work. The system opened a completion panel. Town hall established. First city center structure recognized. Settlement functions unlocked. Daily task board, construction queue, material ledger, territory registry. Current territory registered, 375 square meters. Crafting materials remaining, 355. Sovereign rank, E. Settlement _ tier, camp. External visitors during construction, 0. Threat response events during construction, 0. 0 and 0. Strong performance. Alara immediately filled the task board. Freya took first perimeter check. Grudna took wall maintenance, weapon readiness, and platform load testing, which was just standing on platforms until they apologized. Sora took horizon sweeps, wind current marking, and scouting the underside edge. Alera took inventory, planning, archives, and telling everyone when their categories were wrong. I took approvals. Also chair testing. The roster accepted this routine faster than it deserved. By midday, it looked like we had always been doing it. Freya moved from gate to platform to spring with clean intervals. Grudna hauled spare brace timber from one side of the ring to the other, then back again after Alera told her it belonged in the town hall inventory. Sora vanished over the wall every hour and returned with reports of empty sky, stable wind, and no nearby islands. Alera made each report useful by writing it down in columns. I watched the ledger numbers settle. For companions, Freya, triple S grade, 50% stat inheritance, trusted. Grudna, S grade, 39%, acquainted. Sora, C grade, 18%, stranger. Alera, C grade, 18%, stranger. Combined stat inheritance, 125%. Still stupid. Still mine. The town hall made the stupidity easier to organize. That was civilization, apparently. We did not build anything else. The storage rack expansion stayed on the eligible list. 90 materials. Sensible. Not urgent. I had 355 materials left after the town hall, and I preferred not to spend the rest just because the system was willing to take it. Even I had standards. Low ones. But present. Near evening, the island had a rhythm. The spring glowed. The reeds clicked in the wind. The palisade stood around the important parts. The root cellar held food, materials, and one sealed case with a fragment nobody had enough context to enjoy. The town hall held the ledger, the board, and Grudna's argument for a second gate, rejected pending the existence of a second direction worth honoring. No monster came. No human visitor appeared. No far island drifted close. No system announcement tried to make me care about rankings. It was quiet. Not fragile quiet. Unquiet. The kind where everyone had something to do and enough power to make most problems feel like scheduling errors. I sat on the town hall step and looked at the territory. 375 square meters. Still unchanged. Still enough. For now. Sora returned from her last high loop later than usual. Not alarmed. Just focused. Freya noticed first. Grudna noticed because Freya noticed. Alera noticed because everyone else had stopped moving, and she had developed a talent for finding inefficient silence. Sora landed on the forward platform and pointed past the empty horizon. At first, I saw clouds. Then I saw the line behind them. A dark band curved along the lower sky, far out beyond the clean white cloud sea. It pulsed slowly, like bruised light under thin cloth. Purple-black threads twisted inside it, folding over each other without moving closer fast enough to be rude. Alera went still. Then she opened her ledger to a blank page. She did not need to read from it. Seasonal void storm. The words landed around the town hall like another construction panel. Not here yet. Approaching. Freya looked toward the gate. Grudna smiled. Sora's tail flicked once. Alera began calculating shutter requirements. I looked at my new town hall, my 355 remaining crafting materials, and the dark weather rolling toward my very organized PEBBLE. Tomorrow is busy, I said. Tomorrow arrived early. It usually did that when weather had opinions. The seasonal void storm had moved closer overnight. The dark band that Sora found on the horizon was no longer a band. It was a wall. Purple-black clouds rolled below the island and above it at the same time, which seemed unfair to basic direction. Thin white lightning crawled through the storm without striking anything. The air tasted like cold metal. The palisade clicked in the wind. The ironroot reeds clicked back. Busy place. I stood outside the town hall with the current numbers open. Sovereign rank, E. Territory, 375 square meters. Crafting materials available, 355. Settlement _ tier, camp. Combined stat inheritance, 125%. Freya had already checked the gate, the platforms, the roof braces, and the empty sky. Grudna had already checked the wall by punching one post. The post survived. She looked satisfied. Sora ran the upper wind line and came back with her ears flattened by the pressure. She reported no islands, no people, no silhouettes, and no drama with a name attached. Good. Just weather. Weather was simpler. Alara did not agree. She had 3 ledgers open, 2 map stones floating beside her, and the old half-buried text fragment sealed in a clear case on the town hall table. She had reduced panic to administration. Useful talent. The first gust hit hard enough to make the town hall door slam by itself. Grudna approved of the storm's manners. Freya did not. She gave the island a calm defensive schedule. Grudna took the forward wall. Sora took moving scout loops inside the perimeter. Alara took structure checks and archive protection. I took the infinite fishing rod. Everyone looked at me. Daily guaranteed catch, I said. That explained enough. The void below had become a boiling field of black cloud. The line dropped through it and vanished. The rod bent at once. No struggle. Just wait. I reeled in a chest wrapped in strips of storm glass and wet black vapor. It hit the grass beside the gate with a sound like someone dropping a coffin made of ice. Alara stared at it. Sora leaned over my shoulder. Grudna reached for her axe. I opened it first. That was the rule now. Contents first. Shell after. Inside sat one foil-wrapped Sovereign Soul TCG booster. The seal was dull gray. Sovereign Soul TCG booster detected. Soul_booster_grade, F grade. Contents resolved. Companion soul sealed. Alara made a small sound. Not panic. Scholar pain. She summarized, very neatly, that most sovereigns could cross a lifetime without seeing one booster, and I had just fished another one out of bad weather. Storm delivery, I said. She closed her eyes for 1 second. The chest shell remained after the booster came out. Grudna broke it down with 2 clean strikes. The storm glass softened into usable system-stamped bars, dark fiber, and hard blue chips. Empty chest shell breakdown complete. Crafting materials gained, plus 75. Crafting materials, 355 to 430. Good chest. I held the F-grade booster between 2 fingers. Midas Touch answered before I finished thinking at it. Midas Touch inquiry. Target, Sovereign Soul TCG booster. Property detected, Soul_booster_grade. Current grade, F grade. Guaranteed cancel upgrade, E grade. Sovereign slots available. Warning, spin result may land below optimal expected value. That was a lot of words for gambling. I spun. The wheels opened above the booster in 3 burning columns. First wheel, A. Second wheel, D. Alara inhaled through her nose. Third wheel, A. The columns snapped together. Double match confirmed. Winning grade, A grade. Soul_booster_grade, F grade to A grade. Midas Touch charge consumed. The storm flashed violet. Probably unrelated. Probably not. I tore the pack open. The summon circle spread across the wet grass, black at the edges and violet in the center. It did not ask for more land. New companions started a stranger. No territory growth for arriving. The island already had room because Alara had been doing paperwork at a supernatural level for 2 days. The light collapsed inward. A woman stepped out of it. Deep red skin. Long wavy jet black hair. Curled black horns. Glowing violet eyes. Small bat-like wings flexed once behind her shoulders. Her black and violet leather armor fit like it had been designed by someone who considered modesty a distant rumor and mobility a solved problem. She looked at the storm first. Then the island. Then me. Lilivette, she said. I assume this disaster belongs to you. It came with the sky. She smiled. Sharp. The system panel arrived with clean timing. Companion summoned. Lilivette. Species, demon. Role, Dark Magic Combat Specialist. Soul_booster_grade, A grade. Bond level, Stranger. Stat Inheritance unlocked, 32%. Combined Stat Inheritance, 125% to 157%. My body adjusted. Quietly. The usual way. Breathing became easier against the storm pressure. The cold metal taste thinned. My fingers stopped noticing the wind. Somewhere behind my eyes, another set of numbers settled into place and pretended this was reasonable. Alara looked at the panel, then at Lilibet, then at me. Her expression said this was illegal in at least 6 dead civilizations. I did not ask for the list. Lilibet lifted one hand toward the approaching storm. Violet light curled from her fingers into the air like ink dropped into water. The wind bent toward her. Not away. Toward. That seemed rude to the storm. The first serious wave hit the palisade a moment later. The dark cloud pressed down over the island. The town hall shutters rattled. The ether spring flared blue, then violet, then blue again. Freya braced one wing over the door. Grudna planted herself at the gate and grinned at weather as if it had accepted a duel. Sora stayed low and fast, marking sudden pressure drops before they touched the crops. Alara called corrections from the town hall step. Short ones. Useful ones. Lilibet listened to half of them and ignored the other half because the storm was already obeying her. She drew a circle in the air. The circle became a black-violet tile. It fell flat onto the grass and sank halfway in. Then another. Then 12. They arranged themselves around the ether spring, the farm plots, the root cellar, and the town hall foundation. Each tile was smooth, dark, and veined with faint violet lines. Rain hit them and turned into a thin mist that flowed sideways into storage grooves. The system approved. Biotic synthesis resonance detected. Companion specialty registered. Lilibet, dark magic, storm conversion. New infrastructure unlocked. Climate control tiles. Function, pressure regulation, wind baffle, void rain filtration, temperature stabilization. Material input, seasonal void storm. Crafting materials spent, 0. Free tiles, better weather, solid debut. Lilibet kept working. She did not fight the storm. She farmed it. That was the difference. The violet lines in the tiles brightened whenever a gust struck. The gust thinned and drained into the ground as a dark shimmer. The spring purified what reached it. The farm tiles stopped bending. The roof stopped complaining. The storm went from threat to supply chain in under 10 minutes. Alara noticed first. Of course. She tracked the tile pattern, the wind pressure, the spring pulse, and the old fragment case all at once. Her wings trembled from concentration. She shifted from full height to palm size and back again without seeming to notice. The system noticed for her. Bond level increased. Alara. Stranger to acquainted. Heart-zone territory conversion queued. Territory growth, plus 100 square meters. The ground answered with a low, patient tremor. Not instant. It never was. New soil pushed outward beyond the palisade's rear line, then curled around the existing edge like a slow breath. Stone teeth formed under it. Grass followed. The wall adjusted only where it had room, adding a shallow inner path and leaving the original perimeter intact. 1 hour per 100 square meters. The storm kept feeding the tiles while the land grew. Alara did not celebrate. She was too busy making the island not become a flying accident. That probably helped. By the end of the first hour, the panel updated. Territory, 375 square meters to 475 square meters. Bond level, Alara, acquainted. The storm intensified. Lilibet laughed once, low and pleased, then pulled a spiral of black vapor down with both hands. It condensed into 3 more tiles near the crop beds. Freya watched her carefully. Not hostile. Professional. Grudna decided Lilibet was acceptable after the third tile swallowed a wind shear that would have cracked a post. Sora decided faster. She ran across one tile, found the air above it smooth, and immediately used it as a launch point. Lilibet noticed and gave her a look that suggested she had just watched someone use a ceremonial altar as a stepping stool. Sora called it field testing. Nobody argued. The second hour was cleaner. Alara stopped giving emergency corrections and started giving system-efficient ones. She mapped the tile network in the ledger, found where the storm pressure pooled, and pointed Lilibet toward the weak spots before they became weak. The two of them did not hold a conversation so much as exchange useful fragments. Lilibet called Alara precise. Alara called Lilibet reckless. Both seemed satisfied. The system rewarded the part that mattered. Bond level increased. Alara. Acquainted to trusted. Heart-zone territory conversion queued. Territory growth, plus 100 square meters. More land formed beyond the first new strip. This time, it came with shallow drainage channels lined by dark mineral flecks. The climate tiles hummed when the channels connected. The ether spring pulsed once, and the storm rain falling over the farm became clean water before it touched the soil. That was convenient. Probably suspicious later. Convenient now. At the end of the second hour, the island settled into its new size. Territory, 375 square meters to 575 square meters. Bond level, Alara, trusted. Bond level, Lilibet, stranger. Sovereign rank, E. Combined stat inheritance, 157%. Crafting materials, 430. Climate control tile network, established. 575. Lilibet stood in the rain with violet light crawling over her horns and wings. She looked entirely comfortable. Demon specialty, apparently. The storm had not ended. It had changed jobs. Dark vapor flowed into the climate tiles, through the drainage channels, around the spring, and into narrow storage seems the system called weather reserves. The island's air warmed by a few degrees. The roof dried. The crops straightened. Alara stopped moving. That was noticeable because she had not stopped for hours. She walked into the town hall, opened the sealed case, and took out the old fragment from the root cellar. The gray fibers flexed in her hands. The damaged phrase looked darker under the stormlight. She placed the fragment beside her fresh storm map. The marks lined up. Not perfectly. Enough. The old text was not describing a ritual site. It was describing a weather pattern. Alara translated only the pieces she trusted. The storm was seasonal. The conversion was intentional. The system had a term for pressure gathered from living connections, and the fragment's broken word was not growth. It was harvest. The town hall went quiet around that. Outside, the climate tiles drank the storm. Inside, Alara looked at the bond panel with her name on it, then at the new land beyond the wall, then at the old fragment. Kaito, she said very softly. I do not think the storm is feeding the island. The next pulse of violet rain struck the tiles. The fragment answered with a thin black glow. The morning after the storm, the island looked like it had learned bookkeeping. That was new. The climate control tiles still held a faint violet glow. The drainage channels were clean. The ether spring was blue again. The crops had stopped leaning like they owed the wind money. The town hall survived. The palisade survived. Everyone survived. Good storm. I opened the current panel on the town hall table while Alara stared at the sealed fragment case like it had insulted arithmetic. Sovereign rank, E. Territory, 575 square meters. Crafting materials available, 430. Settlement _ tier, camp. Combined stat inheritance, 157%. The numbers were clean. The explanation was not. Alara had slept for maybe 20 minutes, which made her the most reckless person on the island for once. Her wings were folded tight. Her ledger was open to the storm diagram from last night. but she had not written anything new. Freya stood beside her with the patience of someone who could wait through a century if the posture was correct. Grudna was outside testing the wall for storm damage by hitting the same post she hit yesterday. Sora had already run the new southern edge twice. Lilibet sat on the town hall step with one leg crossed over the other, drinking cold spring water from a wooden cup and looking smug about the weather having lost a negotiation. Normal morning. Mostly. Alara finally closed the fragment case. She explained the harvest problem in summary, not in full. The storm, the bond surge, and the old text matched too neatly. She did not know enough to call it the whole truth yet. She wanted more data before saying anything that could turn into doctrine. That was wise. Also convenient. I know what it is not, she said. It is not natural growth. Bad label, I said. She accepted that with the tired expression of a scholar forced to admit I had contributed. We left it there. The island had a mystery. The island also had muddy boot traffic, 3 ledgers sharing one table, a material pile beside the root cellar, 5 companions with different ideas of what counted as a storage system, and a camp interface pretending it could manage all of that with a board and vibes. The mystery could wait in line. The system agreed. Settlement pressure threshold reached. Roster capacity exceeded camp comfort index. Resource traffic sustained. Construction queue expanded. New project available. Trading hub. Settlement_tier upgrade available. Camp to outpost. Sora leaned in through the window upside down. No reason. Just Sora. Alara read the panel twice, then looked out at the empty horizon. There was nobody there. No refugees. No visitors. No boats, because the sky had manners today. No rival sovereign drifting close enough to become a footnote. Just us, the wall, the spring, the fields, and enough organized loot to make the system decide we needed commerce with ourselves. I like that. Infrastructure without customers. Pure confidence. Freya summarized the function after one glance. A trading hub would sort materials, register surplus, assign internal exchange values, and prepare routes for future settlement expansion. It was not a market in the social sense. It was a logistics spine with a counter. Grudna heard counter and asked if it could be reinforced. Alara said yes. Grudna approved the economy. The project panel expanded. Project, Trading Hub. Classification, Outpost Tier Commercial Core. Current Settlement_Tier, Camp. Required action, Settlement_Tier Upgrade. Upgrade path, Camp to Outpost. Crafting materials cost, 150. Territory expansion required, none. External trade links detected, 0. Local roster usage, sufficient. Good. The building knew it had no customers and still wanted to exist. Respectable. Before confirming anything, I touched the trading hub listing. It had a tier property. So I tried Midas Touch. Obviously. Midas Touch inquiry. Target, Trading Hub project. Property detected, Settlement_Tier. Current project classification, Outpost Tier. Upgrade attempt available. Warning, Parent Settlement_Tier governs active ceiling. Result, minor refinement only. Projected upgrade, material sorting efficiency plus small ledger capacity improvement. Midas Touch charge consumed. That was better than last time. Not a fortress market. Not a secret imperial auction house. Just better shelves. Fine. Alara looked offended and relieved at the same time. She explained that the project itself had accepted refinement because the tier upgrade was being purchased at the same time, but it could not skip beyond outpost. The parent settlement still held the leash. Lilibet smiled over her cup. Even your cheating has zoning laws. Cruel world. That was enough direct dialogue for the issue. I confirmed the build. Settlement_Tier upgrade confirmed. Camp to outpost. Project bundled, Trading Hub. Crafting materials allocated, 150. Crafting materials, 430 to 280. Territory, 575 square meters to 575 square meters. Settlement_tier, camp to outpost. The material pile moved. 150 materials lifted from storage in neat bands of timber, flat stone, storm glass pins, iron bracework, reed fiber, and blue chips from the broken chest shells. The system used everything like it had been waiting to justify my clutter. The town hall board updated first. Then the ground between the town hall and root cellar flattened into a clean plaza strip. Not large, just enough. Stone pavers clicked into place with sensible spacing. For wooden posts rose. A low roof formed over an open front counter. Behind it, shelves assembled in stacked rows, each one marked by small carved symbols instead of labels. A material scale grew out of the counter like a plant that had chosen accounting. 2 side bins opened for raw goods. A locked drawer appeared under the surface. Grudna tested the counter by leaning on it. It did not move. She gave it the same respectful nod she gave worthy opponents. The Midas refinement arrived last. Thin gold lines flashed once along the shelf seams, then faded into plain wood. The carved symbols sharpened. The scale balanced itself without anyone touching it. Very dramatic shelves. The completion panel opened. Trading hub established. Settlement_tier advanced, outpost. Midas refinement applied. Efficient sorting, expanded ledger indexing. Commercial function unlocked. Internal valuation registry. Trade routes detected, 0. Visitor registry, empty. External customers served, 0. Crafting materials remaining, 280. The island had built a store for no one. I stood behind the counter. Sora immediately placed a smooth black pebble on it and asked what it was worth. Alara said nothing because she was already writing the first internal valuation chart. Freya suggested categories by use, not charm. Grudna argued that weight mattered. Lilibet suggested curse potential as a column. The pebble received a value of 0. Sora took it back like a rejected heirloom. The system waited until everyone had finished abusing commerce, then opened a larger panel above the plaza. Outpost foundation complete. Sovereign development threshold reached. Rank breakthrough conditions satisfied. Sovereign rank, E to D. Established territory bonus applied, plus 50 square meters. Territory, 575 square meters to 625 square meters. Crafting materials, 280. Combined stat inheritance, 157%. The ground answered without urgency. No storm, no monster, no dramatic wind, just a quiet tremor under the plaza. The outer edge of the island eased outward by 50 square meters. A crescent of dark soil formed beyond the eastern side, near the drainage channels. Grass followed. A few flat stones surfaced in a line that looked like the start of a future path. The expansion took less than an hour. Small bonus. Still a bonus. Rank D settled onto my status like another code I had not asked for. My body adjusted again. Less than Lilibet's summon. More than breakfast. The air became easier to read. The edge of the island felt farther away even where it was not. My own balance found the new land before my eyes finished measuring it. Freya noticed the change and checked my panel with professional calm. Grudna looked pleased, because higher rank meant the island was becoming more worth defending. Sora ran the new crescent before the grass had fully finished arriving. Alara wrote the number 3 times. Lilibet looked at the empty counter and said the outpost lacked ambience. She was wrong. It had shelves. The rest of the day became administration with better furniture. The trading hub sorted the remaining crafting materials into clean categories. Timber, stone, reed fiber, iron, storm glass, shell chips, oddities. Items Alara did not trust yet. Items Grudna wanted to hit later. The last category was unofficial. It filled fastest. Freya used the new registry to plan guard supplies by location. Spare cord at the gate. Brace pins near the wall. Dry cloth in the town hall. Water skins by the spring. Simple things. The kind that became important only when nobody had done them. Grudna stocked the wall platforms with repair kits and looked personally responsible for each hammer. Sora turned the trading hub roof into a passing lane until Alara made it a non-load-bearing commercial roof in the ledger. Sora then stopped using it as a passing lane and started using it as a non-contact aerial reference point. Different words. Same fox. Lilibet inspected the storm glass pins and found that a few still held trace void pressure. She showed Alara how to store them without letting the drawers frost over. The explanation was mostly practical and only a little smug. Alara took notes. She was still processing the harvest. It sat behind her eyes all day, quiet and heavy. She did not make it a performance. She did not let it stop the work. Every few hours, her gaze went to the sealed fragment case in the town hall, then to the bond registry, then back to the current task. That was fine. A mystery that could survive shelves could wait. By late afternoon, the outpost looked like a place. Not a town, not a kingdom, a place. The original PEBBLE remained near the center, ugly and honest. The town hall faced the plaza. The trading hub sat beside it. The ether spring glowed beyond the path. The root cellar held food and awkward history. The palisade ringed the important parts. The climate tiles hummed underfoot when the wind shifted. 625 square meters did not sound like much if someone already owned a Paradise Island. I had started with 10. Context helped. Evening came without incident. No visitors. No signals. No sales. No footsteps that did not belong to us. Freya finished the last perimeter check and returned to the plaza. Grudna sat on the ground near the trading hub with her back against a post, sharpening her axe in slow, even strokes. Sora lounged on the wall rail and flicked her tail through the air currents. Alara sat at the town hall table with her ledgers arranged around the sealed fragment, not opening it, just keeping it where she could see it. Lilibet leaned in the doorway and warmed a cup of spring water with one finger until it steamed violet at the rim. I sat behind the counter of the empty trading hub. The system displayed the final state because it liked closure. Sovereign rank, D. Territory, 625 square meters. Crafting materials, 280. Settlement _ tier, outpost. Combined stat inheritance, 157%. Roster registered, Freya, Grudna, Sora, Alara, Lilibet. External visitors today, 0. Strong customer retention. Nobody bought anything. Nobody needed to. The roster simply existed around the plaza, doing their own versions of quiet. Armor, axe, tail, ledger, violet steam. The island held all of it without looking crowded. That was the whole point. I put Sora's worthless pebble on the counter and left it there. Inventory had to start somewhere. Morning came without trying to kill us. That made 2 in a row. The island did not grow overnight. No new chest waited on the grass. No booster hummed in the corner. No wall unfolded itself from the ground because a menu had feelings. Just the outpost. 625 square meters of owned land, sitting in open sky. Rank D, same as yesterday. The system panel agreed. Sovereign rank, D. Territory, 625 square meters. Crafting materials, 280. Settlement _ tier, outpost. Combined stat inheritance, 157%. Roster registered, Freya, Grudna, Sora, Alara, Lilibet. External visitors detected, 0. Useful numbers. Not important today. Freya was already awake when I stepped out of the town hall. That was normal. Freya awake before everyone else was not an event. It was weather. It happened, and sensible people adjusted around it. She stood near the eastern crescent where yesterday's rank D bonus had finished settling. Her wings were folded tight behind her silver armor. Her warrior's braid hung over one shoulder. Gold eyes fixed on the horizon. Nothing was there. Open clouds. Empty blue. The edge. She had one hand raised near her chest, fingers curled like she was holding something small. There was nothing in her palm. I watched for a while. She did not move. Eventually, I walked over and stood beside her. Freya noticed me. Of course she did. She noticed falling leaves before they committed. Her expression stayed composed. Too composed. I was remembering a gate, she said. That was one of the sharp lines. So I kept quiet. She summarized the rest in pieces. An old gate. White stone. Gold hinges. A battlefield beyond it. Not this island. Not this selection. Before me. Her previous sovereign selection. She had been a champion then too. Not a summoned companion sealed in foil. Not a percentage on my stat panel. A person standing in front of another doomed sky. She remembered the weight of her spear. She remembered fire on the lower clouds. She remembered someone behind her crying without sound. She did not remember the crying person's name. That was the first wrong part. Freya said it calmly, which made it worse. She had the kind of discipline that could hold a cracked wall upright by staring at it. The crack still existed. I opened my interface and looked for damage. No injury marker. No poison. No curse. No hostile effect. The roster tab showed her status as if nothing had happened. Companion, Freya. Soul_booster_grade, triple S. Stat inheritance, 50%. Bond level, trusted. Combat status, optimal. Loyalty anchor, stable. Stable. Nice word. Often used by systems right before the floor opened. Freya watched the panel with me. Her face did not change when she saw the clean status. She had trusted systems once. Probably less now. I asked what else was missing. She answered without turning it into a confession. A banner color that should have mattered. A childhood oath. The name of the first commander who taught her to hold formation while afraid. The face of someone she had carried away from a broken palace. The shapes were there. The names were not. Memory with the labels scraped off. That sounded inefficient. It also sounded deliberate. Alara found us 5 minutes later. She had a ledger under one arm and the sealed fragment case in both hands. Her wings beat slowly. No panic. No dramatic lecture. She looked at Freya once, then at me. Scholars were dangerous because sometimes their silence had footnotes. Inside the town hall, Alara laid out the fragment, the storm map, and the bond registry. She did not ask Freya to sit. Freya sat anyway. Grudna stopped sharpening her axe outside when she noticed the quiet. Sora stopped moving on the roof. Lilibet remained in the doorway with her arms folded, violet eyes narrowed. Nobody made the room crowded. Good roster. Alara explained what she could prove, not what she feared. She linked the seasonal storm, the harvest phrase, the bond surge, and the way land had formed after trust crossed a threshold. The system did not create from nothing. It converted. Usually, it showed the part we liked. Bond became land. Stats became inheritance. Trust became square meters. The missing side of the ledger was not labeled. Freya supplied the label before Alara could avoid it. It is taking payment from somewhere. Alara did not disagree. The fragment pulsed once. Black under gray. Not bright. Just enough to make the room colder. My interface opened by itself. That was new. Legacy anchor disturbance detected. Subject, Freya. Current selection bond, active. Prior selection residue, present. Memory erosion, initial stage. Conversion source identified. Personal history, prior world attachment. Conversion output, future selection stability. Nobody spoke for a while. The system continued because systems liked being helpful after causing problems. Notice, Hearthstone territory efficiency maintained. Notice, sovereign rank integrity maintained. Notice, companion combat function unaffected. Combat function. Good. I closed the panel. The room stayed cold. Grudna's jaw tightened. Sora's ears pressed flat. Lilibet looked at the blank air where the panel had been, as if deciding whether a system could bleed. Alera's hands were very still on the edge of the table. Freya looked almost relieved. Not because the answer was good, because it was an answer. She had the posture of someone who preferred a named wound to a silent one. I asked if it hurt. Freya considered that. She did not rush. She sorted the truth before handing it over. No, not like pain. More like reaching for a sword and finding the sheath empty. More like knowing a song had once existed because the silence still held its shape. That was worse than pain, probably. Pain at least had the manners to be present. Alera tried 3 tests. She kept them simple. No needles. No rituals. No glowing circle. Just memory prompts against the fragment, the bond panel, and Freya's own spoken account. Freya remembered the first selection sky, pale green at dawn. She remembered a city carved into a floating mountain, with bells that rang when the lower mists rose too high. She remembered standing before a sovereign who was younger than me and trying not to let him see that she already knew he would lose. She remembered dying there. Not the moment, the certainty around it. Then being summoned here from a booster pack stamped triple S grade. Armor whole, wings whole, loyalty intact. Everything important to my island had arrived pristine. Everything that had only belonged to her had apparently been negotiable. There was a long pause after that. I did not fill it. Some quiet needs room. Freya looked down at her hands. She flexed her fingers once, as if checking they still obeyed. They did. She asked Alera whether the erosion could be stopped. Alera hated answering. It showed in the way her mouth tightened before any words came out. She summarized the truth carefully. She did not know. The fragment hinted at legacy anchors, prior selection residue, and conversion debt. None of it offered a cure. I will keep looking, Alera said. One sharp line. Enough. Freya inclined her head. No apology. No collapse. Just acceptance with teeth under it. The day kept moving because days were rude that way. Grudna took over the outer wall checks without announcing it. Sora ran the horizon twice and reported the same clean emptiness as before. Lilibet stood near the town hall door longer than necessary, then left a thin violet ward on the threshold without naming it. No one mentioned protection. Everyone did some version of it. Freya came with me to the ether spring. The water glowed its usual neon blue. Clean. Quiet. Surrounded by white quartz pebbles that had no idea they were sitting in the middle of a world-eating accounting problem. Freya knelt beside the spring. Her reflection looked back from the surface. Platinum braid. Gold eyes. Silver armor. White wings. The first companion. The champion from a previous selection. The person the system had reduced to useful inheritance and a stable loyalty anchor. She touched the water with 2 fingers. Small ripples moved outward. For a second, the spring showed another sky. Not Etheria's white cloud sea. Something older. Pale green dawn. Far bells. A white gate with gold hinges. Freya's breath caught once. Only once. The image broke before I could see more. The spring went blue again. Freya remained kneeling. I stood beside her and said nothing useful. There are times when usefulness is overrated. After a while, she spoke about the old world in fragments. Not a speech, not a history lesson. Just what she could still hold. There had been winter gardens suspended above the cloud line. Children had tied blue thread around spear shafts before soldiers marched. The capital had built its roads in spirals because the first sovereign believed straight paths invited straight disasters. Freya remembered thinking that was foolish. Then she remembered defending one of those spiral roads for 3 days. She remembered blood on white stone. She remembered a promise. Not the words. The weight. That mattered to her. So it mattered. The system flickered somewhere off to one side again. I did not open it. It opened anyway. Memory erosion continuing. Legacy detail loss. Minor names, civic symbols, personal oaths. Current selection stability, improved. Heart zone territory, unchanged. Territory, 625 square meters. Same land. Higher cost. No visible bill. Freya read the panel reflected in the spring. Her expression finally changed. Not much. Enough. A fine line appeared between her brows. Her fingers curled against the quartz pebbles. One feather shifted on her folded wing. For Freya, that was an earthquake. I sat down on the grass beside her. The ground was dry. The climate tiles had done their job too well. We stayed there until afternoon. No new numbers arrived. No enemy appeared. No miracle volunteered. The island made ordinary sounds around us. Grudna's armor near the wall. Sora's light steps over the eastern stones. Alara turning pages in the town hall. Lilibet's ward humming once when the wind changed. Freya eventually asked me whether I regretted summoning her. Bad question. Easy answer. No. She looked at me then. I added the rest, because one syllable was accurate but thin. I told her I did not know the system had taken anything. I told her that did not make it acceptable. I told her she was not a booster result to me. 3 statements. No decoration. Freya listened like each word had weight. Maybe they did. I was not qualified to measure that. When evening settled, she stood. Her armor caught the low light from the spring. Her wings unfolded halfway, then folded again. She faced the empty horizon. Then she tried to say the name of her old world. Nothing came out. Her mouth shaped the first sound. Stopped. Tried again. The silence stayed there. The system did not comment. It had already eaten what it wanted. Freya closed her eyes. For one breath, the champion looked lost. Then she opened them and looked at our 625 square meters of grass, stone, walls, spring light, ledgers, weapons, and quiet people pretending not to listen. Her voice was steady when she spoke. Then I will protect this world. The old world's name was gone. Freya stayed. The next morning, someone finally found us. Took them long enough. For nearly 15 arcs, the horizon had been decorative. Clouds. Void mist. More clouds. Sometimes Sora came back from scouting and reported nothing with the confidence of a professional cartographer mapping an empty plate. Today, the horizon produced a dot. Small. Gray. Floating above the cloud line on 3 humming ether fins. Not a ship. Not a fleet. A scouting skiff. The kind of craft a regional power sent when it wanted a report, not a war. 2 people stood on it. 1 pilot. 1 scout in lacquered leather with a brass spyglass and the posture of a man who had practiced being important in mirrors. He saw the palisade first. Then the town hall. Then the trading hub. Then Freya standing on the eastern wall in full silver armor with her white wings folded behind her. The spyglass lowered very slowly. Good. Observation working as designed. I was behind the trading hub counter, checking the morning panel. Sovereign rank, D. Territory, 625 square meters. Crafting materials, 280. Settlement _ tier, outpost. Combined stat inheritance, 157%. Roster registered, Freya, Grudna, Sora, Alara, Lilibet. External visitors detected, 2. First contact. Very official. Sora appeared on the roof beam above me. She had crossed half the island, climbed the trading hub, and stolen a dried fruit strip from storage in the time it took the skiff to get from da to slightly bigger da. She summarized the craft for us. 2 humans. Low-grade ether engine. No heavy weapon. 1 signal tube. 1 short-range bolt caster. Probably a survey team from a regional sovereign. Alara corrected 3 of the terms, because that was cheaper than letting her explode later. The important part stayed the same. They had brought a clipboard to a disaster. Freya did not draw her weapon. Grudna did not get up from the wall brace she was repairing. Lilibet stepped out of the town hall shade and looked at the skiff like it was an insect choosing a window. I checked the counter. On it sat the morning catch. The infinite fishing rod had done its passive work before breakfast. The line had dipped into the cloud sea and come back with a foil-wrapped Sovereign Soul TCG booster. That part was normal for us. The stamp was not. Sovereign Soul TCG booster acquired. Natural Soul _booster_ grade. Double S grade. Midas Touch history. None. Sovereign Slots history. None. Resolution state. Unopened. Alara had been staring at it for 10 minutes. Not because it was our first high-grade pull. Freya was triple S. Grudna was S. Lilibet was A. The issue was that all of those had followed the ugly little pattern. F-grade base. Midas Touch. Sovereign Slots. Gamble. Result. This one had simply arrived as double S grade. Naturally. No gold flash. No spinning wheels. No choice between guaranteed upgrade and stupid optimism. Just a pack on the counter, already wearing a grade most sovereigns would sell relatives to see once. Alara had called it statistically offensive. Then she had called it impossible. Then she had changed impossible to unforced apex grade manifestation under unknown system attention. Same sentence, better hat. I had not touched it with Midas. There was nothing to optimize yet. Also, when the system looks at me and hands over an double S-grade booster without asking, I can recognize a trap-shaped gift. I am not rude. I was about to open it when the skiff crossed the outer approach line. The scout raised a speaking cone. His voice carried thinly over the wind. He declared identification under the authority of some regional office, demanded our island designation, requested registration status, and asked whether this outpost was abandoned, illegal, or both. He made it through the whole speech. Professional. Freya looked at me. I looked at the panel. External contact classification, scouting party. Threat assessment, negligible. Recommended response, none required. Accurate system, rare mood. I waved once. The scout took that as defiance. Probably. He signaled the pilot to bring the skiff closer. The craft drifted past the edge of the island, staying outside stepping distance like that mattered. Brass stabilizers hissed. The pilot looked at our palisade, then at Grudna, then at Freya, then at Lilibet. His hands were very tight on the controls. The scout produced a small bolt caster. Token resistance. Decorative courage. He fired at the palisade gate. Freya did not move. Grudna lifted one hand and caught the bolt between two fingers. It crackled once. She looked at it, unimpressed, and flicked it back into the sky. The bolt vanished somewhere below the clouds. That was the fight. Calling it a fight felt generous. It was more like a noise briefly happened. The scout's mouth stayed open. What rank is this island? D, I said. That made the pilot whisper something rude. Fair. The scout looked at the outpost again, recalculating badly. His spyglass caught the trading hub counter and the booster sitting on it. The double S stamp flashed scarlet gold in the morning light. Alara saw him see it. Her wings went still. The booster rose off the counter by itself. Good. Apparently we were doing that now. The foil did not tear like the others. It unfolded. Layer by layer, the wrapper opened into bright red light edged with gold. No slots wheels appeared. No Midas prompt. No upgrade sound. The system did not offer me a choice because I had not made one. The panel hung in the air for everyone to read. Natural double S grade, Sovereign Soul, TCG, resolution confirmed. Midas Touch, not invoked. Sovereign Slots, not invoked. Summon category, Companion Soul. Stat inheritance value, 45%. Alara made a small sound. The kind scholars make when reality steps on their bibliography. The red gold light condensed above the plaza. A woman appeared inside it. Tall. Statuesque. Long scarlet hair drifting as if underwater. Golden eyes with slit pupils. Ivory white skin with faint scale patterns at her collarbones and forearms. A crimson and gold silk dress that looked like it had never met dust and planned to keep it that way. She opened her eyes. The air bowed. Not metaphorically. The grass flattened outward in a clean ring. The skiff dropped half a meter before the pilot remembered the controls. The palisade post groaned once, then settled. The woman looked at me first, then at the island, then at the skiff. She summarized the situation without asking questions. She had resolved from a sovereign soul booster. I was her bonded sovereign. The outsiders had arrived with poor timing and worse judgment. Efficient. The system supplied the name. Companion registered, Seraphine. Alias, the WIRM sovereign. Soul_booster_grade, SS. Stat inheritance, 45%. Bond level, stranger. Combined stat inheritance, 157% to 202%. Territory, 625 square meters to 625 square meters. The last line mattered. New companion. No land growth. Stranger bond meant no heart-sown territory step yet. The island did not expand to make room for her. It already had room. 625 square meters was apparently enough for a dragon and two very lost bureaucrats. Seraphine turned toward the skiff. The scout raised the bolt caster again because human instinct is not always a quality product. Seraphine changed forms. There was no struggle in it. No halfway shape. Human became dragon the way a folded fan becomes open. One moment she stood on the plaza in crimson silk. The next, a massive serpentine dragon coiled above the island, scarlet scales flashing gold along the ridges, golden horns cutting through the light, membrane wings spreading wide enough to make the skiff's ether fins whine in protest. Her head lowered until one golden eye filled the scout's whole world. She did not roar. That would have been dramatic. She exhaled. Warm air rolled over the skiff. The scout's hat left first. Then his paperwork. Then his courage, probably. The pilot chose life with admirable speed. He slammed both palms into the controls and threw the skiff backward so hard one stabilizer sparked blue. The scout fell into the rear rail, dropped the bolt caster, grabbed the signal tube, dropped that too, then gave up on objects as a category. Seraphine watched them flee. Freya watched Seraphine. Grudna watched the skiff and looked disappointed she had not been required to stand. Sora ate another dried fruit strip. Lilibet smiled like the day had improved. Alara stared at the panel showing 202% combined stat inheritance and forgot to blink. That was unhealthy. I tapped the counter beside her. She blinked. Natural SS grade, she said. Yes. That exchange contained the whole problem. Seraphine folded back into human form before the skiff became a dot again. She landed lightly on the plaza, silk settling without a wrinkle. Convenient dress. She introduced herself properly after the fact. Seraphine, dragon, bound by the double S-grade booster that had resolved without human interference. She could assume full dragon form or human form. No mixed shape. No need for it. She was calm, regal, very used to being the largest problem in a room. Good fit. The system repeated her bond status, probably to stop anyone from getting ideas. Bond level, stranger. Heart-sown territory growth, none. Territory, 625 square meters. Clear. The island remained the same size. The power gap did not. My body processed the new inheritance like a quiet pressure change. Less violent than Freya's first arrival. Heavier than Lilibet's. The world sharpened at the edges. The air above the clouds gained layers. I could feel the skiff's fleeing engine vibrations until they thinned into distance. 202%. That seemed like a lot. I checked the roster panel. Roster registered. Freya, SS, 50%, trusted. Grudna, S, 39%, acquainted. Sora, C, 18%, stranger. Alara, C, 18%, trusted. Lilibet, A, 32%, stranger. Seraphine, SS, 45%, stranger. Combined stat inheritance, 202%. Nice list. Crowded counter. Still manageable. The skiff was nearly gone. Sora shaded her eyes and reported what the scout was doing. He had finally found the signal tube. He was shouting into it. Too fast for dignity. The pilot was ignoring every regulation about approach speed, retreat angle, and not screaming while driving. Their message would sound bad. Pebble Outpost. Rank D. Impossible roster. Double S-grade dragon. Natural pull. No Midas signature. No slots flare. No casualties. One missing hat. Nobody back home was going to believe that. Then they would check the regional reports. They would find the ether trace. They would find the double S resolution spike. They would find the skiff's broken stabilizer log and the scout's emergency channel transcript. They would realize the bad story was the accurate one. I put the empty booster wrapper in the trading hub drawer. Inventory had categories now. This one went under problems. A day passed. That was rude of it. The fleeing scout's report traveled faster than his skiff had. By morning, the sky around us felt busier without actually containing anything close enough to matter. Sora said there were courier lights moving along distant regional routes. Alara said 3 relay towers had started pulsing in sequence beyond the northern cloud shelf. Freya said that meant someone with authority had believed enough of the report to forward it instead of burying the scout for sounding unstable. I had planned to check the fence posts. Politics arrived first. Annoying. The system opened with the calm cruelty of an accountant. Day 3 to 4. Sovereign rank D. Territory 625 square meters. Settlement _ tier outpost. Crafting materials 280 to 580. Source: several days of off-page infinite rod catches banked passively since Arc 13, Day 3. Construction status before this Arc's build. Combined stat inheritance 202%. That was useful. The infinite fishing rod had been doing its one guaranteed catch per day while everyone else had been busy being introduced to memory erosion, dragon summons, and bad scouting practices. Some catches had been premium or bundles. Some had been reinforced chest shells after the contents were taken. One had apparently been a compact slab of treated blackwood that smelled like rain and refused to rot. I had put them in storage and not thought about them. That had been a good strategy. Thinking about materials did not make them heavier. Grudna looked at the pile beside the town hall and grinned around her tusks. She had wanted more walls since the moment the old palisade finished and failed to attract anything worth hitting. Now she had a reason. Barely. Alara had already drawn a plan on 3 sheets of salvaged bark paper. The new settlement upgrade would not grow the land. It would improve the buildings we already had. Better posts, better bracing, reinforced stone footings, larger inner yard, real work sheds instead of that corner where tools accumulate because everyone has accepted it. The system approved the project before I finished reading the list. Construction project available. Settlement _ tier upgrade. Outpost to settlement. Cost 250 crafting materials. Territory change none. Good. No land growth event. No bond threshold. No dramatic island swelling because the furniture felt ambitious. Just construction. I selected the upgrade. Crafting materials 580 to 330. Settlement _ tier outpost to settlement. Territory 625 square meters to 625 square meters. There. Civilization, apparently. The ground did not expand. It did not need to. Instead, the outpost rearranged itself with the blunt practicality I had come to expect. The town hall's frame thickened. Stone rose under the corners. The trading hub gained shuttered bays, deeper counters, and an actual lockable storeroom. The palisade did not become elegant. It became harder to break. The new wall line grew in a second band outside the first, still within our 625 square meters, with narrow walking lanes between both rings. Everything looked less like a camp that had survived by accident and more like a place making rude assumptions about its future. That seemed accurate. Freya walked the new wall with the same composed expression she used for everything from ancient grief to breakfast. She checked sight lines, wing clearance, gate positions, and how quickly she could launch without clipping a support beam. She found 2 bad angles and fixed them by telling the wall it was wrong. The wall listened. Grudna tested the outer posts by hitting one with the back of her axe. The post held. She looked almost offended. "Acceptable," she said. "High praise." Sora vanished and reappeared along the new lanes, measuring corners by running through them at speeds that made Dust reconsider its career. She decided the inner ring gave her better launch paths. She also decided the west storage roof belonged to her now. No one argued. It was easier that way. Lilibet trailed one finger along the new gate seams, leaving violet-black sigils that sank into the wood like ink into skin. She did not explain the spell in detail. She summarized it as a bad welcome for anyone stupid enough to force the gate. That was enough information. Seraphine inspected the open plaza and calculated whether her full dragon form could coil above it without crushing the new work sheds. The answer was yes. Mostly. We moved one shed. Alara kept the day from becoming too productive by bringing news. She had spent the morning reading relay pulses with a lens made from ether spring quartz. Apparently, regional communication worked through chain towers, windscript, courier crystals, and people repeating rumors loudly until officials pretended they had not heard them from servants first. Efficient system. Very human. I asked whether impossible island classification was a common paperwork category. Alara gave me a look. So yes. Freya joined us at the trading hub counter. Grudna leaned against the new outer gate. Sora hung upside down from the roof beam. Lilibet sat on a stack of unused stone blocks like it had been built for that purpose. Seraphine stood in the sun and made the air look like it should have asked permission. No one rushed. No one raised their voice. A regional power had learned we existed. We had upgraded the walls. Balance day. Alara laid out the political map as a set of names and pressure lines instead of a dramatic speech. North of us, 3 lesser sovereign domains paid tribute to the same enforcement arm. East, a chain of trial islands moved on fixed patrol routes. South, abandoned platforms were being stripped for materials after weak sovereigns failed their first seasonal storms. West, nobody reliable mapped anything because the wind currents chewed markers apart. Above all of that sat the regional authority. Not a king. Not a ceremony person. Alara was clear on that. The title passed through reports with the weight of habit. Lord Kashendrager, the Iron Sovereign. Rank S, head of the Sovereign Trials Enforcement Arm. Career soldier, according to the chatter. Dark iron battle plate. Plain charcoal cloak. No gilded nonsense. No court theater. The kind of man who received a report about a rank D settlement with impossible roster signatures and did not laugh because laughing wasted time. That made him smarter than yesterday's scout. Low bar. Still worth noting. Alara said Drager's office had not issued a public order yet. That mattered. Lesser nobles liked noise. Trial officers liked procedure. Drager apparently liked confirmation, resource counts, and response plans. Competent enemies were more work. Not necessarily more dangerous. Just more work. Freya listened without shifting. Since yesterday, her old world's missing name had not come back. She had moved around the lost like one moves around a buried root in a path. Acknowledged. Avoided when needed. Not removed. Today she focused on the political map. She summarized Drager in one line. A soldier will test the wall before he insults it. Useful. Grudna seemed pleased by that. Sora did not. She preferred enemies with worse habits. Easier to predict. Easier to trip. Lilibet smiled anyway. She said disciplined forces screamed less before they realized discipline did not make them fireproof. Alara ignored that because she had decided not to spend her whole life responding to Lilibet being accurate in troubling ways. I checked the roster panel while they talked. Nothing had changed there. Good. Numbers needed manners. Roster registered. Freya, triple S, 50%, trusted. Grudna, S, 39%, acquainted. Sora, C, 18%, stranger. Alara, C, 18%, trusted. Lilibet, A, 32%, stranger. Seraphine, double S, 45%, stranger. Combined stat inheritance, 202%. No new pull. No new bond threshold. No convenient breakthrough because the horizon got political. Rank D remained rank D. The settlement was the only thing that improved, and it did so by becoming more annoying to attack. That was enough for one morning. We spent the afternoon treating regional escalation like weather expected next week. Freya adjusted patrol routes. She did not command anyone loudly. She just placed people where they were already useful. Grudna took the gate and the wall braces. Sora took long-range scouting and message interception. Alara took reports, ledgers, and anything with too many proper nouns. Lilibet took wards, shadow traps, and the pleasure of making the west approach unpleasant. Seraphine took the sky above the plaza, which was less a position and more a statement. I took inventory. Someone had to. The new settlement interface offered more projects after the upgrade completed. Storage rack expansion was still sitting there for 90 materials, looking patient. Better watch posts. Stone-lined rain channels. A training yard. A reinforced central bell that could apparently carry alarm tones through ether interference. We did not need the bell. Everyone here noticed problems before bells did. I still marked it for later. Tools are tools. The walls finished settling by sunset. Outpost had been a generous word for what we had before. Settlement fit better now. The place had lanes, storage, work areas, double defenses, and enough structure that a stranger might assume planning had happened before the crisis instead of during breakfast. Close enough. The system gave its final summary. Sovereign rank, D. Territory, 625 square meters. Settlement _ tier, settlement. Crafting materials, 330. Combined stat inheritance, 202%. External pressure, regional channels active. External pressure. Nice vague phrase. Could mean anything from paperwork to siege weapons. Sora returned just after the light went copper. She came in fast, but not hurried. There was a difference. Her feet touched the west wall, the trading hub roof, then the plaza. Her fox ears were angled toward the northern cloud shelf. Her tail flicked once. Everyone noticed. No one made a scene. Sora had intercepted enough courier chatter to separate rumor from orders. Yesterday's scout had reached a relay station. His damaged skiff had been logged. The double S-grade resolution flare had been confirmed by 2 independent towers. The dragon sighting had survived verification, which was probably humiliating for everyone involved. Then the report had moved up, not sideways, up. Lord Cassian Drager's enforcement officers had received it before noon. By evening, mustering notices were passing through 3 garrison platforms. Not a scout, not a curious official with a speaking cone. An organized response. The first real one. Sora looked at me and said the only line the moment needed. They're assembling a force. I looked at the new walls, then at our roster, then at the materials counter sitting comfortably at 330 after construction. I nodded. Good thing we had upgraded from inconvenient rock to inconvenient settlement. The next morning was quiet. Suspiciously productive weather. Clear sky. Low wind. Warm light over the settlement walls. No scout with a speaking cone. No system prompt offering a suspicious booster. No new chest trying to become a schedule problem. Good. I made tea. The world allowed it. For once, everyone stayed on the island long enough to look like we lived here instead of assembling between incidents. Freya checked launch angles on the eastern wall before sunrise. Grudna sharpened an axe that did not need sharpening at the main gate. Sora slept on the west roof, one ear up. Alara had turned half the trading hub counter into a map desk. Lilibet polished old ward lines in the shade until they looked freshly offended. Seraphine stood in the plaza holding a cup like a treaty document. 6 companions. 1 settlement. Still rank D. Still alive. Very untidy for a pebble. The morning panel opened while I was pouring the second cup. Sovereign rank, D. Territory, 625 square meters. Settlement _ tier, settlement. Crafting materials, 330. Combined stat inheritance, 202%. Roster registered, Freya, Grudna, Sora, Alara, Lilibet, Seraphine. No material change. No rank change. Combined stat inheritance stayed 202%. It was fixed at summon. Freya's S, Grudna's S, Sora and Alara's C, Lilibet's A, Seraphine's S. Bond growth did not change that number. Bond growth changed the ground. Convenient distinction. Freya came down from the wall after I handed her a cup. She inspected the tea like it might be a formal challenge. Then she drank it without comment, which meant it passed. She had been quieter since losing the name of her old world. Not broken. One empty shelf in a room full of weapons. This morning, she stopped beside the ether spring and adjusted the small quartz markers around it. They had been crooked after yesterday's construction. Nobody else had noticed. Freya had. She said the spring should not be treated like decoration. It had kept us alive before the settlement looked respectable. Fair. We cleaned the stones around it. Very dramatic. 2 rank D problems in a sky world, washing pebbles in glowing water. The system liked it anyway. Bond level updated, Freya. Trusted to bonded. Heartzone territory, plus 100 square meters. Territory, 625 square meters to 725 square meters. The ground answered slowly, because the system had manners about physics when it remembered. A new strip of soil pushed out past the eastern wall's inner lane. Not instant. Not explosive. The usual hour per 100 meters process, but the outline was already there. A pale line in the grass where the island had decided to become more real. Freya watched it form. This place remembers what I choose, she said. Good line. I nodded. Then I went to see whether Grudna had broken the gate by appreciating it too hard. She had not. Barely. Grudna's idea of maintenance involved hitting every support beam with the blunt side of her axe and judging the sound. She had names for the sounds. I did not ask for the full list. The gate passed 6 tests and failed 1, a lower hinge that squealed under pressure. Grudna crouched, wedged one shoulder under the brace, and lifted the entire gate a finger width while I slid a stone shim into place. She grinned after it settled. She had arrived wanting to contest Freya. Then she wanted a wall. Then more wall. Now she had a gate she trusted enough to insult. Growth came in odd shapes. She muttered through the hinge, the wall, the likely enemy approach, and my terrible posture, all in one breath. The important part was that she no longer talked about guarding my island. She talked about guarding our gate. The system caught that too. Bond level updated, Grudna. Acquainted to trusted. Heartzone territory, plus 100 square meters. Territory, 725 square meters to 825 square meters. The southern side began to widen. Good. Grudna saw the new ground pushing outward and laughed once. Short. Satisfied. The sound made the gate stop squealing out of respect or fear. Hard to know. Better, she said. High poetry. Sora landed beside us upside down. Technically, she landed on the gate crossbeam, hooked her knees over it, and lowered her head into the conversation like gravity was a rumor. She reported the northern horizon was still empty to ordinary eyes. Courier lights were moving farther out. Muster platforms were aligning. No attack yet. No vanguard inside striking distance. Then she stole my tea. I let her. This was apparently the opening she had been waiting for. Sora had spent the least time being treated like a person instead of a speed solution. That was partly because she moved too fast to catch with normal sentences. Also partly because I was bad at scheduling feelings. I made a note to improve nothing. Notes were enough. She took me around the settlement at walking speed. Her walking speed. A jog for me and an insult to her ancestors. She showed me the routes she had claimed, roof to wall, wall to beam, beam to spring stones, stones to palisade. Each path had a reason. Each blind angle had a perch only she could reach without wings. I had assumed she was improvising. She had mapped the whole settlement in muscle memory. Of course she had. The first threshold hit beside the west storage roof. Bond level updated. Sora. Stranger to acquainted. Heart zone territory, plus 100 square meters. Territory, 825 square meters to 925 square meters. The western ground stretched wider under us. The roof no longer looked like it was pretending not to be close to the void. Sora's ears flicked. She kept moving. No speech. Just another route, slower this time, so I could see what she saw. Lines, launch points, angles. A map drawn in choices. At the north side, she stopped and pointed out 3 places where an organized force would expect a scout to hide. Then she pointed out the 4th place, where she would actually be. Useful. I said so. She grinned like I had handed her a medal and a snack. The second threshold landed before we made it back to the plaza. Bond level updated. Sora. Acquainted to trusted. Heart zone territory, plus 100 square meters. Territory, 925 square meters to 1,025 square meters. That one moved fast through the island. New turf spread along the northern side, joining the eastern and western growth into a wider curve. Still gradual, still physical. But the settlement's outline changed from cramped stubbornness into something that could breathe. Sora stood very still for 3 seconds. Record length. Took you long enough, she said. Accurate. Alara was waiting at the trading hub when we returned. She pretended she had not been watching every panel update. Poorly. The counter was covered in maps, bond notes, old fragments, and one very strict column of numbers, written 4 times in 4 different scripts, because being correct once did not satisfy her. She reviewed the math aloud. Freya to bonded. Grudna to trusted. Sora climbing 2 full steps, finally matching the work she'd been doing all along. Territory at 1,025 square meters and still expanding. Rank D unchanged. Settlement unchanged. Materials unchanged. Then she paused over the bond level scale, stranger, acquainted, trusted, bonded, devoted, soulbound, and looked at it like a warning label with nicer handwriting. Alara had been trusted since the Void Storm, when she realized the island was not merely growing around us. It was writing us into itself. Since then she had kept records because records were how she argued with things too large to punch. Today, she handed me a clean copy of the roster ledger. No flourish, just names, grades, bonds, and a blank column titled Things We Refuse to Lose. I put my name at the top of the blank column. Then I put hers beside it, because she was glaring at the page like only everyone else counted. She made the scholar sound again, smaller this time. The panel opened above the ledger. Bond level updated, Alara. Trusted to bonded. Heart zone territory, plus 100 square meters. Territory, 1,025 square meters to 1,125 square meters. The ground expanded around the trading hub. Shelves shifted. The counter extended 0.5 meter without asking permission. New grass pushed between old paving stones, neat as a line of text. Alara stared at it. I am going to need a larger ledger. Tragic. That was the whole exchange. Lilibet clapped from the shade. Once. Mocking and sincere had the same sound when she did it. She had been here since the storm. Stranger on the panel. Not a stranger in the daily sense anymore. She knew where the cups were, which posts took wards cleanly, that Sora stole dried fruit, and Grudna pretended not to notice. She also knew I noticed her noticing. That seemed to amuse her. Lilibet spent the afternoon renewing small shadows under the gate hinges and in the corners where intruders would put their hands if they liked losing fingers. Her violet eyes glowed once in a while. The settlement accepted the magic like wood being improved against its will. I followed with a basket of iron nails because she said the wards needed anchors. She gave each one a separate little curse. When I asked whether the curses were necessary, she gave the practical answer. Necessary, no? Funny, yes. At the last hinge, she stopped smiling for almost a full breath. She said demons did not usually get invited to reinforce thresholds. They were expected to cross them badly. I handed her another nail. She took it. The system panel opened before she could make the moment more complicated. Bond level updated. Lilibet. Stranger to acquainted. Heartzone territory, plus 100 square meters. Territory, 1,125 square meters to 1,225 square meters. The western approach widened again. Black-violet ward lines crawled into the new soil, found the fresh boundary, and settled there like they had always owned it. Lilibet smiled properly. Dangerous expression. Good for morale, somehow. Seraphine watched all of this from the plaza. She did not move closer when the others crossed thresholds. She did not pretend she belonged more than she did. She had joined yesterday. Her panel still said stranger, and for once the system was not being rude. It was being accurate. She had learned our names. She had learned not to stand too close to the work sheds in full dragon form. She had learned T. That was plenty for a dragon on day 2. Near evening, she helped move a heavy stone table into the newly widened yard. In human form, she lifted one side with 2 fingers. Grudna lifted the other side with both hands and looked delighted by the challenge of pretending it weighed something. Seraphine set it down with exact precision. No panel opened. Seraphine bond level, stranger. Heartzone territory growth, none. Correct. Too soon. Not everything had to become a number immediately. Annoying lesson. Possibly healthy. By sunset, the settlement had finished its slow expansion. The new land did not arrive as a grand miracle. It came as more room between steps, more grass past the walls, more space for storage, drills, wards, and one dragon who pretended not to need any. 600 square meters in one day from bonds alone. No construction. No materials spent. No new companion. Just people becoming less temporary. The final panel was plain. Sovereign rank, D. Territory, 625 square meters to 1,225 square meters. Settlement _ tier, settlement. Crafting materials, 330. Combined stat inheritance, 202%. Bond summary. Freya bonded, Grudna trusted, Sora trusted, Alara bonded, Lilibet acquainted, Seraphine stranger the land had nearly doubled. Rank D stayed rank D. Apparently, the next breakpoint wanted more than a better yard and improved friendships. Rude, but consistent. We ate outside on the new stone table. The meal was simple. Spring water. Flatbread. Root vegetables. Dried fruit. Sora pretended she had not already reduced by half. Grudna complained that the food was too quiet. Lilibet offered to hex it. Alara said absolutely not before asking what a flavor hex technically did. Freya cut portions evenly. Seraphine watched the entire process like communal dinner was a political structure she intended to understand before judging. No one gave a speech. Good. For a while, the settlement just existed around us. Walls cooling. Grass damp from new growth. 6 impossible women at one table. Like that had always been the obvious use for a fixed-size rock that refused to stay fixed. Found family, maybe. I did not say that. Words like that become everyone's problem once released. Sora heard it first. Her ears turned north. Then Freya looked up. Then Seraphine. Then the rest of us. Because when the dragon and the winged champion check the same horizon, the sky is probably doing something. At first it looked like a darker band above the northern cloud shelf. Then the band separated into points. Dozens. Hundreds. War platforms. Ether barges. Armored carrier rigs. Signal towers dragged through the air by engine arrays. Long banners snapping white and iron gray. Ranks of escort craft spreading outward until the formation stopped looking like a formation and started looking like weather with funding. The assembled force had arrived close enough to see. It filled the horizon. Then it kept filling. I took another sip of tea. Cold now. Still fine. Morning arrived like it had an appointment. Rude, but useful. The invasion force was still there. That was polite of it. Some enemies vanished into fog, circled, sent envoys, or tried dramatic misdirection. This one simply kept approaching from the northern cloud shelf in an expensive straight line. War platforms led the formation now, broad and flat, their undersides glowing with layered ether rings. Behind them came armored carrier rigs with plated bellies and drop gantries. Ether barges carried ammunition towers, portable shield pylons, and stacked troop cages. Signal towers floated among them like nervous punctuation. Escort craft moved in disciplined loops around the whole thing. Very organized. Someone had held a meeting. Probably several. The system opened while I was eating flatbread. Sovereign rank, D. Territory, 1,225 square meters. Settlement _ tier, settlement. Crafting materials, 330. Combined stat inheritance, 202%. Roster registered, Freya, Grudna, Sora, Alera, Lilibet, Seraphine Good. No surprise promotion. No overnight growth. No convenient new crater full of materials. The territory stayed at 1,225 square meters. Explicitly unchanged from yesterday's bond expansion. Hearthstone territory had done its work then. Today it apparently planned to watch. Fair. I like to cheat that respected office hours. The roster was already moving before I finished chewing. Nobody asked where to stand. Freya took the eastern high wall, because the approach angle gave her the cleanest launch path and the sun at her back. Her white wings folded once, then settled. She checked the sky the way most people checked a shelf for dust. Grudna took the main gate and the southern brace line. Not because the enemy was likely to attack from the south. Because if anything made it through the front, it would eventually need to become her problem, and she liked problems that came within arm's reach. Sora disappeared into the northern roofline, then reappeared on a watch post farther out, then vanished again. Her route cut across beams, wall corners, and newly grown ground from yesterday's expansion. She had marked every angle already. Now she was just proving the marks still existed. Alera claimed the trading hub counter, which had become our command table by losing the right to be used for trade. She arranged maps, relay notes, signal timings, roster ledgers, and a bowl of springwater quartz shards in a pattern that probably meant something terrifyingly precise. Lilibet walked the west approach and touched each ward anchor with one black-clawed finger. Violet light sank into the hinges, posts, and soil. The shadows under the palisade stopped looking like shade and started looking employed. Seraphine stood in the plaza in human form, scarlet hair moving in a wind that had not arrived yet. She looked up at the approaching platforms and calculated vertical space. Then she stepped to the exact center of the yard, where her dragon form would have the least chance of flattening our own storage sheds. Practical dragon. Rare category, probably. I took my cup and walked the inner ring. The settlement felt larger than 1,225 square meters because everyone had started using it properly. Yesterday's growth had given us more grass, more lanes, more distance between the spring and the void. Today those extra meters became positions. That was all territory really was, if I thought about it. Room for useful people to do annoying things efficiently. The northern horizon brightened. Not sunrise. Reflected ether. The enemy had powered its forward batteries. Alara did not look up from her quartz array. The shards pulsed as the distant signal towers talked to each other in clean, clipped bursts. She summarized the chatter instead of reading every pulse aloud. Good scholar. Trainable. Regional Response Force. 3 garrison platforms. 2 carrier rigs from a border adjudicator's reserve. 6 artillery barges. 12 escort wings. Multiple signal towers. No personal standard from Lord Cassian Drager. No rank S signature. No Iron Sovereign on site. So this was not the highest desk. It was the first form letter with weapons attached. Useful distinction. They brought procedure, Alaris said. I nodded. Worse than stupidity. Still manageable. Freya tested the eastern wall by stepping onto the top rail and letting her wings open halfway. The gust pushed loose dust away from the lane. No speech. No announcement. Just readiness, filed under obvious. Grudna rolled her shoulders at the gate. Her axe rested against one pauldron. She looked pleased in the same way a carpenter might look at dry wood and a clear afternoon. Sora returned long enough to drop 3 facts onto the command table. Forward range. Battery type. Escort rotation. Then she stole a strip of dried fruit and left through a gap nobody else could fit through. Their scouts are neat, she said. Boring to lose. That was probably a professional insult. I respected it. Lilibet finished the west anchors and added one more line of violet script across the fresh soil. Yesterday, that ground had been new. Today, it already had a curse network. Fast civic development. She asked whether I wanted the wards set to repel, bind, blind, or humiliate. Alaris said bind. Grudna said humiliate. Freya said repel. Seraphine said nothing. Her expression suggested all 4 options were beneath the dignity of the attackers and therefore appropriate. I chose bind. Then humiliate if they stepped twice. Lilibet smiled. The west approach became legally inadvisable. The force advanced another few hundred meters through open air. Close enough now for details. The lead war platforms were not elegant. Iron-ribbed decks, braced gun frames, shield vanes. Drop racks loaded with armored skirmish rigs, each one built to clamp onto an island's wall and spill soldiers into the settlement behind it. Ambitious. Against a normal rank D sovereign, that probably ended the day. Against us, it meant someone had brought ladders to a weather problem. The ether barges behind them were heavier. Their cores pulsed blue-white through armored glass. Crew figures moved across their decks in practiced lines, too small to matter individually, but clear enough to count in batches. Signal flags snapped in iron gray and white. Portable towers adjusted angle, aligning relay crystals toward our settlement. They had seen the palisade. They had seen the enlarged land mass. They had probably seen Seraphine. They continued anyway. That was discipline, or paperwork momentum. Hard to stop either one once signatures were involved. I checked the roster panel again because numbers were calmer than distant artillery. Freya, triple S, 50%, bonded. Grudna, S, 39%, trusted. Sora, C, 18%, trusted. Alara, C, 18%, bonded. Lilibet, A, 32%, acquainted. Seraphine, double S, 45%, stranger. Bond changes this arc. None. Correct. No one became more devoted because an army remembered our address. Healthy. Freya crossed from the eastern wall to the north corner in one clean wing beat. She did not land loudly. She never needed volume to make space. She gave the formation one long look. They will open with range. Good. That saved us waiting for the obvious. Alara had already reached the same conclusion from relay timing. She adjusted 3 markers on the map, placing the first impact lanes away from the spring, the trading hub, and the inner gate. Nice of the enemy to telegraph through geometry. Sora drifted back and along the roofline and corrected one marker by the width of a thumb. Alara accepted the correction without drama. Progress. Grudna drove 2 iron stakes into the gate lane by hand. Not for structural support. For footing. She preferred knowing exactly where her boots would stop when she hit something large enough to slide backward. Planning. Very civilized. Lilibet checked her nails. The violet glow under them dimmed to a thin line. Wards armed. No flare. No chant. The west approach looked normal, if normal meant a bad idea waiting patiently. Seraphine finally moved. She stepped away from the central table, crossed the plaza, and placed one palm on the ground. Faint scale patterns along her forearm caught the light. The air above her bent slightly, making room for a much larger shape that had not arrived yet. Then she looked at me. No question. I nodded anyway. Permission was cheap. Dragon-related roof repairs were not. She transformed without spectacle. One moment, a tall woman in crimson and gold stood in the yard. The next, a massive scarlet and gold dragon coiled above the plaza, wings half spread, golden horns catching the hard light from the enemy batteries. She kept her body lifted carefully over the central lane, exactly as planned. The shed survived. Excellent restraint. The enemy formation reacted. Not with fear, as far as I could tell. With procedure. Signal towers flashed. Escort craft widened their loops. The lead platforms slowed by a fraction. Battery crews adjusted elevation. Shield vanes rotated outward. Someone on their side was competent enough to update a plan after seeing a dragon. Still not our problem yet. Alara marked the change. Sora vanished again. Freya rose into the air and hovered above the northern wall, spear angled down, wings steady. Grudna gripped her axe. Lilibet's shadows deepened by one shade. Seraphine lowered her head until one golden eye lined up with the approaching platforms. Everyone had a post. Everyone had work. No one needed a speech from me. Good. I stood beside the ether spring because it was central, visible, and unlikely to be improved by me pretending to be a frontline commander. My job was the island. The island was holding. The system offered no dramatic warning. Just one quiet line. External hostile force entering engagement range. Polite. The lead war platform opened its forward gun ports. Blue-white light gathered inside the nearest barrel. The air tightened. The first shot was fired. It closed the distance fast, blue-white, loud, and expensive. Freya met it before it touched the northern wall. She rose in one wing beat, spear angled across her body, and struck the bolt from underneath. Not hard. Precisely. The shot bent upward like someone had corrected its posture, split into 3 harmless streams, and spent itself in the empty sky above the settlement. The enemy formation paused for half a breath. Fair. If I had fired a siege cannon at a rank D settlement and watched a winged woman redirect it like a thrown cup, I might also update my notes. The system opened beside the ether spring. Sovereign rank, D. Territory, 1,225 square meters. Settlement _ tier, settlement. Crafting materials, 330. Combined stat inheritance, 202%. Roster, Freya SSS/50%/bonded. Grudna S/39%/trusted. Sora C/18%/trusted. Alara C/18%/bonded. Lilibet A/32%/acquainted. Seraphine double S/45%/stranger no change. Good. A battle was not a birthday. The lead garrison platform fired again. Then the other 2 joined it. 3 siege beams came in at different angles, all aimed to break the outer wall and clear a landing lane for the carrier rigs. Serious tactics. Freya looked mildly inconvenienced. She moved through the air in clean, short cuts. One beam she split with the spearhead. One she caught on a windshield of pale light and folded into the clouds. The last she kicked sideways with her armored heel. The shot carved a glowing trench through open air and hit nothing. This offended the artillery crews. They tried a volley. Freya did not hurry. Alera's command table lit with quartz pulses as the signal towers screamed at each other. She did not repeat every order. She summarized the useful parts while moving markers with both hands and one wing. The forward platforms had been told to maintain pressure. The carrier rigs had been told to descend on the east and west flanks. The artillery barges had been told to suppress Seraphine before she transformed again, which was ambitious since she had already transformed. They are allocating resources to denial of reality, Alera said. Accurate. I took her updated marker and put it where she pointed. My heroic command contribution. The first carrier rig dropped 6 clamp frames toward the northern wall. Sora removed 4 before they finished unfolding. She appeared on one frame, slapped a small wedge of spring quartz into its steering crystal, and vanished. The rig spun gently away from the wall and into the path of its neighbor. 2 escort craft swerved to avoid it. A third lost formation and drifted nose up, still intact, very embarrassed. The other 2 clamp frames made it close enough for Grudna. That was worse for them. Grudna planted one boot between the iron stakes she had set the day before. Her axe stayed on her shoulder until the first frame hit the gate lane. Then she swung once. The frame folded inward around the impact and launched backward into the empty air between platforms. Its emergency lift charms caught it after 3 slow spins. No one fell. Several people probably learned religion. The second frame tried to anchor to the palisade. Grudna grabbed the clamp by hand and peeled it off the wall. She looked at the device, judged it, and threw it back. It struck the underside of the carrier rig with a hollow boom. The rig lurched upward, trailing sparks and paperwork. Gate's busy, she said. That was the entire gate report. The enemy switched plans. They had many plans. This was not helping them. Escort wings broke from the outer loops and came in low over the western approach, where the fresh ground from yesterday widened into a tempting landing strip. I could see why they liked it. Clean angle, less wall, darker shadow under the palisade. Lilibet had also seen why they liked it. She had improved the area. The first skirmish rig touched down with 3 armored troops still clipped to its belly harness. Violet light opened under it like a polite trapdoor. The rig did not fall. It stayed exactly where it was, suspended ankle-high above the grass, rotated 90 degrees, and began humming in a key that made the crew's helmets fog from the inside. The second rig landed 2 meters farther west and triggered the humiliation setting. Lilibet had not explained that setting. Now I understood why Alera had voted against it. The rig's armor plates locked shut. Its banner pole bent into a loop. The entire machine floated backward in a slow circle while violet script labeled every mistake in its landing pattern. In very neat handwriting. Cruel. Educational. Lilibet stood near the west post and inspected her nails. Step twice, she said, and it gets personal. No one on that side stepped twice. The artillery barges adapted next. 6 heavy platforms slid outward from behind the garrison line, putting more distance between themselves and Freya. Their crews rotated long barrel arrays toward the settlement center. Portable shield pylons rose around them. Signal towers flashed approval. They had realized the front wall was not the soft target. They aimed for the command table, the spring, and me. Rude. Sora handled it before I finished noticing. She crossed the gap between island and skycraft in a chain of yellow afterimages, using escort wings as stepping stones and loose ether eddies as roads. She did not smash the artillery barges. That would have been loud. She removed the little pins. Every large machine had little pins. Safety pins. Alignment pins. Power pins. Pins people forgot about, because the big barrel looked more impressive. Sora preferred the honest weak point. One by one, the barge guns drooped. The first barrel sagged like wet bread. The second fired straight upward and painted a cloud. The third locked itself in maintenance mode. The fourth began unloading its own charge cells into a tidy pile. The fifth and sixth went dark together after Sora replaced their targeting crystals with ordinary gray pebbles from my yard. Brand consistency. Alara watched the signal chatter collapse into angry static. Their range suppression package is functionally gone. Nice. I moved one marker off the table. Also nice. The command ship stayed back behind the signal towers. It was larger than the rest. Iron gray hull. Layered shield vanes. 3 relay masts. A central command deck with glass, like a judgmental forehead. Not Draeger's personal craft. No rank S signature. No iron standard. Just a regional command vessel carrying enough authority to make ordinary survivors sweat. I felt nothing special from it. Seraphine apparently felt a need to correct its confidence. She uncoiled from the plaza and rose above the settlement, scarlet and gold body blotting out half the northern sky. The platform crews adjusted for her size. The escort wings widened. Shield pylons flared. Signal towers redirected every relay crystal toward her. They were not stupid. That was the sad part. They had simply brought competence to the wrong address. Seraphine opened her jaws. No dramatic roar. Just heat. A red-gold line crossed the air above the enemy formation. It did not touch crew decks. It did not burn through hulls. It passed over their shield vanes by a careful margin and made every shield crystal bloom white from overload. Then the crystals cracked. All at once. The sound was delicate, like a shelf of glass cups giving up. The garrison platforms lost their forward shields. The carrier rigs lost their descent locks. The escort wings lost formation assists and began flying by hand. The signal towers kept flashing, but now every order arrived late, duplicated, or sideways. Alara's quartz map turned into a very calm disaster report. She sorted it in seconds. Freya took the left gap. Grudna held the gate. Sora erased the last live battery. Lilibet's west wards collected 2 more overconfident rigs and stacked them beside the first in a hovering row. Seraphine circled once above all of it, large enough to make the command ship look like a bad decision with railings. I stood by the spring and kept my hands in my sleeves. Important work. A second wave tried to launch from the carrier rigs. Tried was doing most of the labor in that sentence. Freya cut through the launch corridor, spear flashing. She did not strike the pilots. She struck the hooks, rails, wing braces, and command tethers. Drop craft separated from their carriers before they wanted to, drifted out of alignment, and were caught by their own emergency charms. They hung in the sky like laundry. Very tactical laundry. The northern garrison platform attempted to ram forward after losing its main gun. Grudna saw it from the gate and looked offended that something so large thought distance protected it. She pulled one of the iron stakes from the ground and threw it. The stake crossed the gap, punched through the platform's exposed steering vane, and pinned the mechanism sideways. The platform did not crash. It rotated, slowly, with dignity leaving in layers. Its crew fought the controls. The platform continued turning until its broad side faced Seraphine. It stopped there. Good survival instinct. Alara marked that one neutralized. No bond prompt appeared. Correct. Everyone was doing their job. Nobody was having a breakthrough because professionals did not need fireworks for basic workplace performance. Bond changes this arc. None. Territory, 1,225 square meters. Crafting materials, 330. The system was learning restraint. Maybe. The enemy formation was not. All 3 garrison platforms tried to synchronize their remaining side batteries. The 2 carrier rigs pulled behind them. The 6 artillery barges, now mostly useless, drifted into a defensive cluster. 12 escort wings scattered from clean loops into ragged screens. Signal towers flashed so hard I wondered if they could get headaches. It looked dramatic. It also looked like a person reorganizing spilled nails while the table was still falling. Alara summarized the latest chatter. They were requesting permission to escalate. From whom? Unclear. The command ship had started answering itself. That seemed bad for morale. Seraphine descended. She did not attack the command ship. She landed in the air in front of it, because dragons got to ignore some sentence structures. Her wings spread wide enough to block the view of the settlement completely. Her golden eyes fixed on the command deck. The command ship's forward guns lifted toward her. Freya appeared above the barrels. Sora appeared below the relay mast. Lilibet's violet wards flickered across 3 captured skirmish rigs and aimed them, politely, back toward open sky. Grudna tapped her axe against the gate, waiting for anything brave enough to land. Alara placed one final marker on the table and looked up. The command ship did the first sensible thing anyone on that side had done all morning. It broke formation. Not a retreat order yet. Too proud for that. Just a sharp turn away from the firing line. Shield vanes half blind. Relay masts blinking out of sequence. Escorts scrambling to follow. Garrison platforms still rotating through the consequences of earlier choices. The invasion force had arrived, arranged like a verdict. Now its command ship was leaving the sentence unfinished. Already losing. The command ship fled badly. Not fast enough to look strategic. Not slowly enough to look brave. It angled away from the broken formation with 2 relay masts blinking in disagreement and 1 shield vane dragging sparks through open air. The escort wings tried to follow it. The garrison platforms tried to remember which direction forward was. The carrier rigs tried to recover their clamp frames without admitting the clamps had become modern art. Very busy retreat. Technically, nobody on our side was retreating. There was never a version where that happened. Alara's quartz table caught the regional chatter and reduced it to useful facts. The command ship had ordered withdrawal. The artillery barges had lost synchronized fire. The carriers were requesting permission to abandon siege equipment. Nobody had permission for anything anymore, because the command deck was busy discovering distance. They are calling it a tactical disengagement, Alara said. Sure, I called it leaving. Freya rose above the north wall and closed the route without blocking escape lanes completely. She cut relay cords, broke steering vanes, and slapped siege bolts away from the settlement as if tidying a room. Her spear never touched a crewman. It did not need to. Machines were easier to discourage. The first system prompt arrived while she split a retreat signal in half. Bond level updated. Freya, bonded to devoted. Heartzone territory, plus 100 square meters. Territory, 1,225 square meters to 1,325 square meters. The ground answered one breath later. Not instantly. The rule was still the rule. 1 hour per 100 meters. The new land began as a low tremor under the grass, then a gray-green lip rolling outward beyond the palisade. Soil knitted itself over fresh volcanic stone. Grass followed like it had been waiting in line. Freya did not look back. Devoted, apparently. She was expressing it through property damage. Grudna handled the next section of the route from the gate lane. A damaged garrison platform drifted too close after losing its steering vane. It was not attacking anymore. It was just inconveniently large. Grudna jumped, caught a hanging anchor chain, and dragged the platform sideways until its emergency lift rings had to choose between obeying her or obeying physics. They chose her. Good rings. The platform slid into a harmless spin and away from the island. Its crew stayed aboard, strapped in and alive, which was more mercy than their landing gear deserved. Grudna landed back between her iron stakes with a dented chain over one shoulder and a grin wide enough to count as weather. The system approved the paperwork. Bond level updated. Grudna, trusted to bonded. Land conversion, plus 100 square meters. Territory, 1,325 square meters to 1,425 square meters. The southern edge thickened. New basalt shelves pushed out under the palisade braces. Root lines from the crop beds crawled into them. A narrow service path formed where yesterday there had been open sky. Grudna looked at the expanding ground once, then at the retreating rigs. More room to throw things. Practical. Sora used the extra room immediately. She crossed the new service path, hit the north wall, bounced off a disabled skiff, and vanished into the retreating escort screen. She was not fighting pilots. She was editing their options. Pins came out. Crystals swapped places. Emergency flags deployed from the wrong sides. One escort wing tried to bank left and gently banked into a slow, humiliating right turn. Another lost formation control and floated above the battlefield with all its lamps blinking surrender colors, probably by accident. Sora had a talent for making sabotage look like clerical error. Alara summarized the enemy reaction without repeating the panic. The escort captains had been ordered to screen the command ship. They were instead screening each other from their own equipment. Good teamwork. Sora reappeared on the roof with a stolen timing rod between her teeth, spat it into Alara's tray, and left again. The system followed her exit. Bond level updated. Sora, trusted to bonded. Heartzone territory, plus 100 square meters added. Territory, 1,425 square meters to 1,525 square meters. The western meadow widened in a long arc grass spread over new stone, then small wind-cut lanes carved themselves through it, exactly where Sora kept running. Heartzone territory apparently had opinions about infrastructure. Acceptable opinions. Alara used the growth like it had been budgeted. She shifted the command table markers from defense to cleanup. The invasion force had broken into 5 groups: fleeing command ship, rotating garrison platforms, crippled barges, confused escorts, and captured landing rigs. She assigned each problem to the person already solving it. No speeches, no dramatic orders, just an archivist turning a battle into filing. Her wings flickered as she tracked signal echoes from every relay tower. She did not quote the enemy captains. She translated their entire collapse into 3 neat categories: harmless, leaving, and about to become harmless. Then she found the route the command ship wanted. Freya closed it from above. Sora broke it from below. Seraphine waited in front of it. The system liked clean administration. Bond level updated. Alara, bonded to devoted. Territory yield, plus 100 square meters. Territory, 1,525 square meters to 1,625 square meters. The ether spring widened by a finger-width ring of neon blue water. Around it, white quartz pebbles multiplied in neat clusters. New archive stones surfaced near the trading hub, flat and pale, useful for maps, ledgers, or ominous inscriptions. Alara saw it and went very still. Then she kept working. Excellent priorities. Lillivet's part of the battle had become an exhibition. The west approach held 7 captured skirmish rigs now, all hovering in a perfect row. Their armor plates were locked shut. Their weapons were unloaded. Their banners had been folded into shapes that looked insulting even without cultural context. The crews inside were alive, conscious, and learning patience. Lillivet's wards dragged 2 more rigs out of the sky when they tried to use the widening meadow as a recovery lane. She did not strike them. She made the grass under them reject the landing with quiet violet light. The rigs bounced, rotated, and joined the row. Then the shadows under the palisade grew teeth for half a second. Not to bite. For tone. The first prompt came when she caught the 8th rig. Bond level updated. Lillivet, acquainted to trusted. Heartzone territory, plus 100 square meters converted. Territory, 1,625 square meters to 1,725 square meters. Dark soil spread along the west edge, rich and almost black. Purple-veined flowers opened around the ward anchors. They looked poisonous. They were probably polite about it. Lilibet took one look and improved the ward script to include them. The second prompt arrived when the captured rigs began turning their own emergency lamps toward the remaining attackers, creating a corridor of very clear bad decisions. Bond level updated. Lilibet, trusted to bond it. Plus 100 square meters banked from bond growth. Territory, 1,725 square meters to 1,825 square meters. The black soil strip doubled. The west approach stopped looking like a flank and started looking like a district with opinions. Nice. The regional force was finished by then. Not destroyed. Finished. There was a difference. Freya had clipped the retreat vectors. Grudna had shoved the heavy platforms into harmless drift. Sora had turned the escort screen into a maintenance backlog. Alera had broken their coordination by understanding it better than they did. Lilibet had converted their landing force into a cautionary display. That left Seraphine. She had been patient, which was alarming by itself. The command ship made one last attempt to pull above the cloud shelf. Its shield vanes flared with reserve power. Its remaining mast broadcast a high-priority regional seal. The smaller craft scattered around it, trying to give it room. Seraphine moved. Her dragon body curved through the sky with slow precision, scarlet and gold against the white clouds. She did not chase the ship like prey. She positioned above the whole retreating mass and released heat in a broad red-gold sheet. Careful heat. Terrifying heat. It passed over hulls, under sails, around crew decks, and straight through every exposed shield crystal still pretending to function. Crystals cracked. Lift rings screamed. Engines dropped into safety mode. The command ship's last shield died with a sound like a glass button being pressed too hard. The system spoke for Seraphine for the first time. Bond level updated. Seraphine, stranger to acquainted. Heartzone territory response. Plus 100 square meters. Territory, 1825 square meters to 1925 square meters. The eastern edge pushed outward in a long curve of red-veined stone. Warm vents opened between the rocks, breathing gentle heat into the air. Not enough to burn. Enough to say dragon, very clearly, in geological form. Seraphine banked once. Above the broken regional force, the clouds split. A second vessel descended from higher altitude. Not the regional command ship. Not one of the gaudy, gold-plated garrison craft Alera had described before. This thing had no silk banners, no ceremonial dragon prow, no polished nonsense. Dark iron battle plate covered its hull in layered slabs. Gray-black escort spars sat folded tight against its sides. Its sails were charcoal cloth reinforced with metal ribs. No gold. No decoration. No need to advertise. It had arrived quietly. Late, too. Classic upper management. Alera's face changed by half a degree. Sora stopped moving on a distant mast. Freya angled her spear, but did not charge. They all understood the same thing before I did. This was not part of the regional response force. It was the person checking the report. Competent. Annoying. The dark flagship held above the route for 3 seconds, probably assessing damage. Its commander stood on the forward deck in dark battle plate under a plain charcoal cloak. Tall, broad, iron-gray hair, a scar through one eyebrow. Too far away for conversation. Close enough for consequences. He did not attack. Smart. Unfortunately, he had arrived inside the tail end of our cleanup. The regional command ship tried to climb beneath him at the same moment Seraphine's heat sheet rolled upward through the broken shield field. Freya's redirected siege bolt curved off a shattered relay vane. Lilibet's captured rigs dumped their disabled landing charms in a synchronized safety purge. Sora's stolen timing rod made the escort wing's reserve engines fire 3 seconds late. All of that met under the dark flagship. Nobody aimed at it. That did not help it. The backlash hit the underside in a bloom of red-gold heat and blue-white ether. Shield plates flared, held, and failed along one seam. The left lift bank caught fire. Then the fire crawled into the sail ribs. The dark flagship burned. Very inconvenient for everyone aboard. Seraphine's second prompt appeared while the commander was already ordering evacuation by hand signal. Bond level updated. Seraphine, acquainted to trusted. Heart zone territory conversion triggered, plus 100 square meters. Territory, 1925 square meters to 2025 square meters. The ground rolled outward again. This time, it crossed the number that mattered. Milestone reached. Territory has crossed 2,000 square meters for the first time. Current territory, 2,025 square meters. From 10 square meters of gray rock to 2,025 square meters of settlement, walls, spring, fields, ward lanes, dragon-warm stone, and 6 companions who made an invasion look like a scheduling error. Not bad. Still rank D. The system agreed. Sovereign rank, D. Settlement _ tier, settlement. Crafting materials, 330. Combined stat inheritance, 202%. No rank C. No new materials. Bond growth did not change stat inheritance. Good. Numbers should behave. Above the clouds, the dark flagship tilted hard. Its crew launched escape frames and discipline lines. Emergency lift charms caught disabled platforms before anyone fell. The regional command ship limped away under escort, humiliated and alive. The commander of the burning flagship was the last to leave. He crossed the forward deck through smoke, cloak snapping behind him, and stepped onto a narrow emergency skiff as the left lift bank collapsed. Flames swallowed the rail where he had been standing a breath earlier, by the skin of his teeth. The skiff dropped, caught, and vanished into the upper cloud layer with 2 escorts tight beside it. No confrontation, no speech. Just a competent man leaving a burning ship he had not expected to lose. Alara recovered a fractured command seal from the dying signal storm. She did not read the whole authorization chain aloud. She gave me the useful part. Rank S authority. Sovereign Trials Enforcement Arm. Personal flagship confirmed. The system completed the identification 1 line later. Hostile sovereign signature confirmed. Lord Kashendrager, the Iron Sovereign. The morning after the siege, the Pebble was quiet. Too quiet. The regional force had been thoughtful enough to leave a mountain of trash. Specifically, 3 crippled carrier rigs, a dozen disabled escort wings, and a few garrison platforms that had been downgraded from military hardware to very expensive lawn ornaments. Most of the crews had bolted or been airlifted. They left the gear. Score. I spent the first hour pacing my 2,025 square meters territory. Let's be real, this isn't a fortress. It's a luxury parking lot with a view. Still, the vibe was improving. The stone was humming with Seraphine's dragon warmth, and Lilibet's wards were going wild, sprouting purple flowers everywhere. It's a luxury parking lot with a view. Still, the vibe was improving. The stone was humming with Seraphine's dragon warmth, and Lilibet's wards were going wild, sprouting purple flowers everywhere. The hall was actually decent, high-grade stabilizers, for crates of refined ether glass, and a pile of loose currency that looked like someone had just dumped their pockets during a panic attack. I checked the officers' lockers. 83 credits. Pocket change. Literally. Crafting materials. 330 to 1113. Wait. I blinked. The numbers were still jumping. The 83 was just the loose change. The actual salvage from the rig shell breakdowns was hitting the ledger in one massive, glorious wave. A single refined stabilizer of that grade usually fetches 120 materials on the open market. We had 6. If we found a neutral trading hub that didn't want to murder us on site, we could probably afford to upgrade the settlement's irrigation system twice over. Too much noise, I muttered. I wasn't talking about Grudna crushing things. I was talking about the signature. Burning a random regional command ship is one thing. Burning the personal flagship of Lord Kashendrager? That's a different league of bad idea. That kind of event doesn't just stay on the island. It ripples through the regional courts like a brick through a window. Alara confirmed my paranoia 10 minutes later. She skipped the command table and just flashed a series of intercepted transmissions from the regional hubs. For the first time since the selection, the chatter wasn't about the anomaly or the ghost island. They were using my name, Kaito. The joke had officially shifted. I wasn't the unemployed clerk who'd been dumped on a pebble to die. Now, it ripples through the regional courts like a brick through a window. Alara confirmed my paranoia 10 minutes later. The regional courts were in high society panic mode. They weren't sending another invasion force, not yet, but they were spamming me with inquiries. They wanted my rank, my lineage. An explanation for how a rank D survivor had dismantled a professional siege force without breaking a sweat. I ignored them. Why reply to bureaucrats when you have a system to optimize? Passive bond resonance active. An explanation for how a rank D survivor had dismantled a professional siege force without breaking a sweat. I ignored them. Why reply to bureaucrats when you have a system to optimize? The land was feeding back into the bonds. A slow crawl, but consistent. As long as this territory exists, the bonds grow. Passive income. Who needs a 9 to 5 when you have Ascension Island? I checked my stats, mostly because I'd forgotten what they were since the last jump. Level, 36 to 38. Strength, 36 to 38. Vitality, 36 to 38. Perception, 36 to 38. Small jump. Clean. The combined stat inheritance from the 6 companions was doing the heavy lifting, but my own base level was finally starting to budge. I could feel it. My grip felt denser. My muscles tighter. My perception had a sharper edge. I'm not a powerhouse. Not even close. But I'm becoming a very efficient conduit for the power of the people around me. I'm basically a high-end parasite with a nice view. The afternoon was for logistics. Sora handled the cleaning, which is a polite way of saying she disassembled the captured rigs into neat, categorized piles of scrap. She was just a series of yellow blurs. She looked bored out of her mind. Clearly, she wanted another fight. Meanwhile, Freya and Seraphine were playing air traffic control. No talking needed. She looked bored out of her mind. Clearly, she wanted another fight. Meanwhile, Freya and Seraphine were playing air traffic control. No talking needed. One wing flick from Freya, one low hum from Seraphine, and I knew the airspace was clear of any more surprise visitors. Then the courier arrived. It wasn't a person. It was a high-speed ether bolt, a compressed cylinder of light that slammed into the center of the original 10-meter slab with enough force to crack the rock. It didn't explode. It unfurled. A holographic projection shimmered into view, a heavy, golden-crimson crest representing the regional administrative court. The voice was cold, official, and had the personality of a wet brick. The courier didn't ask for a meeting. It didn't offer a truce. It just dropped a formal summons. The regional courts had officially recognized my territory. Great, right? Wrong. There was a condition. According to the laws of Etheria, any survivor possessing land over 1,000 square meters without a registered lineage is classified as an unsanctioned domain. And the penalty for being unsanctioned: immediate redistribution. Translation: since I don't have a fancy family name or a registered title, the courts decided my 2,025 square meters of paradise is actually a public resource they'd like to steal. Classic. I looked at the holographic seal. Then I looked at Grudna, who was currently balancing a 3-ton iron beam on one shoulder like it was a pool noodle. I looked at Freya, who was circling the island like a hawk. I didn't get angry. I didn't feel the need to scream into the void. Translation: since I don't have a fancy family name or a registered title, the courts decided my 2,025 square meters of paradise is actually a public resource they'd like to steal. Classic. And they wanted the man who'd toasted Draeger's ship to explain himself in a room full of judges who probably can't tie their own boots without a manual. Archive it, I told Alara. I didn't say reply. As the hologram faded, a new prompt flickered on my panel. This one was different, an external ping, a direct, encrypted line that had completely bypassed the regional courts. Sender: unidentified. Message: short. Vibe: terrifying. It was a warning. The message claimed the regional courts weren't actually interested in the land. They were just the distraction. Behind them, someone was tracking the specific energy signature of my territory, the Heartzone resonance, and they'd already pinpointed the exact frequency of my bond with Freya. The warning ended with one chilling detail: the redistribution wasn't about the dirt. It was about the source of the growth. Someone didn't want my island. They wanted the cheat. I stared at the screen for a long minute. My first official diplomatic interaction with the world, and I was already being targeted by some shadow player who thought they could out-hack my system. I leaned back against the cool stone of the pebble and sighed. I just wanted to build a nice house and maybe get some decent plumbing. But apparently, when you turn a lord's flagship into a campfire, you lose the right to a quiet retirement. I looked over at Sora, who was still sorting scrap with the intensity of a professional organizer on a deadline. Sora, I called out. Stop the cleaning. Start building a wall. A wall? She asked, tilting her head. Yeah, a big one. Because it looks like the neighborhood association is about to try and evict me, and I'm not leaving until I've looted everything they own. I checked the materials count again. 1,113. It wasn't enough for a fortress, but it was enough to make the redistribution process very, very painful for whoever tried it. The game had changed. The warning ended with one chilling detail: the redistribution wasn't about the dirt. It was about the source of the growth. Someone didn't want my island. They wanted the cheat. I stared at the screen for a long minute. My first official diplomatic interaction with the world, and I was already being targeted by some shadow player who thought they could out-hack my system. I leaned back against the cool stone of the pebble and sighed. I just wanted to build a nice house and maybe get some decent plumbing. But apparently, when you turn a lord's flagship into a campfire, you lose the right to a quiet retirement. I looked over at Sora, who was still sorting scrap with the intensity of a professional organizer on a deadline. Sora, I called out. Stop the cleaning. Start building a wall. A wall? She asked, tilting her head. Yeah, a big one. Because it looks like the neighborhood association is about to try and evict me, and I'm not leaving until I've looted everything they own. I checked the materials count again. 1,113. It wasn't enough for a fortress, but it was enough to make the redistribution process very, very painful for whoever tried it. The game had changed. I wasn't just surviving the selection anymore. I was playing a high-stakes game of real estate with people who had armies. Luckily for me, I had a rank S Valkyrie and a very angry orc. The math still checked out. Woke up. The pebble currently feels less like a home and more like a giant "kick me" sign taped to a volcanic rock. First order of business: numbers. Logistics don't lie, even when the universe is trying to evict you. I had 1,113 crafting materials and a storage capacity I can only describe as optimistic. Total disaster. My town hall and work sheds hit a hard ceiling, leaving the surplus in sad little piles on the grass. Basically an open invitation for any passing scavenger to come have a field day. I checked the storage rack expansion Alara flagged. 90 materials. A rounding error in the grand scheme of my impending homelessness. I clicked confirm. Thunk. Rack snapped into place. Crafting materials, 11:13 to 10:23. Progress. Now the gear we stripped from the regional force is actually organized instead of being a miscellaneous scrap pile by the west wall. Very tidy. Very professional. Unfortunately, a clean inventory doesn't stop illegal summons. The regional courts were blunt. I'm an unsanctioned domain. Translation: I'm a squatter on a very expensive piece of lava. If I want to keep my 2,025 square meters of real estate, I need a title. Since my family name doesn't sound like it belongs on a gold-plated invitation, I have one option: the sovereign trials. Basically government-sponsored Hunger Games to see if I'm a legal landlord or just a lucky fluke. Enter the competition, survive the gauntlet, don't die or embarrass yourself too badly, and the courts grant you a provisional title. Then the redistribution crews stop treating my island like a free-for-all loot drop. I hate auditions. Told Alara. She didn't care. She just projected the entry requirements onto the table. The trials aren't just a power check. They're a bureaucratic nightmare designed to filter out the lucky idiots. The real kicker? The timing. Intake window opens in 48 hours. Miss it, and I spend 6 months as a legal outlaw. That's a great way to get your island redistributed by a fleet that views provisional titles as optional suggestions. I looked at my roster. Freya was polishing her spear with an intensity that suggested she wanted to fight the portal itself. Grudna was testing the physics of the island by trying to launch a salvaged carrier stabilizer across the horizon. Sora was a yellow blur, practicing wind-walking laps around the palisade. Seraphine was basking in her own heat, and Lilivette was tending to her purple flowers. Wildly overqualified. We're a professional sports team entering a middle school gym class, and I'm the coach trying to make sure we don't accidentally break the equipment. But the trials aren't just a test. They're a stage. And the guy running the stage is the man who just watched his flagship turn into a charcoal briquette. Lord Kashendrager, the Iron Sovereign. He governs the regional courts, owns the trials system, and is the final boss of legitimization. He signs the papers, writes the rules, and decides which unsanctioned domains are worth saving and which are just scrap. Entering the trials means walking straight into the office of the man I just humiliated. I'm essentially scheduling a one-on-one with the CEO after I accidentally deleted his favorite spreadsheet and set the break room on fire. He's going to hate us, I noted. He already hates us, Alara replied. Fair point. Hate is a tool. If Drager wants to make my life a nightmare, he'll actually have to put in the effort, and I'm betting high-ranking sovereigns are far too arrogant to do the actual paperwork required for a grudge. Spent the rest of the day prepping. High-grade stabilizers, crates of ether glass, and enough supplies to survive a week in a contested zone. Topped off the storage racks, just in case we found something worth stealing. Then, the system gave me a little nudge. Passive bond resonance active. Heartzone territory, +1 bond XP generated. Total bond XP, 28 to 29. 1 point. A trickle. I'm basically on the free-to-play tier of land ownership. Still, it's a reminder that the land is working for me, even while I'm preparing to leave it. 48-hour mark. The sky didn't just brighten, it fractured. A massive, gold-rimmed portal tore open. Flashy. Obnoxious. The transport gate for the trials doesn't ask for permission. It just arrives and demands we get in. I stepped toward the gate, linen shirt fluttering in the sudden draft. Then, a shift in the internal chemistry. Tight muscles. Sharp vision. Level, 38 to 40. Strength, 38 to 40. Vitality, 38 to 40. Perception, 38 to 40. Clean jump, 2 points across the board. Not a god yet, but a much more stable vessel for the stat inheritance flowing from my companions. Valkyrie strength and orc resilience humming in my marrow. like a high-end language pack being installed into my DNA. "Let's go," I said. We stepped through. Transition was a blur of white noise and rushing wind. Then the air changed. We weren't on the PEBBLE anymore. We were standing on a floating obsidian plaza that stretched for miles. Pure brutalism. Gray stone. Sharp angles. The whole place is designed to make you feel like an ant. Thousands of other survivors scattered around. Some looked terrified, some looked arrogant, and most looked like they were having a midlife crisis in real time. Then I saw the center. A massive, elevated dais of dark iron. A large, rugged man sat on a throne of jagged basalt. Lord Kashendrager. No cloak this time. Full dark battle plate, matte metal that eats the light. Iron gray hair cropped short. A scar through his eyebrow that looked deeper under the harsh plaza lights. He didn't look angry. He didn't even look spiteful. He looked bored. Ledger in one hand, heavy iron gavel in the other. His eyes, winter storm gray, scanned the crowd with a clinical detachment that made the people around me instinctively shrink back. Then his gaze landed on me. No smile. No shouting. Very professional. He just focused all his energy on staring at me with pure, concentrated hatred. He looked at the man who burned his flagship, then looked at the 6 powerhouse companions flanking me. Slowly, Drager leaned forward. Boredom shifted into something far more dangerous. He didn't say a word. He just tapped the iron gavel once against the basalt throne. The sound didn't just ring. It vibrated in my teeth. And as the echo died down, I noticed something the others hadn't. Around the perimeter of the plaza, the gray stone was shifting. Heavy iron gates were sliding shut, locking the thousands of us inside the arena. The trials hadn't even started yet, but the exit had already disappeared. Classic. The gates finished sealing with a sound like the whole plaza exhaling once and deciding not to again. Nobody was leaving until somebody won. A floating tablet drifted down in front of every survivor at once, mine included. Simple rules, printed in the same flat gold font as everything else this system ever bothered to explain. Trial 1. Resource efficiency. Objective. Produce the highest volume of usable materials within the time limit. Time limit, 1 hour. Scoring. Automatic, live leaderboard. An hour. Somewhere behind me, a man in patched leather armor started laughing in the specific way people laugh right before they cry. Drager didn't announce anything. He just lifted the gavel again, and the moment it touched down, a wall of light split the plaza into 1,000 small partitioned lots, 1 per contestant, each seated with a patch of raw, unclaimed voidstone. My lot looked exactly like everyone else's. That was the joke. Freya asked if it was the same setup as home. Better, I said. Home doesn't have judges watching. She didn't argue the point. I didn't do anything that looked like effort. I stood in the middle of my little square of gray stone and let biotic synthesis do what it always did, quietly, without anyone in this arena knowing it existed. The land under my boots didn't need instructions. It already knew every companion's specialty by heart, and it converted raw material the way other people's lungs converted air, constantly, invisibly, without asking permission first. Biotic synthesis, producing. Around me, other contestants were digging. Actually digging. Shovels, pickaxes, one guy with what looked like a repurposed dinner fork. A woman 2 lots over had summoned some kind of burrowing construct and was directing it with increasingly desperate hand signals, the kind of gestures that stop meaning anything specific after the 3rd minute of pure panic. Grudna watched the whole arena with the particular expression she reserves for people, making her job look easy by comparison. Sora clocked every other contestant's technique in about 4 seconds flat and pronounced, out loud, that none of it would matter. Nobody asked her to elaborate, mostly because everyone already agreed. Alara took notes anyway, on principle, the way she takes notes on everything that might someday matter to somebody other than her. Seraphine stayed near the back the entire hour, arms crossed, watching Draeger more than the leaderboard. She'd said almost nothing since we arrived, which for her counted as a considered opinion rather than silence. Lilivette, by contrast, seemed to be enjoying herself in a way that suggested she'd bet actual currency on the final margin and was already mentally spending the winnings. I checked the leaderboard instead of doing anything productive with my hands. Leaderboard live. 1. Kaito, 340 units. 2. 41 units. 3. 38 units. 40 minutes left. The numbers kept climbing without me touching anything, which was the entire point and also the entire problem for everyone else in the arena. Nobody watching could see the part that actually mattered. The work behind this outcome had happened arcs ago, one bond level at a time, quietly, until the event stopped being a contest and became a formality with a countdown attached. Somewhere in there I stopped watching my own score and started watching everyone else's instead, mostly out of boredom. Crafting materials, 1,023 to 1,340. Materials banked directly, no ceremony. The system didn't care that I hadn't lifted anything heavier than my own patience the entire hour. At the 10-minute mark, the burrowing construct hit bedrock and gave up on life, which is more self-awareness than most of the equipment in this arena had shown so far. Its handler sat down in the dirt next to it, visibly recalculating every decision that had led her to this specific moment, in this specific arena, on this specific day. The final bell was a single low tone, not dramatic, just final. Trial 1. Results. 1. Kaito, 2,140 units. 2. 96 units. 3. 89 units. 22 times the runner-up. The number sat on the board in plain gold text, not flashing, not celebrating, just correct, the way a receipt is correct whether or not you like the total. The plaza went quiet in a way that felt organized, like a room full of people had simultaneously decided arguing with the leaderboard wasn't going to change what it said. A few contestants checked the board twice, as if it might reconsider. Draeger hadn't moved from the throne. His eyes went from the board to me, then swept across the 6 of them standing beside me like furniture that occasionally ended wars. He didn't smile. He didn't scowl either. He wrote something down, unhurried, and the sound of the pen against the ledger carried further than it had any right to across an arena this size. Alaris said, quietly enough that only the roster heard it, that the reaction wasn't a reaction at all. It was a man updating a file. Lilivette agreed, and added that she'd personally seen scarier accountants. Nobody laughed, exactly, but the tension that had been sitting on the whole plaza since the gate opened cracked a little, the way a room does when it realizes the monster under discussion isn't actually going to eat anyone today. I didn't feel like a winner. Winning would have implied the other 90-some contestants had a version of this hour where they were ever competing with me instead of with each other for second place. What I felt was mostly the specific, low-grade satisfaction of watching a number go up while doing nothing, which is a feeling I have never once gotten tired of and don't expect to start getting tired of anytime soon. Crafting materials, 1,340. Territory, 2,025 square meters, unchanged. Sovereign rank, D. The gate at the far end of the plaza cracked open, letting in cold air and the low murmur of a few thousand people already deciding how they were going to describe this to whoever hadn't seen it in person. By the time we reached the exit, at least 3 separate conversations near us had already stopped using my name and started using a nickname instead, none of which I bothered correcting. Somewhere in the crowd, a sovereign I didn't recognize told the one next to her that the PEBBLE kid wasn't even trying, not quietly enough for it to stay private. She had a point. The part that seemed to bother everyone the most wasn't the win itself. It was how little the win had apparently cost me. Back at our staging tent, Grudna started rearranging the crafting inventory before anyone asked her to, purely because 1,340 units of anything was more interesting to her than standing around discussing what had just happened. Freya watched the leaderboard freeze in its final state a while longer than the rest of us, like she was committing the exact shape of the number to memory for later. Nobody said the word rematch. Nobody needed to. The look on Drager's face when he'd stopped writing had said it plainly enough for everyone in the tent to have heard it without a single word actually spoken. Outside, the queue for the next event was already forming, and half of it was watching our tent instead of the board. The score was already old news. The real outcome of the morning was an entire arena quietly recalculating what kind of contest this was going to be from here on out. Word about the trial spread faster than the walk back to the PEBBLE took. People who'd never once acknowledged my land claim were suddenly finding excuses to be seen near it, which is its own kind of funny once you notice it happening in real time. I didn't feel like dealing with any of that yet, so I went fishing instead, which is still, after everything, the correct response to most problems. The rod caught on the second cast. Not a fish. A booster, waterlogged and humming, F grade going in. Midas touch, engaged. Sovereign slots, spinning. The wheels landed clean. B grade, a real jump for something that started as a waterlogged F grade catch. Freya noticed the climb before I did, and said it felt like the system was showing off on the rod's behalf. Booster opened. Companion summoned. The light that came out of it wasn't gold like the others. It was a pale, structural gray, the color of wet granite, and it didn't so much appear as it assembled, joints locking into place one at a time, a spine of interlocking crystal segments settling upright, until a woman made entirely of living stone stood where the booster had been. She looked down at her own hands, turning them over once, then flexed each finger individually, testing the range. She announced, to nobody in particular, that her structural integrity was acceptable, in the exact tone of someone reading off a diagnostics report. Grudna, who has strong opinions about anyone built to withstand more damage than she can, immediately walked over and knocked on her shoulder twice, like checking a door. The new companion let her. Stat inheritance, 25%. Combined stat inheritance, 202% to 227%. The number crossed the line the system had apparently been waiting for, because a second panel followed the first without being asked. Milestone reached. Combined stat inheritance exceeds 220%. Sora asked her name. She considered the question with the specific seriousness of someone who has genuinely never needed a name before and doesn't want to get it wrong on the first try. She settled on Terra, reasoning out loud that the name had simply been available, as if names were a resource pool like everything else on this island, and she'd checked before claiming it. Alara, predictably, was already circling her, notebook out, muttering classification terms under her breath. Golem kind weren't in any bestiary Alara had ever cracked open, and the gap in her own knowledge delighted her far more than it should have, given the circumstances. She asked Terra 3 separate questions about crystal density scaling before anyone else got a word in, and Terra answered every one of them with the flat precision of someone reading off a spec sheet only she could see. Terra didn't seem to register the attention as unusual. She turned instead toward the nearest wall of our staging structure, a rough patch job from 3 arcs back that had never quite sat flush, and studied it the way a person studies a math problem they already know the answer to. Lilibet leaned over and asked what exactly she was looking at. Terra said the wall had been load-bearing on the wrong axis for at least 2 arcs and nobody had noticed because it hadn't fallen down yet, which she considered a design flaw rather than a success. That got a laugh out of Grudna, who has never once cared whether a structure was theoretically correct as long as it kept standing. She pressed one palm flat against the seam. The crack didn't just close. The whole wall shifted, stone realigning itself in a slow ripple that started at her hand and spread outward, gaps sealing, joints tightening, until the patch job stopped looking like a patch and started looking deliberate, load-bearing, the kind of seam an actual architect would have signed off on. Structural reinforcement, minor. That wasn't biotic synthesis, Alara said, staring at the wall. No, Terra agreed. That was me. Nobody had asked her to fix anything. She'd just looked at something imperfect and corrected it, the way some people can't walk past a crooked picture frame without straightening it. Except her version came with a stat panel attached and left the wall structurally superior to before it broke. Grudna, watching the whole thing with the closest she gets to genuine professional respect, allowed that maybe there was room on this roster for someone who built things instead of just wrecking them. Coming from her, it counted as a formal welcome. Materials hadn't moved. Territory hadn't moved. Rank hadn't moved. The only number that had actually changed all evening was the one that mattered. A fresh face, a fresh specialty, and a combined total finally passed the milestone the system had been quietly counting toward since the moment Terra's booster resolved. Combined stat inheritance, 227%. Roster registered, Freya, Grudna, Sora, Alara, Lilibet, Seraphine, Terra 7 now. I hadn't planned on stopping at 6, mostly because I hadn't planned on any of this past the first accidental fishing trip, but 7 had a better ring to it than 6 ever did. Grudna pointed out, not unreasonably, that the staging structure was starting to run short of doorways. Terra worked through the rest of the evening re-leveling every uneven floor tile in the staging structure, unasked, one tile at a time, with the unhurried focus of someone who genuinely couldn't leave a crooked line alone. Nobody stopped her. It was, by a wide margin, the most productive anyone had been all day, and she managed it without once bringing up the trial or the leaderboard. That, more than anything else that happened, told me exactly what kind of addition she was going to be. Freya watched her work for a while, arms crossed, and said, loud enough for the whole staging structure to hear, that she approved of anyone who fixed problems instead of narrating them. Terra didn't look up from the tile she was working on. She just nodded once, filed the compliment away somewhere structural, and kept going. Grudna, several tiles over, muttered that the roster had officially run out of people willing to sit still for even one full evening, which from her was as close to affection as anyone was going to get tonight. The staging structure, by the time Terra finished, sat flatter and squarer than it had since the day it was first built. I was about to call it a night when she stopped mid-motion, palms still flat against the last tile, and went very still in a way that had nothing to do with being tired. She wasn't looking at the floor anymore. She was looking straight down, through it, at something the rest of us couldn't see, and she very clearly could. Grudna asked what was wrong. Terra took a moment before answering. A real one, noticeably longer than every other question tonight had gotten a response for. There's more down there, she said. A lot more. Nobody had asked her to check. She'd just been standing on a floor, doing a job nobody assigned her, and found something underneath it that clearly hadn't been part of anyone's plan, mine included. I didn't press her for more that night. Whatever it was could wait for morning, and Terra, for all her habits, has never once struck me as someone who needed to be rushed toward an answer she wasn't ready to give yet. The letters started arriving the morning after the trial, which felt fast even by this island's standards. 3 the first day, 5 the second, each one stamped with a different sovereign seal and written in the specific over-polished tone people use when they want something but haven't decided how to ask for it yet. Freya sorted them by handwriting before she even opened one, which told me more about her than it did about the letters. The first was from a nervous man, she said with total confidence, reasoning that only someone nervous apologizes twice before getting anywhere near the actual request buried underneath. Alara had the second one open before I'd finished my tea, reading it back to the room in a voice pitched to mock the original without changing a single word of it. Something about mutual regional interests and an open channel of communication, which is apparently what a sovereign says when he wants to know whether I'm planning to conquer him specifically or the whole region generally, and hasn't worked out a polite way to phrase either option. Grudna kept her eyes on the crafting table the entire time she answered. "Tell him, General," she said. "Saves everyone the trouble of a follow-up letter." I read the rest myself over the course of the morning. For proposed trade, terms dressed up as friendship. 2 requested a formal audience, worded delicately enough that declining would have counted as its own kind of insult regardless of the answer. 1 arrived from a sovereign I'd never once heard mentioned before, a single blunt line asking whether the stories about my roster had been exaggerated, which struck me as the most honest letter in the stack by a wide margin, and the only one that didn't waste 3 paragraphs getting to the actual question. Sora sorted the whole pile by threat level in under a minute, the same clinical read she'd given every contestant back in the trial arena, and pronounced most of it noise. People who send letters instead of soldiers, she explained, belong in a different category entirely from people who think they can simply take what they want. Lilibet had opinions on the tone of every single letter, delivered with more enthusiasm than 7 pieces of diplomatic correspondence had any right to generate. 1 passage in particular she read twice, doing a voice for it both times, and afterward compared the whole thing to flirting at a funeral. Technically words, catastrophically wrong occasion. Seraphine read every letter without comment, and then said, quietly, that the one that mattered most was the one that hadn't come. Draeger hadn't written anything at all. Everyone else in the region wanted to know what I was. He already knew. What he was doing instead, she said, was deciding what came next, and that kind of silence from a man like him worried her more than every one of the other 7 letters combined, stacked, and read out loud twice over. Nobody in the room had a response to that, which said more than an answer would have. Terra hadn't looked up from the floor since breakfast. She'd been standing in roughly the same spot for well over an hour, 1 palm flat against the section of stone she'd been working the night the underground thing first found her, and every time somebody asked her what she thought she was doing down there, she gave the same one-word answer without elaborating further. Nobody pushed. She'd earned that particular patience the previous evening, releveling every crooked tile on the property without being asked to touch a single one of them, and a companion who works that quietly for that long has earned the right to be left alone with whatever she's actually listening for. I spent the better part of the morning drafting replies that said as little as possible while sounding like they said quite a lot, a skill I apparently already possessed without ever having practiced it once. Freya reviewed every draft before it left the desk, occasionally rewording a line to sound less like a threat and more like a plain fact, a distinction she insisted mattered even when the underlying content stayed exactly the same either way. By mid-afternoon, a courier arrived in person rather than by letter, which every single companion in the room agreed was a considerably bigger deal than it looked from the outside. He didn't dismount. He simply held out a sealed scroll at arm's length, waited for Grudna to take it from him, and left without offering a single word, moving with a speed that read less like professionalism and more like open nerves. The seal wasn't one of the 7 from that morning. Valera recognized it before the wax had even fully broken, and her expression shifted from delighted to careful within the space of one breath, which for her amounted to a full alarm going off. This wasn't a sovereign's personal seal, she explained. It was an official regional one, the kind that didn't get used for anything as small as friendly correspondence. Grudna's hand found the hilt at her side without anyone instructing her to move it, an instinct I've long since learned to trust over most people's stated opinions. I opened the scroll myself. It wasn't long, and it wasn't rude exactly, in the specific way an official notice manages to avoid rudeness while still functioning as one. It named the island by its registered claim. It named a boundary line I hadn't personally drawn and didn't fully recognize, sitting close enough to the wall Terra had repaired that the placement couldn't have been an accident. And it stated plainly, in the same flat officialdom every panel on this system has ever used, that the region reserved the right to formally review any claim exceeding a certain undisclosed threshold, a threshold my trial win had apparently just crossed, loudly, in front of every sovereign who mattered enough to notice. Freya read it through twice before speaking. This wasn't a request, she said. It was a warning dressed in a request's clothing, and the distinction mattered because a request could be declined. Sora had already crossed to the window, watching the tree line with the same focus she reserves for anything that might eventually try to hurt someone she's decided belongs to her. Terra was the only one in the room who hadn't reacted to the scroll at all. She stayed exactly where she was, palm flat against the floor, listening to something none of the rest of us could hear, and it was only after the courier's message had been read through twice and argued over at length that she finally spoke, without once looking up, in the same flat diagnostic tone she used for everything else that evening. There was a lot more down there than tiles, she said, and she didn't think it was empty. Nobody had an immediate answer for that either. Between one letter demanding to know what exactly I was and one scroll demanding to know what exactly I'd claimed, the quietest part of the entire day had somehow ended up being the part happening directly beneath our own floor, and Terra, of everyone gathered in that room, seemed to be the only one entirely unbothered by not knowing yet what any of it actually meant. The letters went back on the desk in their neat piles, the scroll went into a drawer nobody wanted to look at twice, and the evening ended the way most of them did lately, with the roster scattered around the staging structure doing their own version of thinking, and me sitting somewhere in the middle of it, aware that both the region above ground and whatever Terra had found below it were now, officially, watching the same address. I woke up to Terra still exactly where she'd been the night before, palm flat against the floor, and by the time I'd made it downstairs she still hadn't moved more than a few feet in any direction. I didn't need her to explain what that meant. The size of the silence alone told me more about whatever she'd found down there than words would have. I watched Grudna bring her tea anyway, out of some private principle about not letting anyone skip breakfast on her watch, and leave the cup on the floor within reach without expecting a response. Terra didn't drink it. She doesn't need to eat, technically, but Grudna keeps offering regardless, which I've come to read as its own small argument about who counts as roster around here. I heard Alara ask once, quietly, whether Terra even registered temperature the way the rest of us did. Terra considered the question for a long moment before admitting she genuinely didn't know, and that the not knowing didn't bother her nearly as much as it seemed to bother Alara. By mid-morning I got my answer. Terra straightened up, rolled one shoulder, and told the room she'd mapped the shape of it as well as she could from up here. It wasn't empty ground under our floor, she said. It was an island, a whole second land mass, collapsed and inverted, drifting a short distance beneath our own like it had been shoved there and abandoned mid-fall. I watched Alara get her notebook out before Terra even finished the sentence, firing off 3 separate questions before the rest of us had processed the first one. Terra answered each in the same unhurried, methodical way she handles everything, describing a foundation structure that had clearly once supported buildings, then stopped, then simply sat there in the dark for however long islands sit, places once nobody's claiming them anymore. I asked the only question that actually mattered to me, whether it was dangerous. Terra shook her head. Dead weight, structurally speaking. Nothing moving down there but old stone settling under its own patience, she told me, and I believed her enough to stop worrying about it and start being curious instead. That was when the system decided to weigh in. New condition detected, derelict land mass in proximity. Cheat evolution available, tectonic pulse. I'd gotten used to panels showing up uninvited, but this one had a different weight to it, less like a notification and more like an offer that had been sitting in a queue somewhere, waiting for the right circumstances to unlock it. I opened the description out of habit more than urgency. Tectonic pulse let me forcibly merge a defeated or abandoned island into my own. One clean fold, structural integrity guaranteed, no partial half measures. Either the whole derelict mass became mine or none of it did. Freya read the panel over my shoulder and asked, in the specific tone she uses when she already knows the answer and wants to hear me commit to it out loud, whether I was actually going to do this or just admire the notification for the rest of the afternoon. I wasn't going to admire it. I hit engage before I'd even finished reading the confirmation prompt twice. Tectonic pulse, engaged. The ground didn't shake, which surprised me more than if it had. There was no rumble, no dramatic fracture line splitting open underfoot, just a long, low-pressure change, the kind I felt behind my ears before I consciously registered a sound, and then the whole floor beneath the staging structure shifted by a fraction of an inch, settling into something that felt, structurally, more finished than it had a second ago. I watched Terra put her palm back down and go very still again, tracking the change in real time. She reported that the derelict mass was folding upward, seam by seam, joining our own foundation from below rather than crashing into it from the side. The entire process too slow for me to see and too fast for anyone to stop. Territory, 2,025 square meters to 21,340 square meters. I read the number twice myself before I trusted it. Grudna read it out loud a third time. Like repetition might make the scale of it feel smaller. It didn't. Milestone reached. Territory exceeds 10,000 square meters, 1 hectare. Lilibet asked whether this meant we technically owned a second island now, or if it had just become one very large first island. I didn't have a satisfying answer for her, mostly because the honest answer was that the distinction had stopped mattering the moment the two land masses became structurally one thing under my own feet. I went out and walked the new perimeter myself, refusing to trust a panel over my own 2 boots on the ground. Seraphine came with me and confirmed it independently anyway. 10 times the old boundary, easily, maybe more once the far edges finished settling. Neither of us said much on the walk back. I didn't need to. The look on her face said the number had landed for her the same way it had for me. I lost most of that afternoon watching Alara refuse to rest. She cataloged the new terrain instead, muttering about foundation stress ratios and settlement patterns in a voice that told me she'd found her new favorite subject for the foreseeable future. Terra trailed a step behind her the whole time, correcting exactly 1 structural detail per lap without being asked, the same quiet habit she'd shown the very first night she joined us. By the time the sun dropped, Alara had filled 2 notebooks and started borrowing pages out of a third that belonged to Lilibet, who let her take them without much complaint. Complaining at Alara mid-obsession has never once worked on anyone, myself included. I checked my own numbers before bed. Crafting materials sat exactly where they'd been that morning. Rank sat exactly where it had been too. Land alone had grown all day, ground under my feet multiplying while every other number held perfectly still, and I found that stranger, honestly, than if everything had jumped together at once. Grudna put it to the room more bluntly than I would have. 1 number moves. Biggest one we've got. I walked out to the old property line myself before turning in, the one that used to mean something, before this morning, and looked out across land that had belonged to nobody for however long since its original owner lost it. It had been empty air on every map that mattered, right up until today, unremarkable and unclaimed and easy to overlook, exactly the kind of nothing that gets forgotten by everyone except the one person who eventually walks over and picks it up. Within a day or two, every sovereign who'd bothered sending me a letter last week was going to know exactly how untrue that had just become, and I suspected more than a few of them were going to regret how politely they'd worded those letters. I was still turning that thought over when a second courier's dust cloud showed up on the horizon, moving faster than the first one had. Freya, watching the same horizon I was, guessed out loud that whoever had sent the regional scroll about my boundary was going to need an entirely new set of numbers by morning. Her guess held up completely. I watched the dust cloud reach our gate well before the evening was fully over, and I didn't recognize the seal pressed into the scroll it carried any more than the rest of them did. I opened the unfamiliar scroll expecting a complaint about the new border. What I got instead was a summons. Regional Trials, Second Trial, Combat Assessment. Grounds, Mandatory. Format, Team Combat, Live Scoring. Location, the same plaza as before. I ended up reading the whole thing twice before I fully understood the actual shape of it. The first trial had measured how much I could produce sitting still. This one measured whether the roster behind me could actually fight, and the timing wasn't subtle. A territory jumped that size, and the region wanted proof the numbers weren't hollow. I didn't have to explain any of that to the roster. Grudna read over my shoulder, grinned in a way I've learned means she's already picking a weapon, and asked whether we were finally getting to do something interesting for once. Define interesting, I said. Anything that isn't paperwork, she said, and went to find her axe. We flew in the next morning. The plaza had the same bones as it had for the first trial, except this time the gates opened onto a cleared arena instead of individual lots, and the crowd had roughly tripled. News travels fast when a sovereign's land quietly grows tenfold overnight. Draeger didn't bother with a speech. He lifted the gavel, the wall of light split, and this time it revealed constructs instead of empty stone, training-grade combat automatons, one wave after another, scaled to whatever the system judged a fair test for each team's registered strength. I posted myself well back from the actual fighting. Supervising, not swinging anything. The same arrangement that's kept me breathing through everything that's tried to end me since I first fell into this world, holding a fishing rod instead of a sword. Grudna moved first, planting herself square in the middle of the opening wave like she'd spent the whole ride over rehearsing exactly this moment. Her axe didn't so much cut through constructs as end conversations with them. One swing, one less problem, over and over, with the flat, unbothered rhythm of someone doing chores rather than fighting for her life. Wave 1, cleared. Freya took the sky lane, diving through a second wave before it fully materialized, wings folded tight until the last possible second, then open wide enough to knock 3 constructs sideways in the same pass. She called out positions as she went, half combat report and half running commentary, the kind of chatter that would have sounded reckless from anyone who wasn't also this good. Lilibet worked the edges, dark-woven bolts finding gaps between Grudna's swings with the precision of someone who spent a long time studying exactly where other people leave openings. She didn't waste a single cast. Everyone landed on something that mattered. Wave 2, cleared. Sora ran the field like she owned every inch of it, never in the same place twice, calling out incoming trajectories before I'd even registered the movement myself. She wasn't built to trade blows and didn't try to. She just made sure nothing behind our line ever got surprised, weaving between the others at a speed that made the whole fight look choreographed instead of chaotic, which I suspected genuinely was, on her end at least. More than once she called a warning half a second before a construct even finished pivoting toward whoever it was aiming for, and every single time the warning landed early enough to matter. Alara stood well back with a notebook, cataloging construct behavior between waves instead of fighting, which is exactly what she should have been doing and exactly what makes her useful in a fight she's not part of. Terra stood beside her, arms crossed, watching the arena floor crack and reform under the weight of combat, with the specific interest of someone mentally filing repair notes for whenever this was over. Wave 3, cleared. The fourth wave came in twice the size of the first 3 combined, Enough that I actually felt something tighten in my chest for the first time all morning. It didn't last. That was when Seraphine finally moved. She didn't shift all the way. She didn't need to. A partial transformation was enough. Scales climbing one arm, one wing unfurling from her back at an angle no human shoulder should have allowed, and a wave that should have taken the rest of the roster several minutes to clear went down in under 30 seconds instead. She didn't look winded afterward. She barely looked interested, honestly, past a mild sort of disappointment that the fight hadn't run any longer than it had. Trial 2. Results. Team clear time. For minutes, 12 seconds. Constructs destroyed, 61 out of 61. Damage taken, minimal, Grudna, cosmetic. The plaza fell quiet in roughly the shape it had after the first trial, except this silence carried a different texture entirely. Less awe this time, more recalculation, the sound of several hundred people simultaneously revising a private threat assessment. I glanced over at Draeger. He sat perfectly still on the throne, same posture as before, except this time he wasn't writing anything down. He was just watching, the particular way a person watches something once they've already concluded they can't outplan it, only try to manage it. Grudna wiped her axe clean on a construct's remains and asked, to nobody specific, whether that had genuinely been meant as a real test. The question sat there unanswered for a moment. None of the spectators had the context to even attempt one. 6 months of quiet bond building and a territory system nobody else in this entire region understood yet, condensed into 4 minutes and change that looked, from the stands, disturbingly effortless. A trade broker near the exit was already loudly quoting a price for salvage rights on the wrecked constructs, rattling off a per-unit rate in crafting materials that would have sounded generous to anyone who hadn't just watched us clear the whole field without breaking a real sweat. Freya landed beside me, folded her wings, and said quietly that Draeger's expression right now was worth more than the actual win. I didn't disagree. There's a particular kind of satisfaction in watching a man who's spent his whole career reading rooms suddenly find one he can't quite finish reading. We didn't linger after the results posted. There wasn't much point standing around collecting a reaction we'd already gotten in full the moment the last construct hit the ground. Making our way back toward the gate, more than one sovereign who'd sent me a polite letter last week found somewhere else to look as we passed, which told me everything about how those letters were about to get reworded. Draeger caught up with us before we reached the exit. Not rushed, not dramatic. Just there, the way he always seems to appear exactly when he intends to and never a moment before. He didn't say anything about the trial itself. He looked past me instead, at the 7 of them standing at my back, for a long moment that felt like it was doing more math than his ledger ever had in one sitting. I watched something shift behind his eyes while he did it. Small, almost nothing, the kind of change you'd miss if you weren't already watching for it. It wasn't respect, exactly, and it wasn't fear either. It looked more like a man quietly closing one file and opening a different one, a harder one, the kind that doesn't get solved by writing a score down and walking away. He nodded once, to no one in particular, and left without another word. I stood there a second longer than I needed to, watching his back, already fairly sure I'd just watched him stop thinking of me as a contestant. 2 full days after the trial, I finally got around to actually resting, which mostly meant sitting quietly by the water with a rod I didn't strictly need and letting the roster argue about salvage rights somewhere behind me, the way normal people argue about chores. Something tugged the line on the 4th cast. A small tug, nothing dramatic, a plain gray booster, unremarkable enough that I almost mistook it for driftwood before I felt it hum in my hand. Midas touch, engaged. Sovereign slots, spinning. The wheels landed and stayed there without much fanfare. Degrade. Freya, watching over my shoulder out of habit at this point, said it out loud in the same tone she'd used to read off a grocery list. Not disappointed, just accurate. Booster opened. Companion summoned. The light this time was warm instead of gold or gray, a low, banked ember orange that didn't flare so much as glow, like something that had been kept alive in a hearth for a very long time and was only now stepping out of it. When it resolved, a woman stood where the booster had been, skin the color of tempered iron just past cooling, hair like drifting sparks that never quite went out, hands already flexing like they were used to holding tools instead of weapons. She looked at her own palms for a moment, turned them over, then studied the small fire pit near our staging structure with a look I'd call pure professional interest and nothing else. Cold, she said, nodding at the fire pit. Not a complaint. A diagnosis. Someone let this go out days ago. Guilty, Grudna said, not sounding remotely guilty about it. Grudna, predictably, was already sizing the newcomer up, less for combat this time, and more the way she sizes up a new tool before deciding whether it's worth carrying. Alara had her notebook out before the light had even fully faded, asking what kind of kin this was. The new companion answered without hesitation. Emberkind, Forgeborn, a race built entirely around the specific craft of taking something rough and making it correct. Stat inheritance, 11%. Combined stat inheritance, 227% to 238%. No milestone panel followed that one. I checked, half out of habit, and there just wasn't one waiting. This pull wasn't the kind that trips a threshold, and I found I didn't mind that nearly as much as I might have a few pulls ago. Not every catch needs to rewrite the board. Sora wanted a name to put with the face. Ember gave it plainly, like she'd always had it, and saw no reason to make a ceremony out of sharing it. Lilivette, sizing her up with obvious curiosity, asked what exactly a Forgekind spirit actually did for a roster that already had a golem for structural work. Ember didn't seem bothered by the comparison. Structural was Terra's job, she said, fixing what already existed. Hers was different, taking raw material and pulling more out of it than it should reasonably give up on its own. She proved it inside the hour, without anyone actually asking her to. Grudna hauled over a crate of unrefined or from the crafting stockpile, mostly to see what would happen, and Ember knelt beside it, ran one palm flat across the surface the way Terra checks a wall, and hummed low in her throat while the crate's contents took on a faint orange cast, the way a coal bed looks right before it catches properly. She worked through the crates slowly, sorting as she went, setting aside anything that wasn't worth the effort and lingering over the pieces that were. A few chunks she handled twice, turning them under the light before deciding they'd earned the extra attention. Nobody rushed her. Even Grudna, who I've genuinely never seen show patience for a slow process before, stood back and let her work at her own pace without a single complaint. A small thing, but it told me more about how this pull was going to land than anything anyone actually said out loud. Crafting yield bonus, applied. Crafting materials, 1,340 to 1,410. 70 units out of raw material that would have yielded maybe 40 on its own, according to Grudna's own quick math, muttered half to herself while she recounted the crate twice like she didn't quite trust the number the first time. She counted a third time anyway, out of what I recognized as pure stubbornness rather than genuine doubt, and got the same number both times, which finally seemed to satisfy her. Terra drifted over partway through, and the two of them fell into an entirely separate conversation about material tolerances that neither Grudna nor I had any hope of following, and honestly didn't try to. Freya watched the whole exchange with her arms crossed, eventually admitting that this was the first pull in a while that hadn't come with an immediate use for a fight, and that she found the change of pace more interesting than she expected to. It was strange, watching two companions I'd summoned for entirely different reasons find this much common ground this fast, like they'd been waiting on opposite ends of the same conversation for arcs without either of them realizing it. Seraphine looked, for just a second, genuinely pleased that someone had noticed. 8 now. I sat with that number longer than I expected to. 6 had felt like a lot, back when 6 was still new enough to feel like an accomplishment on its own. 7 had felt like the roster settling into something close to complete, a shape I could picture holding steady for a while. 8 just felt like it kept going, one accidental catch after another. Each one somehow exactly what we needed, even when I hadn't known we needed it until it was already standing in front of me. I wondered, briefly, whether I was still sitting with that thought when Grudna called my name from the direction of the gate, her voice carrying a note I rarely heard from her, genuine surprise, plain and unguarded. A single courier stood at the property line, no escort, no regional seal on the scroll in his hands. He said only that this one was from Lord Drager personally, not his office, and that he'd been told to wait for a reply before leaving. I broke the seal myself. The handwriting inside was slower than every other message this region had sent me, unhurried and deliberate, distinctly personal in a way none of the earlier scrolls had bothered to be. It read less like a formal summons and much more like a genuine invitation, written by a man who'd apparently decided that formality had finally stopped serving his own purposes. I went alone. Freya argued against it for exactly as long as it took her to realize I'd already decided, then pivoted to arguing about which of the roster should shadow me from a distance instead. That argument she won outright, which is how Sora ended up somewhere in the trees a quarter-mile out from Drager's Hall, visible to nobody but herself, and, presumably, whatever local wildlife had the misfortune of getting close enough to notice her first. I spent most of the flight overturning the invitation itself around in my head, trying to guess the shape of whatever was waiting on the other end of it. Nothing about Drager, in every encounter I'd had with him so far, suggested a man who did anything without a reason quietly attached to it, and a personal, handwritten invitation, after weeks of nothing but formal scrolls stamped with a regional seal, read like a very specific kind of reason all on its own. I ran through half a dozen guesses before we landed and discarded every one of them, mostly because none of them accounted for why he'd bother meeting me privately rather than simply issuing another summons through the usual channels. Drager's Hall wasn't what I expected. No throne this time, no plaza, no crowd of onlookers keeping score. Just a modest room with a modest table, 2 plain chairs, and a window that looked out over ordinary farmland instead of anything built to impress a visitor. He stood the moment I walked in, unprompted, and that single gesture said more about how seriously he was taking this particular conversation than anything he ended up actually saying over the following hour. He didn't waste time on pleasantries. He'd read the numbers, he told me plainly, territory, the trials, the roster, and he wanted to make an offer before some other sovereign got to me first with a worse version of the same idea. The pitch itself was almost boring in how reasonable it sounded, laid out point by point in the same unhurried tone he'd used for everything else since I'd met him. Trial sponsorship, so future events came with warning instead of ambush. Resource sharing, quietly favorable to me on paper, generous enough that turning it down would look, to an outside observer, like an act of pride rather than caution. In exchange, nothing dramatic on the surface, just a standing arrangement, the sort of clause that reads perfectly clean sitting alone in a contract and somehow ends up threading his name through every future decision I make, one small dependency at a time. You'd still be the sovereign, he said. On paper. On paper, I repeated back to him, testing the weight of it out loud. He didn't flinch at the echo. If anything, something in his expression suggested he'd expected me to catch it, maybe even respected that I had, the way a man respects an opponent for correctly reading a move he'd deliberately left visible. I let the silence sit between us for a while before answering, mostly because I wanted to be genuinely sure I wasn't declining out of pure reflex against the word alliance itself. I ran the actual math instead, carefully, The same way I'd run every other number that had mattered since landing on this island with nothing but a rod and no plan whatsoever. What sponsorship would cost against what it would actually buy. What favorable resource-sharing terms really meant once you accounted for who got to keep defining favorable going forward. What happened to a sovereign's real independence once his own future decisions started quietly routing through someone else's ledger. First, one small clause at a time. The numbers didn't favor him. Not because the offer was bad. It genuinely wasn't. And I want to be honest about that much, because pretending otherwise would make the actual decision look easier than it was, but because every version of the arithmetic I ran, no matter how generously I read the terms, ended with me smaller than I currently was, dressed up carefully enough to look like a partnership rather than what it actually amounted to underneath the wording. I told him no, plainly, without dressing it up in any softer language than the offer itself deserved. He took it better than I'd braced for. No visible temper, no lecture about the mistake he clearly believed I was making. He just nodded once, the same economical gesture I remembered from right after the second trial, and said, almost gently, in a tone that made the whole exchange feel more like a formality than a negotiation, that he'd expected exactly this answer, though he'd wanted to make the offer properly regardless, on the record, so neither of us could later pretend it hadn't been made in good faith. We talked a while longer after that, oddly enough, not about the alliance itself, which had closed the moment I said no, but about the region more broadly. The other sovereigns came up, a handful of names he ran through with the specific flatness of a man cataloging future problems rather than trading gossip over tea. He mentioned, almost as an aside, that word of the second trial had already spread well past this region's own borders. I could still see it clearly enough myself without trying. Grudna's axe ending one construct after another, Seraphine's half-shift dropping the whole fourth wave in under 30 seconds, 61 constructs down in a little over 4 minutes with the roster taking essentially nothing back. That had been the first time anyone outside our own staging structure had watched the roster actually fight, in public, and prove on the spot that none of it was a fluke. That single public proof was already doing more work than any letter I could have sent, he said, and other sovereigns 2 and 3 territories over were reacting to it in every direction at once. Envy from some, open worry from others, and at least a few, by his account, treating it with something closer to open worship than caution. That kind of reaction, he said, doesn't stay contained to one region for long. It escalates, on its own timeline, whether either of us wanted it to or not. I told him I was aware. He said that kind of attention rarely stayed harmless once it started escalating, in a tone I couldn't quite place in the moment and have found myself turning over more than once since. Walking back out through the hall, I caught something in his expression that hadn't been sitting there when I first arrived. Not anger, nothing anywhere near that simple. What I saw instead read as a quiet recalibration, a man cleanly closing one approach and already reaching for whatever came next before the door had even fully shut behind him. I didn't ask what that next approach was going to look like. I got the distinct impression he wouldn't have told me even if I'd asked directly. Sora fell into step beside me the moment I cleared the property line, dropping out of the tree lean like she'd never actually left it. She asked how it went. I told her I'd said no, and that he'd taken it about as gracefully as anyone could reasonably expect. That wasn't the part that worried her, she said. What worried her was how ready he'd already looked for me to say it in the first place. Like the refusal itself had been fully priced into whatever he was actually planning before I'd even walked through his door. I didn't have a genuinely good answer for that one, so I didn't waste either of our time trying to force one. We flew back to the PEBBLE in the kind of quiet that isn't about having nothing to say, but about not being entirely sure yet which of the several things worth saying mattered most. Somewhere behind us, in a quiet hall with no throne and no crowd, I had the distinct sense that Draeger was already several moves further into whatever came next than either of us currently had any real way of measuring yet. I got the news from Sora a full 3 days after the meeting in Draeger's quiet hall, a thin gray line sitting on the northern horizon that simply didn't move the way ordinary weather moves, and she'd already flown out to go check it herself before I'd even finished my morning tea. She came back with the shape of it. A rival sovereign sky galleon fleet had been caught and broken somewhere past our northern border, the wreckage drifting slow on dead engines toward the edge of our own expanded territory. She hadn't seen the fight itself, only the aftermath, hulls listing, sails torn, the whole formation limping toward us like it had nowhere else left to go. I had Alara run the numbers within the hour. 6 galleons, structurally intact enough to be worth stripping properly rather than just picking over for scraps. Metal framework alone, before anyone even touched the cargo holds, would run somewhere past 600 units of crafting materials, conservatively, more once we got into whatever the holds themselves turned out to be carrying, and rival sovereign fleets rarely traveled light. I made her walk me through the math twice. Both passes landed on the same figure, which was good enough for me. I watched everyone else start gearing up around me without needing to be told. Grudna sharpening tools she didn't actually need sharpened, Lilibet drafting a salvage order out loud, and handing out roles nobody had technically agreed to yet, Terra drifting closer just to listen, asking enough about hull construction that I could tell she was already mentally taking one of those galleons apart. I felt genuinely good about the whole thing, honestly, the kind of good that comes from a windfall nobody had to fight for, land and luck doing the work instead of us for once. We were still finalizing the plan when the sky changed. It wasn't subtle. I watched a ripple of pale light cross the horizon where the wrecked fleet sat drifting, followed almost immediately by 6 separate flashes, evenly spaced, 1 galleon at a time. No sound reached us for several seconds. The distance was too great, and by the time it did, it arrived as one long low rumble instead of 6 distinct ones, folded together by the delay into something that sounded almost peaceful. I didn't need to send anyone back out to confirm it. None of us did. Salvage opportunity, revoked. Projected crafting materials gain, 600 plus to 0. I watched Grudna set her tools down slowly beside me. Nobody said a single word at all for a good long while. Lilibet's half-drafted salvage order just sat there in the air between us, roles assigned to a job that no longer existed. I was the one who finally said his name out loud, quietly, more statement than question. It didn't need confirming, not to me. No storm does that. No accident leaves 6 ships evenly spaced and simultaneously gone. I stood there running the number over in my head anyway, the way I run every number that's ever mattered to me since landing here. 600 units, gone before we'd so much as touched a single plank of it, denied on principle rather than lost to ordinary bad circumstance. It wasn't a devastating loss in the ledger sense, not really. Our crafting materials count hadn't shifted by a single digit since breakfast, untouched by any of it either way. What actually landed was smaller and considerably colder than a ledger entry. Proof, delivered in real time and impossible to misread, that Draeger was willing to burn something rather than let it become mine. Even something already broken beyond his own use. Even something that cost him nothing but the choice to spend it on spite instead of profit. I heard Freya put it plainer than I would have. He'd rather burn it himself, she said, than let us have the ash. I didn't argue with the framing. I didn't have a better one to offer in its place. I glanced over at Seraphine. She was watching the last of the smoke thin out over the horizon without saying much of anything, which from her carried its own weight. She's never been one to waste words on something already finished happening. I noticed Ember taking it hardest of anyone, in her own quiet way. I understood why fast enough. The materials had never really been the point for her, 6 intact hulls were exactly the kind of raw material she'd have genuinely enjoyed working, and I could tell watching that get denied on principle bothered her more than the missing number itself did. I let her stand at the edge of our territory a long while after everyone else drifted back to work, still looking at the thinning smoke like she was doing the math on what those hulls could have become in her hands. Cold, she said eventually, echoing the same word she'd used the day I summoned her, though this time she wasn't talking about a fire pit. I asked Terra what she made of it. Whoever did that, she told me, clearly understood exactly what would sting the most, not the materials themselves, but the fact that we'd never even gotten close enough to touch a single one of them. I honestly didn't have much of anything real to add to that myself. She genuinely wasn't wrong about any of it. I watched Grudna pick her tools back up eventually, mostly out of habit, and put them away properly instead of leaving them scattered where she dropped them. It was the most restrained I've ever seen her handle genuine anger. No shouting, no demand to fly out there and confront anyone directly. Just a controlled, deliberate return to ordinary chores that somehow read as considerably angrier than any outburst from her would have. I watched her set the last tool on its hook, square it twice until it sat exactly straight, and walk off toward the stockpile without another word, and I understood, watching her go, that this was simply how she processed something she couldn't immediately fix with her own 2 hands. The number faded from my thinking faster than I expected. What actually stayed with me was the precision of it. 6 evenly spaced flashes, timed close enough together that there was never a moment where partial salvage might have slipped through. I recognized that kind of precision for what it was. It doesn't come from panic or spite alone. It comes from someone watching closely enough to know exactly when we'd start moving, and cutting the possibility off with room to spare before we ever got there. I realized, walking back toward the staging structure, that whatever version of Draeger I'd been dealing with in that quiet hall, patient, reasonable, willing to make an honest offer and take a clean no without protest, clearly wasn't the same version standing behind that ripple of light on the distant horizon. This one wasn't interested in offers anymore, wasn't interested in reading rooms or waiting for a better angle. He'd stopped being subtle enough to pretend otherwise, and I understood, without a single word needing to be said out loud between any of us, exactly what that particular change actually meant going forward from here. I got the 3rd trial summons a full 4 days after the smoke had finally cleared over the wrecked fleet, and I read the whole thing 3 separate times before I trusted what it actually said. No combat this time. No production quota. A lore trial, a sealed chamber, a set of regional artifacts, and a puzzle built around a piece of local history nobody outside a handful of archive keepers had any real reason to know. I checked the entry requirements twice, looking for the trick. I found it fast enough. The reference materials allowed inside the chamber were listed as standard regional texts, and every standard regional text I could find on short notice turned out to be the wrong edition, missing exactly the appendix the puzzle needed. Before I'd even confirmed that much, I'd already announced my own confident theory to the room. Something about a boundary marker I was certain I remembered from an early scouting trip, loudly enough that Grudna made me repeat it twice just to enjoy how wrong it turned out to be once Alara actually looked at the scroll. She didn't even try to hide the laugh. I brought Alara in on it well before I'd made it all the way through the scroll myself, mostly because I already suspected I was going to need her for whatever this actually turned out to be. She read it once, slower than I had, and I watched her expression shift from irritated to genuinely interested somewhere around the 3rd paragraph. The real subject of the puzzle, she told me, sat entirely apart from the artifacts themselves. It was built around a settlement dispute from 6 generations back, the kind of obscure regional footnote that never made it into any standard text, because nobody official had ever bothered writing it down properly in the first place. She happened to know the whole thing anyway, from an old private collection she'd cross-referenced months earlier for entirely unrelated reasons, back before any of this trial business had even existed as a possibility worth planning for. I asked her straight out whether she was actually confident or just hopeful. She said confident, flatly, with the specific certainty in her voice that told me she genuinely wasn't interested in being asked a second time. I pressed her once more anyway, mostly out of habit, asking what would happen if the puzzle turned out to hinge on some other obscure footnote she hadn't happened to cross-reference. She said that was possible, in theory, but unlikely enough that she wasn't going to waste time worrying about it out loud, and that if I wanted a guarantee instead of an educated read, I was asking the wrong companion for the job. That settled it for me, entirely. I've learned by now not to argue with Alara once she's used that particular tone on a subject she genuinely knows inside and out. We went in the next morning. I stayed outside the sealed chamber with everyone else, watching through a narrow observation window that Draeger's officials clearly hadn't expected anyone to actually use, since nobody had bothered to block the view or even mention it in the rules. Alara moved through the chamber methodically, cross-referencing 3 separate physical artifacts against the standard text provided, texts I watched her set aside within the first few minutes, because she'd already caught the same missing appendix trick I had. She worked from memory instead, checking each artifact's inscription against a settlement boundary dispute she clearly knew better than whoever had designed this room. I listened to Grudna narrate the whole thing from beside me like it was a sporting event, purely for her own entertainment. Freya watched in complete silence, arms crossed, the way she watches anything she's decided actually matters. I noticed Sora keep glancing toward the exits every so often, a leftover reflex rather than any genuine concern about the room itself. Behind us, Terra and Ember stood together near the back, and I caught Terra murmuring something about the chamber's own construction, entirely unrelated to whatever puzzle Alara was actually working through in front of us. Trial progress, 40%, 65%, 90%. I watched the panel climb steadily, no stalls, no backtracking. Alara solving a puzzle designed to look unsolvable within the allotted materials, using knowledge nobody administering this trial had ever thought to account for her having. At one point she paused for almost a full minute in front of the 3rd artifact, turning it slowly under the chamber's dim light, and I felt my own chest tighten slightly watching her hesitate for the first time since we'd walked in. She wasn't stuck. I realized a moment later she was simply double-checking a detail against her own memory before committing to it on the record, the same instinct that makes her write everything down twice. Grudna leaned closer to the window at that pause, muttering something about how even a sure thing could still go sideways at the worst possible second. I didn't answer her. I was too busy watching Alara's hand finally move again, decisive this time, setting the 3rd artifact down in its proper place with the quiet confidence of someone who'd never actually doubted the answer at all. 3rd trial, complete. Result, solved. Time, well within limit. The chamber doors opened on their own, and Alara walked out holding a small stone tablet like it weighed nothing at all, which struck me as fitting given how much weight it was apparently about to carry on paper. The trial itself carried no direct land clause. Draeger's officials made that plain enough, almost pointedly, the moment the doors opened. What it carried instead was the win itself, witnessed by the whole roster at once, and I watched that win do something none of us had planned for. Grudna hugged Alara clean off the ground before I'd even finished processing the result, and Alara let her, which told me more than the tablet did. Freya, Sora, and Lilibet weren't far behind, and even Terra and Ember drifted in close enough to be part of it. I felt every one of those bonds shift at once, several steps deep across the roster in the same handful of minutes, the kind of collective jump I'd only seen once before, the day the whole invasion force went down back in Arc 20. Bond_level cascade, Alara to devoted, plus 2 steps, Grudna, Freya, Sora, Lilibet to +1 step each. Territory, 21,340 square meters to 22,140 square meters. 800 square meters. Earned the only way the island has ever actually grown, through the roster itself, not through anything printed on an official scroll. Grudna let out a low whistle once the number settled. Lilibet immediately started talking through what she'd build with it, before anyone had even finished confirming the number was final. I looked for Draeger and found him exactly where I expected, not on a throne this time, standing near the chamber's official table, reviewing the result with an expression that gave away nothing at all. He signed the whole transfer himself, personally. I watched him do it, slow and deliberate, each stroke of the pen looking less like a formality and more like a man closing an account he'd rather have kept open. He didn't argue the number. He didn't try to find a loophole in his own system's rules, which I respected on some level, even while distrusting every part of the moment. When he finally looked up, his eyes skipped straight past the tablet, past the transfer document, past the numbers entirely, and landed on me directly, held there for a beat longer than the occasion strictly called for. "Rules are rules," he said. "Nothing else." He turned and walked back toward his officials without waiting for a response, and I understood, watching him go, that he meant it exactly as flatly as it sounded, and that flatness itself was the message. Freya walked beside me on the way out, quiet for once, and offered her own read on it. A man who honors a loss that cleanly isn't conceding a single thing. He's just choosing his next move somewhere none of us can see it happening yet. I didn't have a sharper read on the situation than that myself, honestly. Whatever came next, I doubted it would arrive with a scroll and a courtesy warning the way the last two moves had. I woke up to a panel already waiting for me, which never happens. Normally I have to go looking for whatever the system wants to show me. This one had apparently been sitting there since sometime before dawn, patient enough not to wake me for it. New condition detected. Sustained multi-companion bond depth. Cheat evolution available. Sovereign domain. It took me a full second read to actually understand what the panel was offering me. Bond levels, going forward, would start granting passive stat buffs to every resident of the territory. Not a one-time bonus, not tied to any single companion summon grade, but a living layer sitting on top of everything already established, scaling with the bonds themselves as they kept growing. I checked the fine print carefully, the way I check every panel that touches numbers I actually care about. It wasn't going to touch stat inheritance. That percentage stays locked the moment a companion's booster resolves, same as it's always been. Sovereign domain sits entirely separate from it, a second buff layer stacked alongside the first rather than replacing or recalculating anything already earned. I called the roster together before engaging it, a habit I've picked up the hard way over the last several unlocks. Explaining something new to 8 people scattered across the property one at a time has never once gone faster than just gathering everyone in one room first. "Another one?" Grudna asked, arriving last, wiping her hands on a rag she'd clearly been using for something else entirely. "Another one," I confirmed. Sovereign domain, engaged. Nothing dramatic happened at first. No light show, no ground shift, nothing like the last 2 unlocks. I watched Grudna roll one shoulder experimentally, testing something she couldn't quite name yet. Freya flexed her wings once, slow, like checking whether a familiar motion suddenly felt different. It did, apparently, though none of them could immediately put words to how. Sovereign domain, passive buff active. Combined stat inheritance, 238%. I found myself staring at that number for a lot longer than the moment probably warranted. It wasn't new information, technically. I'd known the figure for arcs now, watched it climb one summon at a time, but seeing it presented like this, deliberately, its own dedicated panel instead of a quick line buried between other updates, made the actual scale of it land differently. 238% of my own baseline stats, permanently added, before Sovereign Domain's new layer had even finished settling on top of it. I watched Alara pull her notebook out immediately, cross-referencing the buffs scaling against every companion's current bond level, muttering projections under her breath faster than I could follow. I let her work uninterrupted. She's better at turning a raw number into an actual trend than I've ever managed to be. Grudna wanted to know what it actually felt like in practice, since the panel wasn't exactly forthcoming with specifics. I told her the honest answer. I didn't know yet either. The buff had engaged, the panel confirmed it was active, but nothing about my own body felt meaningfully different in the first few minutes. The kind of change, I suspected, that would only become obvious the next time any of us actually needed it. Lilibet pressed for a number anyway, the way she always does when a system panel gives her a mechanic without a concrete figure attached. I told her I didn't have one to give her yet. The buff scaled with bond level, which meant it would keep moving as bonds kept deepening, not a fixed value I could just hand over on request. She accepted that with visible reluctance, the same reluctance she brings to any answer that isn't a clean, final number. Sora, characteristically, wanted to know if it would show up in a fight before she'd trust it at all. I couldn't answer that honestly either, not yet. Nothing about the morning had given any of us a real test to measure it against. Terra tested it first, deliberately, pressing her palm against a section of wall she already knew the exact resistance of by memory. She reported the number had shifted, marginally, in a way she wouldn't have caught if she hadn't already had the old baseline memorized down to a precise figure. She ran the same test twice more on 2 different walls, just to rule out a fluke reading, and got the same small, consistent shift both times. Ember tried something similar with a scrap of raw, or working it the exact same way she had the very first day I summoned her, and got a comparable result. A small, real, measurable difference, nothing flashy. Exactly the kind of quiet, permanent upgrade that compounds without ever announcing itself loudly. She held the scrap up to the light afterward, turning it slowly, and admitted that whatever the buff was actually doing under the surface, she liked it considerably more than she'd expected to on first hearing the description. Freya wanted a flight comparison, obviously, and took a short lap around the staging structure before landing again, visibly unsatisfied with how inconclusive a single lap actually was as a test. She said she'd know more the next time she needed real speed rather than a lazy circuit around home. Grudna, still testing her own shoulder from earlier, allowed that whatever had changed, it hadn't changed enough to be dramatic, which she said sounded less like a complaint than an observation, delivered in the same flat tone either way. I lingered there well past the point where lingering served any actual purpose, watching 8 companions each quietly test a version of themselves that was now, permanently, a little more than she'd been an hour ago. It didn't feel like the earlier unlocks. No visible territory jump, no combat proof, nothing with a stage to perform for. Just a private upgrade, felt rather than witnessed, and somehow that made it land heavier than either of the last 2 had. That was when I noticed it. Nothing about the moment announced itself. Just a brief, cold pressure brushing against the far corner of my awareness, gone before I could turn toward it properly. The specific feeling of being watched by something that wasn't watching from anywhere I could actually point to. I checked the tree line out of reflex. Nothing. I checked the sky next, then the ground beneath us, which felt absurd even as I did it. Seraphine noticed me checking. She asked what I'd felt. I told her, honestly, that I didn't have a clean way to describe it. Not Drager's kind of attention, nothing political or calculated the way his always reads. Something quieter and considerably less patient, like whatever it was had been watching the domain's buff settle into place and taken a private kind of interest in exactly how much of us it had just measured. She didn't dismiss it, and that silence alone carried more weight than any answer she could have given out loud. Seraphine has never once treated an idle feeling as worth a second thought before. She deals in things she can see, weigh, or fight, nothing more abstract than that. The fact that she went quiet instead of brushing it off stuck with me all the way until nightfall, longer than the actual sensation itself had lasted. I didn't mention it again to the others before the day ended. There wasn't anything concrete enough yet to hand them, and raising an unnamed feeling on top of a genuinely good day felt like the wrong trade to make. Whatever had brushed against my attention could wait for a second occurrence before it earned an actual conversation. The feeling came back a full 2 nights after the domain unlock, and this time I was awake enough to actually pay it proper attention. I'd gone outside for no real reason, restless, mostly. Some of it was probably Draeger. He hadn't sent another scroll since the trial, hadn't made a single move I could actually see, and that silence bothered me more than an open threat would have. A man like him doesn't just stop being a rival because he lost 1 round in front of an audience. I felt the pressure the moment I crossed the threshold. The same cold weight from before, except heavier this time, coming from somewhere just past the edge of what I could actually see. I didn't call anyone. Not yet. I needed some sense of what I was actually dealing with before I dragged 8 people out of bed over a feeling I couldn't even describe properly the first time it happened. I walked toward it instead of away, which in hindsight probably wasn't my smartest decision of the week. I was curious. That's usually all it takes with me. The pressure sharpened as I got closer to the tree line, and for 1 full second I thought I saw something. Not a shape exactly, more the suggestion of one, a patch of darkness with edges too clean to be an ordinary shadow. It was gone the instant I tried to look straight at it. I stopped walking. Whatever it was, it didn't retreat. It just wasn't there anymore, the same way a word you almost had slips away the harder you chase it. Anomaly detected, unregistered presence. Classification, unknown. I stared at that panel longer than I've stared at any panel since I got here. Every other notification this system has ever handed me came with a name attached, a companion, a sovereign, a piece of my own cheat, always something the system already had a slot ready for. This one didn't. Just 2 words, unknown, sitting there like the system itself had run into a category it hadn't been built to describe, and had simply defaulted to admitting it rather than guessing. That, more than the cold or the almost shape, was what actually unsettled me. This system has never once failed to have an answer, even a wrong one. Watching it come up blank instead was new, and I didn't like it. I called Seraphine first, quietly, the way you'd wake someone for something you're not fully sure is worth waking them for. She was outside within a minute, scanning the same tree line I'd been staring at, and I watched a stillness settle over her that I'd genuinely never seen from her before. Not the readiness she brings to an actual threat, something closer to real unfamiliarity. I don't know what that is, she said. I asked her to be more specific, since I don't know from Seraphine is not a phrase I'd heard cross her lips even once before tonight. She said it wasn't a beast, wasn't a construct, wasn't anything she'd ever personally encountered on this side of the world veil. I asked what that left as a possibility. She said, flatly, that it left very little, and that the very little it left wasn't a comforting list to be picking from. Grudna arrived next, axe already in hand, asking what exactly she was supposed to be hitting. I gave it to her straight. I had no idea, and there was currently nothing standing in front of either of us worth swinging at. She didn't lower the axe anyway. Freya circled the perimeter from the air, twice, and came back with nothing more useful than I already had. No tracks, no disturbed ground. Nothing a normal intruder would have left behind crossing that stretch of grass. She landed beside me afterward and admitted that was the part unsettling her most. Anything that could cross open ground without leaving a single mark wasn't something she knew how to prepare for, and preparing for things is more or less her entire job. Sora ran the same ground on foot a 3rd time and got the identical answer, which seemed to bother her more than finding something would have. She's built to notice what other people miss, and coming back empty-handed 3 times in a row didn't read as reassuring to her at all. It read as something that understood exactly how to stay a step ahead of her specifically, which is a considerably worse thought to sit with. Lilivette, meanwhile, walked the perimeter with her own methods, murmuring under her breath the whole time, checking for anything that might register on senses the rest of us didn't have. She came up as empty as everyone else had, which she found more troubling than reassuring. Whatever this was, she said, it wasn't leaving a trace for magic any more than it was leaving one for footprints. And, half to herself, she added that she'd have paid a genuinely absurd number of crafting materials for even one solid reading right about now. The same complaint she'd made every time a trade broker had ever tried to charge her double for enchanted detection gear she never ended up needing. Alara, predictably, wanted every detail I could give her before she'd commit to a theory, and I gave her what little I actually had: the pressure, the almost shape, the panel's blank, unknown classification. She went quiet for a long moment, the specific quiet she uses right before she says something she'd rather not be right about, and admitted this didn't match anything in her collected texts. Not a beast bestiary entry, not a rival sovereign summon, nothing catalogued anywhere she'd ever read. Terra offered the one useful piece nobody else had thought to check. She'd felt something too, she said, a few nights back, through the floor, not the same thing she'd sensed underground originally, something different, passing rather than settling, gone before she could get a proper read on it. I asked if the two things could be connected. She admitted she had no real way to be sure either way, and that the uncertainty itself was bothering her more than she cared to say out loud. We searched another full hour without turning up anything else at all. Eventually, even Grudna lowered the axe, more out of sheer practicality than any real sense of safety returning. I nearly decided to call the search off and head back inside when Ember, crouched near the exact spot I'd first felt the pressure, went still and asked me to come look at something. A single patch of frost sat on the grass, small, perfectly circular, sitting there in the dead center of a warm summer night, with nothing anywhere close enough to explain it away. Ember touched it once, carefully, and reported it was real. Actual frost, actual cold, not an illusion or a trick of the moonlight. It had no source. Nothing around it was cold. Just that one clean circle, already starting to thin at the edges as the ground beneath it warmed back up. I crouched down and looked at it myself for a long moment, watching the last of it melt into the grass while 8 companions stood in a loose ring around me, none of us saying much of anything. Whatever had been standing in our tree line tonight, it hadn't left with nothing to show for it. It had left exactly enough to prove I hadn't imagined a single part of this, and not one thing more. I went back to fishing the morning after the frost patch finally melted for good, mostly because sitting around waiting for something unexplained to happen again felt considerably worse than just doing something ordinary with my hands instead. My second cast that morning came up heavy. The line pulled with real resistance behind it for the first time in a while, and whatever finally surfaced was dull gray-green in color, a shade I genuinely hadn't seen on a booster before. Midas touch, engaged. Sovereign slots, spinning. The wheels took noticeably longer to settle than usual, long enough that Freya, standing close enough to watch, said out loud that this particular spin felt like it was actually weighing something instead of just spinning for show. That's not nothing, she added, when I asked what she meant. They landed on A grade. I read the panel twice before it actually sank in. The highest grade I'd pulled since Freya's own original triple S draw, and the highest anyone at all had pulled since. Booster opened. Companion summoned. The light that came off it was green, soft and steady rather than bright, more like sunlight through leaves than any kind of flash. When it settled, a woman stood where the booster had been, pale green-tinged skin, hair woven through with small vines and buds that shifted slightly on their own, calm eyes with the faintest leaf-colored glow. She turned her own hands over slowly, studying them, then knelt and pressed one palm flat against the grass beside her. A small patch of it greened up instantly, thicker and noticeably healthier than everything growing around it. "Better," she said, mostly to herself. Alara already had her questions lined up by the time the light had fully settled. The new companion took every single one in stride, answering without hesitation, in a voice as steady as Terra's, but considerably warmer. "A growth kind," she said, built around restoration rather than combat or crafting. Naming herself wasn't something she'd had reason to do until right now, and she took a real moment over it, testing the word sage out loud once before deciding it fit well enough to keep for good. Stat inheritance, 32%. Combined stat inheritance, 238% to 270%. Grudna made a sound of genuine approval at the number, the specific noise she only makes for something that actually impresses her. Lilibet wanted to know immediately whether Sage's restoration worked on people, not just grass, and Sage answered plainly that it did, that healing had always been the actual point. The grass was just the easiest thing nearby to demonstrate on without asking anyone to volunteer an injury they didn't currently have. That earned a laugh from Grudna, who offered up an old scar on her forearm before anyone could stop her, entirely on her own initiative and for no better reason than curiosity. Sage knelt, pressed 2 fingers to it, and the scar tissue softened and smoothed within seconds, not vanishing entirely, but fading considerably, the way a bruise fades over a week compressed down into a handful of breaths. Grudna turned her own arm under the light afterward, genuinely surprised, and admitted out loud that she hadn't actually expected it to work anywhere near that well. She asked whether it would have worked on something fresher, a real cut, still bleeding, not an old scar she'd carried around for years. Sage said yes, faster on fresh injuries if anything, since there was less old damage already set into the tissue to work around. Grudna considered that for a moment and said, half to herself, that she was almost tempted to go find something to injure just to test it properly. "Please don't," I said. "I wasn't going to," she said, in a tone that suggested she absolutely had been considering it for at least a few seconds. I stood back and watched the two of them for a while, turning over the fact that after 2 trials worth of real combat, a genuine Skyfleet loss, and 1 full-on, unexplained encounter in our own tree line, nobody in this roster had ever once had a dedicated way to actually heal from any of it. We'd survived on raw stats and Grudna's stubbornness up to this point. It wasn't until Sage was standing right there, palm still against Grudna's arm, that I actually noticed the gap had ever existed at all. Seraphine approached her next, quiet as always, and asked, flatly, the way she asks everything, whether the restoration extended to something already fully healed, purely out of curiosity rather than need. Sage said it did, technically, though she admitted there wasn't much point demonstrating on someone who wasn't actually hurt. Seraphine accepted that without argument and simply watched her work on Grudna's arm a while longer instead, filing the information away for whenever it might actually matter. Terra drifted over last, and the conversation between them started up almost on its own. Growth and structure, it turned out, had more overlap than either of them expected going in, roots and foundations running on surprisingly similar rules once you got past the obvious surface differences. Sage asked whether Terra had ever considered how a building's foundation actually competed with root systems for the same ground. Terra hadn't, not in those exact terms, and spent a solid minute turning the idea over before admitting it was a genuinely useful way to think about it. I let them keep going. It stopped being surprising to me, watching companions I picked for completely unrelated reasons find this much to talk about, though the novelty of it hasn't worn off yet either. Ember wandered over not long after, curious about a specialty that shared nothing at all with her own, and the three of them ended up in a loose huddle near the edge of the staging structure, trading observations that had nothing whatsoever to do with me. Sage asked Ember whether extreme heat ever helped or hurt a plant's recovery, purely out of professional interest. Ember didn't have a confident answer, which seemed to delight both of them more than a confident one would have. A whole new, unexplored overlap between their two specialties, discovered on the spot. I stood off to the side and let the three of them keep talking well past the point where I had anything useful left to add. 9 now. I sat with the number for a good while, the same way I'd sat with 8 and 7 before that, and found the same thing I found every single time. It didn't feel like a ceiling at all. It felt like the roster had simply made room for exactly what it needed next, the same way it always seemed to, without me ever once having to go looking for it or ask for it specifically. Alara pointed out, later that evening, that Sage was the first companion whose value nobody in the roster had even had to argue for. Every previous edition had come with some discussion attached, what she'd be good for, where she'd fit, how her specialty stacked against everyone else's. Sage had walked out of her booster, healed a scar in under a minute, and every single question anyone might have raised about her usefulness had simply evaporated on the spot. I went back to the water that evening anyway, rod in hand, with no real expectation of catching anything else worth mentioning. I didn't catch anything. It didn't feel like a loss. 9 felt like more than enough to sit with for one single day, and I was content to let it stay exactly that for now. Sage found Terra first, actually, not the other way around, which surprised me a little when I heard it. She'd been out walking the merged ground on her own, getting a feel for what kind of soil she had to work with now, and came back to report that Terra had been standing in the exact same spot for close to an hour without moving. I went out to check for myself. Terra had one palm flat against the ground, the same exact posture she'd used the night she first found the original derelict island, except this time her expression read differently. Not the careful neutrality from back then, something closer to genuine, focused interest. I asked what she was reading. She said there was something else down there, further than she'd ever managed to sense before, and that it wasn't the same thing we'd already found and merged. This was new, bigger, she thought, though she wasn't willing to commit to a number yet. I sat with her for a while, not saying much, letting her work. Grudna showed up eventually with food nobody had asked for, set it down within reach, and stood watch without a word, the same way she'd done for Terra the very first night. Alara arrived shortly after with a notebook already half full of questions she hadn't asked yet, and started firing them off the moment Terra so much as shifted her weight, though Terra didn't answer any of them until she was actually ready to. Sage joined us last, kneeling a short distance off to keep testing the surrounding soil while she waited, apparently unwilling to let a good excuse to work go to waste even in the middle of something this significant. Ember came with her, curious enough about whatever Terra had found to abandon whatever project she'd been in the middle of back at the staging structure. Terra finally straightened up an hour later and told us what she had. A second structure, deeper and considerably larger than the first, sitting beneath our own expanded ground the same way the original derelict island once had, except this one had never been part of anything we'd already claimed. New territory, unclaimed, sitting in the dark, waiting for someone to notice it was there. I checked the actual panel before I let myself get ahead of things. New condition detected, secondary derelict mass in proximity. Tectonic pulse, available for reuse. I genuinely hadn't expected the cheat to fire a second time. Nothing about it had ever suggested a limit, but I'd quietly assumed the first use had been a one-time thing, the kind of event that only happens once in a story like this. Apparently, I'd assumed wrong. "You're doing it again," Freya said, not quite a question. "Don't see a reason not to," I said. She let it go without pushing further. Tectonic pulse, engaged. The same low-pressure change from before rolled through, quieter this time, like the whole system had learned something from the first attempt and refined it. I watched the ground beneath the staging structure settle again. The same fraction of an inch shift, and Terra tracked it the entire way through, narrating small updates every few seconds. The mass folding in cleanly, no resistance, no partial failures. She kept her palm flat against the stone the whole time, eyes closed, and once described the process out loud as watching two puzzle pieces that had somehow always belonged together finally admit it. Sage, standing beside her, said she could feel something shift too, fainter, more like a change in the air than anything solid. She couldn't explain it any more precisely than that, and didn't try to. Territory, 22,140 square meters to 100,000 square meters. I read the number 3 times before I let myself believe it. Not a jump like the last one. Bigger, proportionally, than I'd braced for even after everything Terra had told me going in. Milestone reached. Territory crosses 100,000 square meters. Self-sustaining ecosystem threshold. Alara had an explanation ready almost before I'd finished reading the panel myself. At this scale, she said, the land wasn't just growing. It had crossed into genuinely supporting itself. Weather patterns and soil cycles, and everything else an ecosystem needs to keep running without us actively managing every square meter of it by hand. We'd built something too big to fully understand at a glance, and it was going to keep working whether we understood it or not. Grudna wanted a number she could actually picture, since square meters had stopped meaning anything real to her somewhere around the last jump. I came up empty trying to think of a fair comparison, so Sora offered one instead. Roughly the size of a small city, she said, based on nothing more scientific than a rough guess and a childhood spent hearing adults argue about how big towns actually were. Grudna said it sounded made up. Sora, entirely unbothered, said most good comparisons were. Nobody corrected either of them further. It felt close enough to true to matter. Sage walked the new ground with obvious interest, crouching every few steps to test the soil directly, murmuring to herself about what she could actually grow here now that there was finally enough of it to work with properly. Ember, walking beside her, asked whether any of the new ground had useful or in it. Sage admitted she genuinely had no idea yet, and both of them looked, for a moment, like they'd just been handed an entire new project neither of them had time to finish exploring today. Seraphine flew the new perimeter alone, taking considerably longer than she had the first time, and came back saying only that it was real, all of it, edge to edge, nothing about the number exaggerated. She'd checked the far corners twice, she admitted, mostly because the first pass had felt too large to trust on a single look. Lilibet wandered a section of the new ground on her own afterward, testing it the same careful way she'd tested the tree line the night of the Shadow Sovereign scare, and reported nothing unusual this time. No unregistered presence, no unfamiliar signature, just ordinary new land waiting to be used. She sounded almost disappointed about it, in the specific way she gets disappointed when reality turns out less complicated than she'd braced for. I stood at the spot that used to mark the property line, except this time I couldn't actually see where the old edge had been anymore. The land had simply absorbed it, folded the boundary into something too large to trace by eye. I've stood at that same spot after every single expansion since the first one, and every time it's felt like standing somewhere slightly different, even though my own 2 feet never actually moved. Draeger didn't send anything that night. Neither did any of the other sovereigns who'd been sending letters for weeks. I checked twice, half expecting a courier's dust cloud on the horizon the way there always had been before. Nothing came. The silence itself said plenty, more than any scroll could have. A number this size doesn't get a polite response of any kind. It gets a very long, very careful pause instead, while everyone who might have had an opinion quietly decides whether an opinion is still even worth having anymore. I realized, somewhere around the third full day of trying to walk the new territory's actual boundary on foot, that I genuinely had no idea anymore how big the place I actually lived in had become. I brought it up to Sora over breakfast, half joking about it, and watched her expression change from bored to genuinely interested in about half a second flat. Finally, she said, something worth doing. My tea was still warm when she left. I didn't see most of what came next firsthand. Sora doesn't really do escorted. What reached me instead was the aftermath, pieced together secondhand from her own reports and from Freya, who tailed her at a respectful distance for the first hour before admitting she genuinely couldn't keep pace and turning back. Sora's job was simple in theory: map the void edges, the outer boundary where our floating ground finally gave way to open sky and nothing beneath it. In practice, with 100,000 square meters to cover, it was less a walk and more a full day of running the rim of the world at a speed I genuinely can't picture without watching her do it myself. Freya, before she turned back that first hour, said watching Sora work at full pace was less like tracking a person and more like tracking weather. She'd be visible for a few seconds along one stretch of horizon, gone the next, and reappear somewhere that shouldn't have been reachable that fast by anyone without wings of her own. Sora doesn't fly. She's never needed to. Whatever she actually does instead has never fully made sense to anyone who isn't her, and she's never once bothered explaining it beyond a shrug and the word footwork. The void edges themselves turned out stranger than any of us expected going in. Freya described the boundary as less a hard line and more a slow fade, solid ground thinning gradually into something visibly thinner and paler the closer it got to the drop. Sora kept a careful, practiced distance from the actual edge the entire time, marking each measurement from solid footing rather than risking a closer look. Competent caution, not nerves, the same way she approaches everything. She checked in twice by mid-morning, both times from somewhere I couldn't have reached on foot in an hour. The first report was mostly geography. The northern edge ran straighter than expected, a nearly clean line where the old derelict mass had folded into ours. The second was shorter, just 3 words relayed through Freya, still going, obviously. I spent most of the day back home with everyone else, half working, half tracking Sora's progress through occasional updates. Alara kept a running map going, adding detail every time a new report came in, visibly delighted at having actual territory data to work with instead of secondhand rumor. Grudna checked in twice on whether Sora needed backup, got the same answer both times, no, and went back to her own work with the specific dissatisfaction of someone who'd been hoping for an excuse to do something more interesting than paperwork. Terra spent part of the afternoon cross-referencing Sora's edge reports against her own sense of the ground, confirming that the boundary Sora was tracing matched what she could feel underfoot from a distance. She noted 2 spots where Sora's reported line ran slightly inside where Terra herself would have placed it, and the pair traded distance estimates back and forth through Freya for a good while afterward, each convinced her own read was the more accurate one. Neither backed down. I let them settle it themselves. Both of them are usually right about their own specialty, and arguing which margin of error mattered less felt like a fight better left to the 2 people who actually understood the stakes of it. Sage, newer to all of this than anyone, asked what exactly Sora was looking for out there. Nothing specific, I admitted, just a real number, since nobody actually knew how big our own home had gotten until someone went and measured it properly with their own 2 feet. By late afternoon, Sora had covered the full perimeter of our own ground and started a second pass, this time past the boundary entirely, well beyond the void edges and off our territory completely. The actual outer sweep the mapping job had always meant to end with. That was when the first genuinely useful thing turned up. She found tracks, well past our own border, out on open, unclaimed ground that had no business seeing this kind of traffic. Not animal, not natural, organized movement, dozens of sets, all heading the same direction. She followed them for a good stretch before turning back, staying well clear of whatever had made them, careful the whole way not to be spotted herself, and careful never to cross back onto the track's own path. What she confirmed was enough on its own. Staging marks, the specific kind an army leaves behind when it's massing somewhere and hasn't started moving yet, boots and cartwheels, and the flattened grass of tents that had stood in the same spot for more than one night running. She brought back more than a description. She'd taken a single abandoned supply crate from the fringe of that same distant site, well outside our own borders, light enough to carry its speed, and dropped it in front of me without ceremony. Valera had it open and cataloged within minutes. Standard issue rations, a maintenance manifest, and one item that mattered more than the rest combined, a requisition tag, stamped with a seal none of us needed Alera's expertise to recognize by now. Draeger's, not a rumor, not a guess. An actual physical object, sitting right there on our own table, confirming plainly that whatever Draeger was actually building toward, he'd already started moving the real pieces into place well before tonight. Sora herself showed up not long after the crate did, unhurried despite having just covered more ground in one day than most people cover in a month. She dropped into a chair, accepted water from Grudna without comment, and gave me the numbers straight, the full perimeter, confirmed edge to edge, and a staging operation large enough that whatever it was building toward wasn't going to stay quiet much longer. I asked how confident she genuinely was in the scale of it. She said very, and that she'd gone back and counted the tracks twice over on the second pass specifically because the first count had seemed too large to fully trust on its own. Freya, listening quietly from across the room the entire time, said what everyone else was already thinking without anyone actually saying it out loud yet. Draeger hadn't sent a courier this time. He hadn't scuttled anything, hadn't shown up in person, hadn't made a single move we could read as a message aimed at us directly. He'd just started building an army instead, quietly, somewhere close enough that one of ours had found the evidence of it in a single afternoon. I looked at the requisition tag sitting on the table for a long moment, turning the actual shape of that thought over slowly, the way I turn over any number that's about to matter. Whatever came next wasn't going to arrive with a scroll or a courtesy warning, and it wasn't going to give us the luxury of a private meeting in a quiet hall either. It was going to arrive with soldiers, and from the size of what Sora had found, quite a lot of them. I got the first real warning 3 whole days after Sora's crate landed on my own table, and it didn't come as a scroll this time around. It came as a wall of dust on the northern horizon, wide enough that I could see it from the staging structure without needing anyone to point it out to me. Draeger's forces were finally moving, all at once. I gathered everyone the moment Freya confirmed the scale of it from the air. Full continental deployment. Not a raiding party, not a show of force meant to intimidate. An actual army, marching under a banner none of us had seen fly in the open before. Grudna was already strapping her axe on before I'd finished the sentence. About time, she said. I stayed back. I've never once fought in any of this, and I wasn't about to start today, not with 9 people arrayed around me who were each individually capable of ending this faster than I ever could on my best day. We watched the formation close the distance toward our own border, close enough now to make out individual banners, individual units, the sheer organized weight of however many soldiers Draeger had spent months quietly assembling somewhere out of sight. Alera counted formations out loud, cataloging troop types with the same clinical focus she brings to everything, and even her running commentary trailed off for a moment once the full total actually landed. Freya took the sky first, meeting the vanguard before it ever reached our border. I watched from the ground as she cut through the leading formation in a single low pass, wings staying pinned close right up until the very last instant, scattering the front line before they'd even registered she was there. Grudna hit the center next, axe first, the same flat, unbothered rhythm she brings to everything. One swing, one less soldier, over and over, moving forward through the formation like the formation itself was the obstacle rather than the men inside it. Lilibet worked behind her, dark bolts finding gaps in the advancing lines with the same precision she'd shown at the second trial, never wasting a single cast on anything that wasn't already committed to the fight. Sora ran the flanks, calling positions, catching two separate attempts to circle behind our line before either one got close enough to matter. She moved fast enough that half the reports she called out described enemy movement that hadn't fully committed yet, warnings arriving early enough to matter every single time. Terra and Ember stayed back near me, Terra watching the ground itself for anything Draeger's forces might try to exploit structurally, Ember ready to patch whatever needed patching the moment Sage's healing couldn't cover it fast enough on its own. Neither of them looked especially worried. Ember, at one point, remarked that she genuinely expected more of a challenge out of all this, delivered with the same complete lack of drama she brings to everything, and went straight back to watching the field like she meant every word of it. Sage worked the entire battle from a fixed spot near the rear, hands never still, closing wounds on our side faster than the enemy could open new ones. I watched Grudna take a real hit partway through, a solid strike that would have dropped most people, and watched her keep fighting 3 seconds later like it had never happened, Sage's restoration already ahead of the damage before I'd even finished flinching at it. It was the first time I'd actually seen her specialty proven under real pressure rather than a controlled demonstration on an old scar, and the difference showed. Faster, more precise, clearly something she'd been holding in reserve until it actually mattered. Lilibet caught a glancing hit of her own near the midpoint, enough to stagger her half a step, and Sage had it handled before Lilibet even finished swearing about it. She kept casting the entire time, never once breaking her own rhythm to check whether the healing had actually landed. She'd already learned to trust it completely by then, the same trust every one of us had built up for every other specialty on this roster the first time we watched it actually work when it mattered. Then Seraphine moved. She didn't hold back the way she had at the trial. Full shift this time, scales climbing past both arms, both wings unfurling to their genuine size, and the formation that had been advancing toward our center simply stopped existing as an organized force before I'd even finished exhaling the breath I'd taken watching her transform. She didn't touch a single soldier who'd already broken and started running. She didn't need to. Enemy formation, routed. Casualties, minimal on our side. Enemy force, scattered, disarmed, retreating. The battle that Draeger had spent months quietly building toward lasted less than 20 minutes from the first horn to the last soldier turning to run. I looked for him through the settling dust and spotted him quickly, right where I'd have guessed, well back from the front line, on a raised command platform, close enough to watch everything and far enough to stay clear of it himself. Our eyes met across the distance for one long moment. He didn't call a retreat. He didn't need to. His own army was already doing that without any order from him. A skiff dropped from somewhere behind his platform, fast, and I watched him step onto it without hesitation, without a single visible flicker of the composure he'd worn through every meeting I'd ever had with him. The skiff cleared the field and vanished into the cloud layer within seconds, the same clean exit he'd managed once before. Grudna wiped her axe off, looked out at the scattered remains of an army that had taken months to build and 20 minutes to break, and said only that it hadn't taken nearly as long as she'd expected. "You sound disappointed," I said. "A little," she admitted, not even trying to deny it. Freya landed beside me, folding her wings, and admitted that some part of her had wanted it to last longer, not out of bloodlust, she clarified, Just the specific frustration of training for a fight that turns out to be over before it really starts. I stayed out there a good while past the point of any real usefulness, looking out at a battlefield that had gone from an actual war to a cleanup job in less time than it takes to eat breakfast. Alara was already moving through the field, cataloging abandoned equipment with the same enthusiasm she brings to everything worth writing down. Terra walked the perimeter checking for structural damage. Sage knelt beside two of our own who'd taken real hits, making sure the healing had actually held rather than just looked like it had. Whatever Draeger built next, it wasn't going to be another army. Not soon. Not after this. Not after watching this many months of quiet preparation collapse in under half an hour. But I'd learned enough about the man by now to know that losing cleanly has never once been the same thing as giving up, and somewhere in that cloud layer he'd already vanished into. I was fairly certain he was already thinking exactly the same thing I was.